Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Melbourne Sports Aquatic Centre here in Albert Park for the 2024 School Sport Victoria State Swimming Championships. Brent, Sternberg and Carlia Marsh here with you. We'll be here all morning and into the early afternoon, Carlia, and they're into the pool. We're away.
We are, absolutely. Event 1 is in the water right now, the women's 16 to 20-year-olds 200-metre freestyle. So we're kicking off with our 200-metre events this morning. The athletes will be swimming 4 laps. And out leading us through in lap 1 is Kayla Pratt. Kayla of Catholic College Sale there, swimming from lane 5. The 200-metre event. Very important to get out good, easy start on that first lap. You want to be feeling fresh, and so you can bring it home really strong in the last 100.
So it does look like we have all 8 swimmers that have jumped in this one. We were just mentioning before we came off air, onto air I should say, Carlia, that we may have some swimmers that don't join us today that are on our start list. Some.
Yeah, so just missing lane 4 from this heat.
4, right.
So it'll be a race between 3 and 5 based on those entry times. Both these girls recently competed at the National Age Championships up on the Gold Coast. So they'll be coming off the back of a pretty heavy competition. We'll see what times we can pull out today. Very close race here still between Alicia Clark and Kayla Pratt. Alicia just moving into that lead position there on lap 3. 50 metres left to go for our leaders. As we come down the pool, we see that big 6-beat kick come in. That means 6 kicks per each individual arm stroke. Clarkie just storming down the pool now with 15 metres left to swim. She's got over a body length on Kayla as we come under the flags here. It's a strong swim there, 209.26 for Alicia Clark of Mount Waverley Secondary College.
Mighty close for second as well there. A win for Alicia Clark in lane 3, Mount Waverley. Did you tell me that you spoke to her recently?
Yeah, Clarkie, awesome swim up at National Age Championships, silver for her age group in the 100-metre freestyle, so half the distance of this race. Pretty impressive time too. She went 56.4, which is pretty impressive.
So second there was Kayla Pratt, and third was Steffi Moran in lane 2.
As we move along now to event 2, this is the men's 16 to 20 200-metre freestyle.
Go the boys for the first time today. A couple of names that I recognise here from last year. I remember Connor Hayes, a year older this year obviously, 18-year-old, the oldest in this particular race. I remember Connor dominating last year.
Yeah, Connor is a fantastic distance swimmer, so he often participates in open water. He's been to a few open water national championships. Those the longer races for Connor seem to be his better event. So this 200-metre middle distance race, he should be pretty good here. Going out quickly, though, is lane 5, Oscar Campbell. He's from Sandringham. You can see in these 200 metres a few differences in technique from some of the boys. Oscar has that lope stroke freestyle, so he breathes to the one side on each stroke that he's on that side. Sometimes it's called a gallop stroke. It's become very popular of late. The king of freestyle, Kyle Chalmers, actually one of our best Australian athletes in these events. He goes with that gallop stroke.
Is there any tactical advantage doing it that way, Carlia, or is it more sort of just personal preference?
Oh, it's a bit of both. You've definitely got to have the rhythm for it. It's a bit easier because you do get to get more oxygen in, so you can breathe a bit more often. In these races that are a little bit longer, you want to have the legs in the last lap, so having all that oxygen early on is going to make a big difference as you try and come home. As we turn for the final lap here, very close now. Boys moving up. Connor has put himself into that first position, battling it out with Dmitry Sorokolatov and Oscar Campbell. So all three of them straight line across the pool. Dmitry looks like he's got a little bit more in the legs. Oscar trying to hold on as they come down under the flags. I think it will be Dmitry there in lane 4 who gets his hand on the wall. And he does. It's a quick time too. 1:58.57. Oscar Campbell second, 1:59.12. Connor Hayes in third, 1:59.66.
So that'll be our men 16 to 20 200-metre freestyle. We've got our girls, women I should say, jumping into the pool now, 12 to 15, still with the 200-metre. We should say before we go any further, Carlia, we'll let the ladies jump in the pool here. You can watch all of today's proceedings on watch.ssvtv.live, and do tune in because we have got a genuinely good team bringing you all of the pictures today. We've got our effects mic set up so you can hear all of the family and friends that are here today cheering, picking up all the splashes and all the wonderful sound effects that you get poolside. Raff Agostino's out there. He's going to have interviews for us throughout the day.
Yeah, absolutely. This package is something really special. I mean, I was just saying earlier how awesome. I would have loved to have this when I was racing. So the opportunity for these athletes to be able to go back and watch their performances as well as family and friends at home, getting the opportunity to see. I know not everyone can get away from work or away from the house. So no, it's so awesome to be able to have this live stream service.
And even their fellow students that are probably stuck in the classroom, they can tune in and watch as well. That is the students that haven't worked their way out of a day at school. There's a few getting around here today that aren't swimming. I don't know how they got here.
Yes, definitely the ones in the pool have earned their spot. As we come down to the 100-metre turn here, leading us through it will be Katie Macklin over in lane 2. She's just ahead of Lucy Doyle in lane 4, but I would be keeping my eye on Lucy. She's another one of those great distance swimmers. So we often see those sprint athletes taking it out really fast in these 200-metre events and trying to hold on in the second 100. And then we have the opposite where our longer distance athletes are going to take it out a little bit easier because they know they have that training and that endurance to back them in this second 100. And we're just starting to see that on display here.
She's mowed down Mia Roberts in lane 6. Is it the final turn or have I lost count?
That is the final turn. So the girls on the last lap here, absolutely storming home though. Keep an eye on lane 5, Madeline Harvey. She's really picked it up here. She turned in 4th and she's moved herself into what looks like almost second position. Lucy Doyle still your leader. The fight is on for those minor medals here. Madeline Harvey battling Katie Macklin. As they come down to touch, it will be Lucy Doyle, 2:16.03 from Ringwood. Just ahead of Madeline Harvey. Great last lap from her. And then Katie Macklin holds on for the bronze.
Our 12 to 15-year-old women 200-metre freestyle. We'll go again this time with the men in that same age bracket. As I mentioned a moment ago, you're on watch.ssvtv.live, and you can go to the School Sport Vic website as well, and on the state swimming page you can tune in there too.
Great start in lane 4 there by Harrison Main of Tallangatta. He's leading us out in this 200.
Made an absurd amount of ground there in just the first lap up and back. Boy.
Definitely one of the fastest freestyle swimmers that we have in Victoria at the moment. Having a good chat to him up on the Gold Coast last week and talking about what his focus was going to be for this next season. And he told me that the swimming part is going great, but his skills are where he needs to do some improvement as he comes into this turn at the 100-meter wall. Those turn elements so important in these swimming races.
Record here is 2:02.84. Keeping a close eye on that because obviously we know our winner already in this particular race, but I reckon that record might be within touching distance as well.
Definitely, this is going to be a hard distance to make up. I don't think anyone's going to be able to catch up with just over 50 metres to go for Harrison. Now, I do know that his personal best time is a 1:59. So it is under that record, whether or not he's got the stamina left after a week of racing last week. He's turned in a 1:30, so that's an average of 1:30, so he could do it. 2:02, he's got to come back in a 32.6 there.
We had 8 new records set last year, and I reckon we're going to have the first of the day.
It looks like it. Great swim. He's led from the front, 2:01.40, taking a whole 1.4 seconds off. Sorry, yeah, 1.4 off that record. Very close for second as well there. Samuel Hartley sneaking home to claim that silver in a 2:10.07, and Angus Adlam in third, 2:10.88. But an awesome way to start off our morning here at Melbourne Sports and Aquatic Centre. First record of the day done.
Harrison Main from Tallangatta Secondary College, and blitzed it as well.
Absolutely.
So jumping in now are our 12 to 20-year-old women. So on to the breaststroke, 100 metres, up and back.
Bit of a change in pace here.
I want to ask you, Carly, I think I asked this question last year. Is this the most physically demanding stroke?
Oh, that's a tough question. I think if you ask people in the swimming community, they'll just tell you that breaststrokers are built different.
Yep.
You can always spot a breaststroker. The most challenging part about breaststroke is it's really got to be adaptable to your physiology. So you'll see a lot of different techniques used in breaststroke depending on people's flexibility levels, their power levels, where their strength lies. Some people will be more upper body dominant, so you'll really see them powering through on that pull, and their kick will be a lot smaller and just keeping them at the surface. Those athletes who are more leg dominant, they'll probably have a smaller, faster pull and be more reliant on a wider, stronger kick. So we come down. It is very close at the moment between Darcy Lou Kercheval and Rani Matheson, the girls in 3 and 4. Darcy had her first national final last week. She's swimming awesome. It's going to be close on the touch, though.
Sheesh.
Oh, she just holds on there by 4 100ths. So once again, the importance of those skills really shining. Getting your hands onto the wall quickly on that full stroke is so important. So Darcy's time there of a 1:17.36, Rani 1:17.40, and Riley Carter in third, 1:19.50.
It's only our 5th event of the day, but I can't imagine we're going to get too many closer than that. In terms of winner and runners-up. This is our men 12 to 20 100-metre breaststroke. In they go.
Yeah, 4 100ths, there's absolutely nothing in some of these races. You will see when we go to those 50s, quite often they are very, very close onto that wall. We often can even have draws, so where athletes complete the race in the same time, which is always very, very exciting. Boys come down this first lap. First lap, you want to be going out pretty close to your personal best time for your 50-metre split. We look at about +1 or +2 there, so you have to be out quick. These guys have turned in 32.0, 32.3, so the lead is around that 32 mark. Looks to be a race for first right now between Mitchell Davies and Nikolai Trofimachine. Heard Nick being referred to as Big Nick the Machine.
I was going to say, that's a good name to have some fun with.
Absolutely, and he is absolutely powering down this last 10 metres. He's got about half a body length just between the flags and the wall there. So 108.1 for Nikolai. Mitchell will grab second there, 108.5. And third will go to Oliver Kingston from lane 2 in a 111.38.
So we're going down to our primary school girls now. 50-metre breaststroke, our girls aged 9 and 10.
So 50-metre races will begin from the other end of the pool. So we'll turn our attention to the city side of MSAC now for these young guns in the 50-metre breaststroke. So one lap, they get the opportunity at the start of the race to do a split stroke. So it's a little bit of a different underwater to what we see in the butterfly, freestyle and backstroke events. And there's also no 15-metre rule in the breaststroke. So our other races, athletes are only allowed to stay under until the 15-metre mark. Whereas as we get into our breaststroke events, you're allowed to complete one full split stroke. And it doesn't matter how far that gets you before you start the race.
You mentioned the city end of the pool, Carlia. It's also the end in which the sunshine is beating on down. So when we say that they've been warmed up for this event, they certainly have.
I know Melbourne's put on a little bit of a show for us today. After yesterday, I was a bit concerned that we might have had some very cold athletes, but the sun is shining here.
Well, even last year, those that tuned in last year might remember we had a wacky old day here at MSAC. Sunshine, rain. We might have even had hail at one point, I think, from memory.
So a standard Melbourne day. So all 10-year-olds in this field at the moment. We've got Maxine Lee in lane 4, just pushing ahead of Neve Jeffs in lane 3. These two girls up ahead of the field, but it will be Maxine who finishes on that wall first, 44.85. Neve in second, and third will go to Ashi Chen.
Maxine from Kingswood College, and I'm sure you heard through our effects, Mike, she had a lot of support above us in the grandstand. Great swim by the girls. You know, we're talking about some young ladies right there, so that is a mighty effort to swim that stroke 50 metres. Boy.
Yeah, these athletes, super impressive, especially the youngsters. When we start getting into races like our breaststroke, so skill focused, and butterfly, which is obviously a lot of strength and power, and even that fitness required to complete the full 50 metres. I mean, I myself was a butterfly many, many years ago, but even 50 metres for me now is pretty challenging.
Well, that's what I was going to say. There would be a lot of, adults who wouldn't be able to swim that particular stroke that far.
And that fast as well as the boys get underway here. This is our 9-10-year-olds 50 breaststroke. Once again, full field of 10-year-olds. Some nice looking breaststrokers here. Austin Yuan in lane 4. Look at him go. Nothing's going to stop this kid. He is powering forward through this 50-metre race. Pretty close for second there, Jack Baker. Looks to be just ahead, but it will be Austin.
Boy, how easy did Austin make that look?
He's done it as well. He's gone the record. So record of 41.93 and Austin 41.80. So there we have it. It looked great from start to end. Won it by about 2 body lengths, and that's why another record this morning.
So that's 2 records knocked over in our first 8 events.
We are absolutely on today.
That's the Carlia Marsh effect.
Giving everyone their little wave and good luck cheer before they start.
This is our girls 11-year-olds 50-metre breaststroke. Just moving up through the age group here.
There's a really good start there by lane 5, Jordan Camfield. Fastest qualifier coming into this race was Yosemite in lane 4, so that's Erin Paris. And she's just starting to charge through that field now and reclaim that lead. Just see the power on her. It's still very, very close between the girls in 4 and 5. It's going to come down to who can time that finish, get their hands on the wall.
Was it Geordie?
It is Jordan. A great start, really set her up there. 40.47, just ahead of Erin Paris there, 40.55. And Angelina Shang in third, 41.39.
Same again, this is event 10, boys 11-year-old 50-metre breaststroke. I'm liking seeing plenty of these students from Ballarat this morning, Carlia. Down my neck of the woods. Nice early start for them, no doubt.
Absolutely. I've always got a little bit of a soft spot for country athletes. I myself competed at these championships representing Kerrang South Primary School when I was a youngster, and then as I got a bit older, a few other schools, I moved around a bit.
Changed allegiances a lot, by the sounds of it. You swum in many different coloured swimming caps, Carlia Marsh.
Absolutely. As the boys' 11-year-olds come down the pool, 15 metres left to swim. It looks like George Zheng in lane 3. Just ahead of Ethan Dennison. They come under the flags. It's very close. 1, 2, 3 looks like lanes 3, 4, then 5. And there we have it, our first draw of the day. So I did talk about these happening often in the 50-metre events. George Zheng gets the gold though, 41.64. We've got an equal second between Ethan Dennison and Saxon Sorvey, 42.23. It's all happening here today. I'm loving it.
Well, I'm hoping that we've got enough silver medals over there. I hope we accounted for that. I'm sure they did.
They're very, very organised here at School Sport Victoria. We've got it all happening. We are absolutely racing through these events. They're doing such an awesome job. Bit of a shout out to our technical officials as well, who have volunteered their time today to make sure that these athletes are all competing correctly. We're getting some quality racing done. As we dive in now, it's the girls 12, 13 years, 50-metre breaststroke. Leading us through is Cecilia Yang in lane 5. Not too far behind her, Anna Kang in 4. So those swimmers in the golden lanes in the middle. Lots of cheers coming along for them. Looks like it's going to be Cecilia who holds on though, 37.11. Anna in second, 37.38. And Amelia Croato in third, 39.08.
So as we get set for the boys 12 to 13-year-old 50-metre breaststroke. That was a very interesting term I heard you use a moment ago, Carlia, the golden lanes. I think you're talking about lanes 4 and 5.
I am.
Why the golden lanes?
Well,
not the golden days, the golden lanes.
There's a couple of reasons we call those ones the golden lanes. If you look across the pool, those middle 2 lanes, 4 and 5, the lane ropes are actually yellow in colour, so gold, but it actually denotes the fact that they're our fastest 2 qualifiers. So when you get your qualifying time to come and race at these events, our entry times go into the system, and our fastest athletes in this pool will be swimming out of lane 4, and your second fastest in lane 5. So that's why we sort of call them the golden lanes. Come down here, the boys 12, 13s, 50-metre breaststroke. It's an absolutely surging swim from Lachlan Bull in lane 4. Very, very quick. He's going to win there, 35.82. Second will go to Andrew Wang in a 38.72. And Jack Hayes in third, 39.62. I'm just actually taking a look at the record for that event.
We weren't that far off it.
We weren't too far off it, and that's held by Nicholas Stupas, who actually just won gold at the National Age Championships last week. So some very impressive talent has come through these events.
Okay, back to our women now, 12, 13-year-old, still with the 50-metre breaststroke.
So we notice a difference in those underwaters here. A couple of the girls coming up a little bit faster, others opting to stay under a little bit longer. That's all going to depend on what your strength is. So some of these athletes might have a really great split stroke. They're going to want to utilize it, get as much distance as possible in these 50-meter events. Other athletes might not be as strong on the underwater, but if you watch Tess Izzard in lane 4, her stroke is super powerful. So she was up quickly to get into this beautiful breaststroke. And that's another record. They are absolutely falling, tumbling like dominoes today. 36.35.2 under that record there.
Is that our third? I think I've lost count already. Our third record?
Third record.
As I mentioned earlier, we had 8 new records set. I was having a look last night. 8 last year. We've got 3 already in the first 13 events. It's a fast pool today.
It is. The conditions are great, so that helps. If you do have that bit nicer weather, often we'll get a few faster swims.
Yep.
We also don't have too much wind going on for these 50s, so you're not having to deal with a headwind. It's pretty pristine out there. As we come down into our boys, 12, 13-year-olds, 50-meter breaststroke.
Got a 3v4 duel here.
It is. Looks like lane 4 there, Ishak Mahiyad and Isma is going to take out that first 35.1. Charlie Warburton in second, 35.85. And Sebastian Flowers in third, 36.40.
We were talking about the golden lanes, Carlia, and we're also talking about, conditions for being a fast pool. Is there any advantage? I know you said the swimmers with the quickest seating times go into those lanes. Is there any physical advantage of being in those lanes?
Oh, like a little bit, not so much. So the lane ropes that we have at these aquatic centres are a lot thicker than your normal lane ropes that you'll see at your public pool, and that's to stop those waves and the wash of other swimmers coming in. So usually you might have a bit of wash come across those outside lanes, but we pretty much cut that down here at MSAC. The only thing I would say is not a lot of athletes do like swimming in the outside lanes, especially when you've got the wall there. That can make a big difference. As we come onto the wall here, it is Leona Low-Hermans in lane 4, 35.87. So interestingly enough, Leona was the record holder for the previous girls event that just got broken. Great swim there. All right, we're starting to see a few of those slightly older athletes now. So the men's 14-year-olds 50-meter breaststroke behind the blocks. I might keep a bit more quiet in this one. One of my athletes from my swimming club is racing.
Oh. So this is still with the breaststroke 50 metres up to the 14-year-olds now. I think Carlia owes a switch swimmer is a part of her club. Which one is it, Carl?
So lane 4, Byron Gang. He's my swimmer. So we'll see how he goes today.
From Ringwood Secondary College.
He's out well, so that makes me happy. We'll see if he can hold on. One of the things we've been really working on is fitness, and I know this is a sprint event, but that last 5 metres is where endurance really does come into play, so not a bad time there. So Byron will take the win, 32.63. So, and he's also got the record, so that makes me very happy, coach. Very happy commentator.
Just kept that under wraps as long as you could, Carlia. No, that's a wonderful swim there from Byron.
Another personal best for him as well, so
Will he be happy with that?
I was going to say
as happy as you?
Maybe not as happy as me. He doesn't quite show as much emotion as me, but a lot of these athletes today, that's what we're really looking for, is those personal best times and just being able to perform at a state event. And the pressure is on. I know a lot of guys will have a few of the nerves floating around.
Yeah. We might flesh this out in a moment, but it's a wonderful achievement for all of these swimmers to just get here and be representing their school.
100%. Estella comes under those flags. About half a body length lead here. 35.64. Claudia Croato in second there. 36.58. And Zara Reynolds in third. 37.74.
So they were our 15-year-olds, women, into the 15-year-old men now. Breaststroke, event number 18. We are flying through them. Up and back go our breaststrokers.
I think this should be a really good race, actually. Ashley Lansbury in lane 4, Spencer Davies in lane 5. Although their entry times are a little bit apart, I know their personal bests are quite close together. So we'll definitely keep an eye on lanes 4 and 5 here.
Ash in lane 4 from Greensboro. Spencer in 5 from Staunton. Not entirely sure where Staunton College is. Have you heard of Staunton before?
I actually have not.
All right, we'll have to Google.
We'll look it up. We'll work it out. I'll just go out and yell at the boys.
Where's your school?
As they come down. Ash, he was up and racing quickly, and he's going to hold on for first there, 32.14. Spencer Davies in second, 32.87. Daniel Nguyen, 33.37.
What I loved about Ash's finish there was absolutely no doubts as to whether he touched the wall. He almost went head first into the wall.
It's really important.
Crashed into it.
And especially for our younger athletes, in breaststroke and butterfly, we have to touch with 2 hands at the exact same time. So when they're younger, we often teach them to be really powerful and aggressive and make sure that both hands are hitting that wall perfectly synchronized.
Well, he's been taught well, because that was one hell of a swim, finished by an emphatic touch. Up to our 16-year-olds now, still 50-metre breaststroke.
These breaststroke races are moving through so quickly. We've had some really fast swims, a couple of records already so far. As the girls get up and racing for 16-year-olds, and it's basically throw a blanket across the middle 3 lanes at the moment. Rani Matheson, she swam earlier in the 200 freestyle. She's come back again. Oh, it was 100 breaststroke. She's had one swim earlier, I remember. So she's just pulling ahead of Cece Liu. She will get her hands on first there, 35.02. Cece in second, 35.40. And Yan Lee in third, 35.90.
We should make that point that we are going to see the same names throughout the day. Some will throw their hat or their swimming cap into the ring in a few different disciplines. What age would they get to, Carlia, before they are encouraged to perhaps maybe prioritise one over the other? Yeah,
so a lot of our coaches focus heavily on medley training for all our junior athletes. It's really important that they're well-rounded. They're using all different muscle groups. We don't want to stick to the same thing over and over. 1, it gets boring if you're just swimming freestyle up and down a black line forever, but 2, it also makes sure that we're utilising those shoulder rotations forward and backwards and round, so we're sort of making sure that we're not promoting injury. I would say most athletes, probably around this 16-year-old mark, is where they'd start to specialise a little bit more, but you do find super fit kids just are really great across the board, so they're going to be still competing in multiple events. As Sean Lamb there, just outside that record, 31.44. He flew down the pool. Oliver Kingston in second, 32.42. And Jared Wakefield will finish in third.
I mentioned a moment ago that you may be in your classroom, or they probably wouldn't quite be at recess now, but if you are watching at school or in the workplace, make sure that you submit a photo or video. www.ssv.photos. They'll be up on the website and our socials throughout the day. So if you are watching in a large group, send them in. Raff will put them up, don't worry.
Yeah, we want to see them. It'll be so great. And if you do have a proud sporting moment that you want to share, also www.ssv.photos. Send all of them through.
I can already just imagine some of our students in our schools throughout the state cheering on a few of their friends in the pool, especially in a couple of those really tight finishes that we've had already. That's the sort of material that we want.
Absolutely. And it might get you out of maths.
Mathematics on a Friday. Oh.
Much rather be watching the swimming. So get underway now. It is the women's 17-year-olds 50-metre breaststroke. So if you were wondering why that start took a little bit longer, the swimmer in lane 5 is actually one of our deaf athletes. So they had to set up a light that goes off at the beginning of the race so that Imogen knows when to start. Come down. It is very close between Marley Adlam and Imogen Nolan. Marley looks to just be ahead. Imi does have quite long arms though, so be watching for this finish. Yeah, it ended up very close there. So Marley Adlam holds on 36.61, just ahead of Imogen Nolan, 36.78. Sienna Barker gets third there, 39.02.
Terrific swim by all of those ladies that earned placings there. Onto our 17-year-old men now, still with the breaststroke.
Just a few more of these 50 breaststrokes to go. We do start to see the pace pick up a little bit here as we get into our older swimmers. You can see the power in that pool.
Hey, if I hear anything again.
Crazy camera work going on here. Looked like Jo Zhu had the best of the starts, but Henry Hahn in lane 4 just making his way into the lead, and Mitchell Davies looks to be in second there, so we'll go Henry 31.53, Mitchell in second 31.79, and Jo in third 31.90.
Now, I need to tell you, Carlia, and all of those out there that are interested, they're probably forgotten by now, Staunton College is in Melton. Do we consider that to be country? It's a long way to get there. Oh.
In swimming, it is considered metropolitan.
Right. The urban sprawl.
Let's move along here. The women's 18 to 20-year-old 50-metre breaststroke. Very even reaction times across the board. So in a 50-metre race, that reaction time does come into play a little bit. You want to be pretty fast off the blocks. You notice often taller athletes are that little bit slower to try and generate a bit more power. But speaking of power, Riley Cardo in lane 4 looking super powerful in this 50-metre lap. Gets into that nice streamlined position at the end of each stroke. Keeping it nice and smooth there. She's going to go 35.11. Darcy Lou Kercheval in second, 36.89. And Mackenzie Zack in third, 37.29.
Another name that I remember from last year, Riley Cardo from Canterbury Girls Secondary College. Just on those, the reaction time, Carlia, how much training would they do just in terms of that specifically? And would that be out of pool training? Or?
I was going to say, yeah, a lot of the work we do for reaction time is just to get those fast twitch fibres up and firing. We'll do some games. So one of my favourites is you sit a water bottle between two people and we have a starting signal. And on the starting signal, you just have to grab that water bottle as quickly as possible. There's some good little battles in that. I know, I've seen a few people play slaps. Have you played slaps before?
I think I know that game.
You've got to move very quickly if you want to avoid that. So, yeah, there's a few different ways, but a lot of them are outside of the pool. When we do our dive start practice, a lot of what we'll be starting to look at isn't necessarily reaction time off the block there, but form and what that looks like. So generating lots of power, making sure athletes are utilizing both their back and front foot. You'll see now we have those kickers here at MSAC, those little ledges on the back of the block, something that we've brought in over the last few years in swimming. So they just help us generate a little bit more power. They're similar to the start on the athletics track, I guess you would say. It just helps those athletes get away quicker. So we come into our final 50-metre breaststroke event here for the 18 to 20-year-old men. It is Alan Liang in 4. A few athletes missing from this heat. Second right now is going to be Metin Sivalek, but it will be Alan Liang, 30.43.
Only just missed out on the record. We've had 4 fall already today.
He's gone close.
So that'll be it for now for our breaststrokers. We're on to the butterfly.
Yeah, so we'll turn our attention back down to the finish end of the pool for our next race. This is one of my favorite events on the program, 100-metre butterfly. Most people's probably least favorite event. I do like things that are pretty challenging. So 100 fly, one of the harder races.
And 100 metres as well.
It is. It's good to enjoy watching these butterflies. So, and once again, as we were saying before, a few of these athletes will be participating in a lot of events throughout today. You will see on the next event on the program, lane 3, Darcy Lou Kershawell literally just swam her 50-metre breaststroke.
Yeah. Is that why we're waiting a little bit for this next one?
I would
Give her a
assume
breath.
so. They're going to do some medal presentations, so you can see those on your screen. And we're just going to get the girls out and ready, but if they're feeling kind, we might have a 2-minute break for Darce.
Well, while we do have a break, we should mention for those that are actually here poolside today, if you do have a student that wins a medal, we will have our official photographer out there taking some snaps. But go and find our media wall. It's out there somewhere. I can't actually see it from where I am, but you can go and have some pictures taken of your child with their medal in front of the media wall out there. A keepsake forever and ever, obviously, not just the medal, but photos as well these days. Put them up on Instagram, tag SSV in them, send them to Raff Agostino, he'll put them all up. As our women are getting ready now for our first butterfly event of the morning. Kalia Marsh's favourite.
Always. You will have just noticed if you're watching the girls behind the block, I know Darcy just swam, so you can see her just shaking the legs out, trying to remove any lactic acid that she might have from that 50 breaststroke. We also see a few different things before the start with girls trying to psych themselves up, a lot of them opting for that power pose there. You can see Annabelle Jorgensen, hands on the hips, ready to go.
What was your psych up go-to routine, Kalia? Talk smack to the other swimmers? Are you allowed to do that? Is that
never.
I believe
there's always a few psychological games that go on. I think even unintentionally sometimes. I don't know if anyone's noticed, but I'm a bit of a talker, so I like to stay nice and relaxed before my races, have a good chat to all the other competitors, really keep it light, not think too much about what was going on until we got whistled up onto the blocks. And I think that's such an important part of any sport, is to make sure that you're having a good time. Yep. It has to be fun, you have to enjoy it. And that's what meets like this are all about. Just catching up with your friends from all over the state.
That's a good point. I mean, I know there's bragging rights in terms of, getting points for your school and then getting individual medals as well. But I guess these events, more than most, are just about having fun, swimming against probably, you know, students that you come up against when you're swimming at the other meeting programs, you know, that aren't school related?
Yeah, absolutely.
Testing yourself against them?
100%. And these guys are just here to have, I've always said happy swimmers are fast swimmers, and that's what we'll be really looking for. You're doing it for your school, you're doing it for your team, but you're also getting to meet new people and make new friendships. As I think we are ready to go now. We have that start system set up, so the girls have just been whistled back to the blocks.
Well, they've psyched themselves up and now they've got to do it again.
Yeah, so you'll see a couple of them just doing a few jumps there, making sure the muscles are ready to go. So we get on the blocks ready for the women's 12 to 20-year-olds 100-meter butterfly. And the girls are off. Annabelle Jorgensen, great start in lane 5. She's got about half a body length on the field as well already. Jade King was out quickly there too, swimming out of lane 7. So 100 butterfly, it's still a sprint race. I know it sounds like a long way, it is still a sprint event, but it's all about a controlled first 50. We talk about something called easy speed, and that's the ability to go fast but get heaps of oxygen and not expend too much energy. So come on to the second lap, that's where that more endurance background comes into play here. You see both the girls in 4 and 5 will probably start to push through a little bit now. I know Courtney and Annabelle, both 200-meter butterflies as one of their more main events.
Right.
You just see Annabelle looks to have shifted ahead here. Courtney might have just moved into second ahead of Jade King, but it will be Annabelle gets her hands on the wall in first, 104.80. Courtney Mudge second, 105.64, and Jade King third, 106.51.
So you mentioned, Carlia, there a couple of those girls are more accustomed, or I suppose better suited to swimming that particular stroke at the longer distance. How would that change their tactics then going with 100? Would that change at all, or could they just treat it as a genuine sprint, given that they generally swim it at the longer distance?
Yeah, so there's a few different ways, obviously. I think the biggest benefit that they have coming from that 200-meter background is they can trust their second 50.
Yeah.
So they don't have to absolutely use all of their energy in lap 1. Some of those more pure sprinters, they know they're going to be starting to fall off towards the last 25 or the last 15 meters. So they really are going to be going out and attacking the first lap a lot more. So yeah, for those longer distance guys, it's just more about being able to trust themselves and really time their finish. You'll see them just come through, time that last part, finish on the wall in front.
I'd imagine that specifically would be hours in the pool training that.
Yeah, so some of those athletes, so if you look across the pool now, a lot of these guys, 16, 17-year-olds in this boys 100-meter butterfly, particularly those guys, once you're getting up around that 16-year-old mark, a lot of these swimmers will be participating in probably about 8 training sessions a week, most of them around 2 hours. They'll also be doing some gym sessions for a bit of strength. You might see them doing some cardio gym sessions as well, just as a bit of a change up from being in the pool for those aerobic sets. That's Dmitry Sorokolatov there in 4, powerful swim, 58.45. Jacob Machuka in 7, second there. A little bit of an outside smoker,
Yeah.
59.95. And Henry Allen in 3rd now. Interestingly enough, Henry Allen doing 100-meter butterfly. He's just come back from winning gold in the 50, 100 and 200-meter backstroke events. So that's where we see some of those swimmers crossing over events.
We've seen Dimitri swimming well already this morning, but yeah, Jacob in lane 7 there. Haven't seen a lot from lane 7 today. That's lane 7's best result.
Yeah.
Jacob from Holy Trinity Lutheran College. As we move our way back down to the, what did you call that before, Carlia? The city side of the
end.
pool. This is back to our primary school students now, our girls, aged 9 and 10. Just 50 metres for the primary schoolers.
And that is definitely far enough when you are only 9 years old.
Oh, yeah.
These girls, obviously very, very impressive in each of their zones and regions. We were saying how challenging it is just to make it to this state event.
Yep.
So it's a pretty vigorous process between school sport, district sport, regional zones. You've got to win pretty much all of those levels to make it to be here and racing today. So it's the best of the best that the girls come down with 10 metres left to swim. Amelie Simios there in lane 4. 36.7. Second, Mia Liu, 37.75. And Letitia Campos in the third, 37.84.
I have to say, I reckon we've had some of the loudest crowd support for our primary schoolers today.
Absolutely, you can hear those cheers as the girls come down the pool. Really exciting, and it's so nice to come to what probably is for some of these girls and boys their first state school swimming championships. To have that support there must just mean the world.
Yeah. And the exciting thing about broadcasts like this for those watching at school or in the workplace or just at home is some of these students that you're now seeing racing in these races, our primary schoolers, you're going to see them coming back year on year.
We definitely hope so, and especially some of these girls and boys, our winners of each group. Don't forget that School Sport and Team Victoria nominations do close tonight at midnight. So if you want to be part of Team Vic, our state swimming team, travels and competes nationally, get your nominations in by midnight tonight. Boys 9, 10-year-olds hits the wall there. Aran Knee, 36.34. Henry Arnup finishing second there, not too far behind. And Elise Dishliuk there in third.
Solid effort in lane 8. Levi Seaton from Mansfield Rudolph Steiner School. Cheered all the way to the end. Good swim, Levi. Well done.
Move on now to the girls' 11-year-olds 50-metre butterfly.
It is fascinating how they organise these events through the age groups, and you get a really good eye on just how they get faster and faster and faster. And they're only, you know, a year or two difference each step up. It's amazing the amount of speed that they get in just a year or two's difference in development.
Absolutely. A lot of these kids are really going through that period of growth now, so we want to see them dropping time every year. It's also a good sign that they're doing the right things in training, always improving, as we've got a great little race going on here between 4 and 5. Amber versus Stella. It looked to me like Amber just in front. She timed that finish, but it will be Stella who gets her hands on the wall first. So Stella McIntosh, 34.42.
So that was the girls' 11-year-olds. I think we might be having a bit of a debate about the
yeah, it looked to me like Amber finished in first. Now, the good thing about our timing system here today is sometimes those touchpads, they might not be responsive in a race, or they might not set them off straight away and it might be later. But what we do have the ability to do is go back, we can check the footage, we can make sure that those touchpads have gone off at the right time. So we can fix any time we think there might have been an issue. So we'll keep an eye on that one, but that also just goes to show the importance of really hitting the wall hard and touching strong onto that touchpad. Butterfly events, two-handed finish once again.
Whack a hole in the wall if you can, kids.
So these kids are probably a bit young to remember, but there was a Milo ad that used to have some of the swimmers actually physically swimming through the wall. But that's what I like to refer to my kids as. You've got to make sure that you don't just stop at the wall, you swim through the wall.
Yep. That's what they tell our athletics people, don't we? Sprint through the line. You know?
100%.
This is our boys, 11-year-olds now, still 50-metre butterfly.
Once again, another close race in these 50s. Jason Wang just narrowly ahead of Ryder Telford here. It is going to come down to this last 10 metres. Looks like Jason might be just starting to pull away a little bit. A bit stronger onto the finish. Time that touch, 33.60. Ryder in second there, 34.36. And Lucas Kovac in third, 35.67.
Ryder just had an issue in the last maybe 15 metres there, chasing Jason.
He was doing his absolute best to chase him down, but a little bit more strength in that last part of the race there from Jace.
I have to come up with as many puns as possible, Carlia. That's how Raff actually pays me by the pun.
Oh, I didn't get this memo. I've got work to do.
So still with the butterfly. Our girls 12 and 13-year-olds, but all 12-year-olds in this race. This is event number 31.
Butterfly, another technical stroke. Quite interesting to note, you're swimming in lane 5 there, Zoe Clemenson, really high with those arms coming over. And that could be definitely due to some hypermobility or some supreme flexibility through those shoulders, but coming through now, Kimberly Chen. Oh. It's going to be close. It's that timing once again that's done it, and it will be Zoe Clemenson. Hangs on, 31.09. Kimberly Chen just surged through, missed that finish though. She'll finish there in third.
With the butterfly, Carlia, your favourite, so I think I'm going to ask you this question. Would students or swimmers at this sort of young age choose to do this stroke, or would teachers and instructors see that they maybe have the sort of physical makeup where they might excel? How would that actually work?
So butterfly is all about rhythm and timing, and quite often we'll have swimmers come through our programs that just naturally get that timing straight off the bat, and that's something that you're definitely going to want to work with and work on them. But we also just have kids that do actually love butterfly. There's some little fiery kids who love a challenge. They don't back down from it. So, and you want to embrace that too. Butterfly is one of those events where it is a bit more difficult and less people do it. So you can have a lot of opportunity if you're willing to put in the work. You can definitely get some rewards for that work. We come into the boys 12, 13-year-olds 50 fly here. Harry Kalagas in lane 4. Look at that nice technical stroke. You can just see that rhythm, and that's what we talked about. Having that nice smooth butterfly, really important. You're not going to be expending too much energy there. So 31.36 for Harry. Archie Smythe in second, 32.30. And Tali Negalufe in 33.35 to take third.
So rocket and rolling through our butterfly events here with our women 12 and 13-year-olds. Still with our attention at the city end of the pool.
Yeah, look at that start from lane 5. Tiffany Miette, she's got such a great underwater, really powerful, super tight streamline there. She was up and racing quickly. But lane 4, Jemana Farmi, just powering ahead of the other girls here. You can see the strength of that pull coming through. She takes the final breath, hopefully, at those flags and heads down here onto the wall. Beautiful swim. That's another record. 29.48 for Jemana. Second will go to Chloe Swarek in lane 6. And third, Audriana David. Whew, that was moving. That was quick.
I have to say, from the moment she resurfaced, I thought, here's a chance. Because she just looked so good, like you mentioned, off the blocks. Just cut her way through the water.
Yeah, a bit of a swimming family, the farming family. Sister Karma, really great swimmer as well.
Back with the boys then, 12 and 13-year-olds still. All 13-year-olds in this particular event. Again, a solid start in lane 4. It's Ishak. Working hard is Jason in lane 2. Pulling away. Look at Ishak in lane 4. It's going to be a battle for second.
Very close for second. Looks like it will be Sebastian Flowers. 32.3. Just ahead of Xavier Gray there.
So just a recap on our records that have fallen by my count. That's 5 now.
Yes, I think so. I was just trying to do that before. Hopefully my commentary skills are better than my math skills and my counting ability. I always tell my athletes the only maths that I do is swimming maths. So speaking of siblings in swimming, like I was saying, here is Karma Farmi in lane 4. So her sister Jemana just broke that record.
Yep.
Let's see what Karma can do. The gauntlet's been laid. Girls get underway here. Straight line across the pool early on in these 50-metre events. And we'll try and see some of those girls pull ahead or pull away in this second 25. Does look to be Karma. I also love just saying Karma Farmi. It's a great, great commentary name. Bit of a glide onto the wall there, 29.75. Good swim nonetheless. Hannah Buchanan in second and Madeline Harvey in third.
Hannah Buchanan, another one from Ballarat, Phoenix College in Sebastopol. If I see them, I need to
You're going to call them out. I love it. We're not biased.
No. So this is our 14-year-old men's now. Event number 36, we're rolling through them. And I like that term you used a moment ago, Carlia, throwing a blanket over them. You could certainly do that here.
Then we just wait till the freestyle events, and then I say you can throw the washing in with them. So we come through. Harold Zhu in lane 4, just pulling ahead now of Joaquin Leo Kaiser. Oh, and Joaquin gets it on the finish there, 4/100. So that timing, 29.81, 29.85. Some spicy swimming here this morning at the School Sport Victoria State Championships.
Brent Sternberg and Carlia Butterfly Marsh. I was just going to say that we've seen it a couple of times, the importance of finishing well, finishing strongly and touching the wall. I think it's actually cost a couple of swimmers a gold medal already today.
Absolutely make or break. We will finish or practice finishes over and over and over again in training sessions to make sure that all the athletes know exactly where they need to be at those flags to time it, to finish on the wall correctly on that full stroke. As we come through here now, you can see Danica Garner in lane 3 just starting to make her move. Lucy Doyle looked to be ahead at the beginning, but it is close. All going to be coming down to this timing again. Looks like Lucy's just going to miss-time that finish there. Danica first, 30.44. Lucy in second, 30.61, and third goes to Ruby Combridge in a 31.58.
Well, just as we were saying, you know, you can start well and you can swim well and feel fast. Job's not done until you touch the wall.
It's not over until it's over.
And it is something that I think a lot of people that maybe don't watch too much swimming, or they might only watch it at the Olympics, and they see obviously the elites make it look easy, but it's not something that is easy.
No, these skills are actually quite intricate, and getting those timings on finishes, it does take years and years to perfect. And I think the challenging part when you're an age group swimmer is that you are growing and your arms are getting longer and your legs are getting longer and your stroke's going to be getting a little bit different every time that you race potentially, and that can definitely have its challenges as we come down here. It looks like Terrence Tang in lane 5 is going to take the win here. 28.07. Campbell Nicholson in second, 28.79.
4 days of grade 5 at circuit.
Good swim there by Terrence from Baldwin High School.
I didn't even solve it before everyone started cheering.
Girls 16-year-olds back in the pool now. Annabelle in lane 4. She's just won the 100. Let's see what she can do here in the 50. Alicia Clark in lane 5. Very strong sprinter, 50-metre swimmer. She's sitting up nice and high in the water, looking great early on. Doing well on the other side, Jess Whiting. So it's a 3-horse race. Looks like Jess might be in front. Watch out for Alicia Clark on the wall. It will be Jess Whiting, 28.99, just sneaking under that 29-second mark. That's always an exciting thing to do. Alicia Clark in second, 29.13, and Annabelle Jorgensen in third, 29.37.
So 16-year-old boys now. Full field by the looks of it. We have had a couple of races recently where we've had some no-shows.
As it does happen, unfortunately people can get sick or injured. Henry Allen here from Girton, looking very nice as he comes down under the flags. Got about half body length on Enrico Villegas in lane 5, 26.97. It's a quick swim. It's a quick record though. It's 25.55, held by Stone Ma.
That makes you appreciate how fast Stone must have swam that, because that was a very, very solid swim there from Henry, very fast.
Absolutely.
Still fell,
About
more than
a
a second
over,
outside.
crazy.
Yeah. 17-year-old women now. As the sunshine here in Melbourne disappears just for the moment. It'll be back, I'm sure.
It'll be back, we believe. Girls are up and racing. Kayla Pratt out strong there, nice underwater, as was Jade King. We saw her have a good start in the 100 as well. Courtney Mudge in the middle, fastest girl coming into this race. She's starting to really lift her rate here through the second half. As we spoke about before, that distance background really shining as we come down under the flags. Looks like Courtney's moved herself into first here. Time that finish, 29.51 for Mudgee. She'll win. Jade King in second there, 29.74, and Kayla Pratt third, 30.17.
A couple of our front runners in that particular race threatening with the record. 5 broken already this morning, and many have been perilously close to the 17-year-old boys now.
Absolutely. I was looking through a few of these records before, most of them very recent, so just going to show the improvements that we've seen in swimming across the country, and particularly across Victoria in the last few years.
Well, you mentioned earlier, Carlia, the kicker. The kicker, is that what you called it? The kicker
Yes,
at the back
the
of the
kicker.
box there? One of the new innovations, I think you were
Yeah,
saying?
so definitely a few of the things that we've seen change well, particularly since I started swimming just towards the end of my career, was when the kicker was brought in. Actually got to be one of the first people to use it at the AIS, so that was a really cool thing. We had no idea what we were doing, and now it's stock standard, so definitely it does help a little bit, makes our athletes a little bit faster. We've also had a lot of innovations with swimsuits.
Yep.
So these technical suits, they've just released the first suit on the market that costs over $1,000. All for those fractions of a second. It does make a bit of a difference as Jake Ridley takes out the men's 17-year-olds 50 butterfly in a 26.00. Only 0.2 over that record. That was a good swim. Very easy one to remember the time of. Second there, Dmitry Soroklatov in 27.15, and Sam Wells in third, 27.38.
Well, we know that swimsuits have had a bit of a checkered history in this sport.
Yes.
I'm just thinking, did you say $1,000?
Yes, so the latest women's swimsuit, I think, is $1,100.
Crikey, that's a lot of puns that I would have to tell on an SSV broadcast.
Absolutely. I believe they had, they sold 75 of them in the first 2 hours that they got released. So I think we picked the wrong career.
Yeah.
Should have been designing and making swimsuits.
Commentary's a mug's game compared to designing a swimsuits. This is our women 18 to 20. All 18-year-olds bar Isla Hassett in lane 8, who I don't... Is she there? Yes, she is.
Isla is there. We are
16-year-old.
missing lane 7. So just one swimmer missing from the field here. Pretty close at the moment. It does look like everything has started really well. That's a couple of dollars to me, but she's looking good. Close for second, starting to make a little bit of a shift in gears now is Charisse Nube. And Darcy sneaks onto the wall there. Little butterflyer. I always like to talk about the kids that I know a bit. So Darcy was actually the first ever athlete I qualified to national championships in my coaching career.
Very nice.
And now she's doing butterfly because that was in breaststroke. So well done, Darcy.
Does she know that she's being cheered on by you in commentary? I wonder.
I'll have to let her know.
Well, I'm sure she'll have friends and family watching, and they'll tell her when she gets home.
Absolutely. Great swim, girls.
Of course, that is the great thing about this being broadcast. You can watch live, watch.ssvtv.live, but you will be able to go back and watch certain races if you wish. Go back and listen to all of Carlia's puns.
I'm getting better.
So this will be our final butterfly event before we go to the multi-class
Got a lot
butterflies.
of athletes missing from this race. So lanes 2 and 3 not here. Eamon McCarthy, Jacob Lawrence. Both those boys did swim up on the Gold Coast, so I wonder if fatigue might have just set in. So we get up and racing quickly. Alan Liang in 4, looking the goods early on. Already pushing through into that first place position. It is close between Ahmed and Zachary for second. But it looks like it might be 4, 5, then 6. As we come down under the flags, Alan Liang, 25.98. Ahmed in second, 27.10. And Zach in third, 27.47.
All right, so that was event number 44. The next few that we'll have will all be our multi-class events.
So keep in mind for our multi-class races, it isn't necessarily the first athlete that hits the wall that's our winner. We do take those classifications and we compare them to their world record for their class, and there's a point system. So if you're swimming in S9 category, we'll look at the record for that category and how close you are to that record. You'll get FINA points. The points are out of 1,000, so if anyone scores over 1,000 points, that is a new record. And whoever has the highest point score is our winner. Just to make sure that it is an even field across all our different classifications.
We do have the odd event here on the rundown sheet for those that might have that handy. A couple might only have one or two, so often they will lump these together and have students in different classes racing together because it's not actually a race as such, as you were saying, Kalia. They can do that.
I'm wondering if they might do that just to give these kids an opportunity not to have to swim by themselves.
Yeah.
Sometimes we can put them on one half of the pool each. It just makes it a little bit more enjoyable for them not having to do the whole lap by themselves. So we'll see what happens. We are just setting up for these multi-class races now. Also keep in mind, if we do have two athletes from the same classification, obviously it is a race. So whoever touches first, they'll have more points, they'll be a winner. I've seen a couple of these events where we do have that occurring. Our classification system ranges from S1 all the way through to S19 now. So S19, the newest classification. It's actually still in its early development phase, so we don't have set world records for S19 athletes yet. They go off the able bod records.
Okay, it looks like while we're waiting for our first multi-class event to get underway, while they're in the pool even, we may go down to Raff Agostino, who's got one of our swimmers down there. Are we ready to go down to Raff Agostino poolside? Harvey, our producer? I believe we are. Raff's ready. If Raff is ready, we're all ready. We've got a swimmer here from the Catholic College. Let's go down to Raff Agostino poolside now.
G'day, we're here at the State Swimming Championships and I'm here with...
Archer Marsland.
And where are you from, mate?
From Traralgon.
Traralgon. Now, that's a long way. How far have you had to travel today?
Around an hour and a half.
Hour and a half. That's a long way, which is fantastic. Now, how many state championships have you been to?
As in like school ones.
Yeah, how many state school championships?
This would be my second one.
Good job. And what did you swim today?
50 fly.
50 fly. Which is your favourite?
Probably 50 fly.
50 fly as well. Excellent. You got any other races today?
50 back and 2 relays.
All right. Congratulations, mate. Go well, and I'm sure we'll be seeing you a few more state championships.
Yeah, thank you.
Back to the commentary team.
Thank you for that, Raff. Can't wait to see who else Raff can convince. Some students would probably need convincing to come and do an interview. Some wouldn't.
Absolutely.
Now, I have to confess, I'm not actually sure who Raff was speaking to there because I couldn't hear the audio. But I'm sure it was a wonderful interview.
It was one of our swimmers from Lavala College down in Traralgon. Got a lot of athletes coming in from all different regional areas to race today. It's pretty exciting, pretty awesome.
And as we've mentioned a few times, you know, these students that are here today have already done quite a bit of swimming to get here. So these are our best swimmers from around the state.
The best of the best are here today at the School Sport Victoria State Swimming Championships.
So if you are watching on at watch.ssv.live and you're impressed with some of these swimmers, well, you should be, because they are the best that we have to offer.
And some of them have actually broken records today as well. 5 records gone so far, and we've just done a couple of our events.
Okay, so it looks like we are set to go here. So this is still with the butterfly.
Yeah, so I believe we did combine some of our races before. So this looks like it's event 50 in the water. The boys 12, 13 years. 50-meter butterfly for multi-class. 2 different classifications in this race, S9, S15 and S19. for those point scores to come up. Boys, they chuck those in with this one. So they're
Come with me, I'll get you on.
Okay, so we've got Raff Agostino poolside again. This time he's got one of our female swimmers. We're going to head to poolside now with Raff.
State Swimming Championships, and I'm here with...
Jessica Whiting,
Fantastic. What school are you from?
Traralgon College.
Traralgon. Now, how far is Traralgon? How far do you have to travel?
Like 2 hours-ish.
2 hours-ish. Okay, that's good. Tell me, what's your favourite event in swimming?
Probably the 50 fly, I reckon.
50 fly, which you just did.
Yeah.
And you enjoy it?
Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Brilliant. Now, how many state championships have you been to yourself?
I'm pretty sure either 4 or 5.
Awesome. Great. So you're in grade 11? 11. So you got one more year left to make a state championship, and we really hope to see you at a state championship. Good luck in the future, young lady.
Thank you.
No worries. Take care. Back to the commentary team.
Thanks for that. Raff down on deck with Jess Whiting, winner of the 50-metre butterfly, in a time of 28.99 just before. It's a great swim from her, super speedy in that second half.
And Jess travelled 2 hours-ish from Traralgon.
Very specific times. I'm sure she was with friends on the way, chit-chatting. No idea how long it actually took.
I wonder if maybe Raff should have asked Jess, do you listen to any podcasts on the way in to get you hyped up for the swim? Are there any good swimming podcasts? Does Thorpe do any podcasts, I wonder?
There's, I don't know of a lot of athletes who do the swimming podcast, but there are definitely some great coaching podcasts. Brent does a pretty awesome one, chats to a lot of coaches from all over the world about what they're doing in their training, and talks about what those top athletes are doing in their training. So that's a really interesting one if you want to give that a listen. I'm not going to plug it. I can't remember what it's actually called. So.
We're going to plug an interview here, Raff.
But I am going to plug Team Vic. So
Yes.
make sure you get your nominations in for Team Vic. They close at midnight tonight. As soon as you finish racing today, send them through. Such an incredible team to be a part of. The National Swimming Championships, super fun. I was on Team Vic 10 years in a row, probably 10 too many for the coaches and teachers on there for their sake. But it was a lot of fun, as we are going to throw once again to Raff, who's down on deck. We've got another poolside interview.
G'day, my name's Raff Agostino. We're here at the State Championships, and I'm with...
Angus.
Angus. Where are you from, Angus?
I'm from East Loddon.
East Loddon. You've just told me just off camera that it's like a couple of hours away.
Yeah, it sure is.
Tell me, what's your favourite part about a state championship?
Oh, just the crowd. The crowd.
The crowd, brilliant. What event did you just do?
I just did the 50 butterfly.
50 butterfly. All right, we're going to cross back to this race here, and good luck in the future, Angus. I'm sure we're going to see you at other events.
Yep, thank you.
No worries, mate.
Raff Agostino poolside with Angus from East Loddon. As we're underway for our next multi-class events.
East Loddon, one of those schools up near where my family is from, so regional Victoria once again. Now, I believe between prep to year 12, they only have about 250 students at East Loddon. It's very small, but very impressive school.
Well, I have to tell you, Carlia, to me that sounds like a large primary school. My primary school that I went to had
It's prep to 12. It's primary
really?
and high
Right,
school.
okay.
Yes.
My primary school had about 80 students. Primary school called Little Bendigo in Ballarat.
Wow.
Do you reckon that confuses the Melbourne people?
No wonder everyone gets mixed up when I say where we're from.
People think I'm pulling their leg when I tell them that, but that is true.
Brilliant. I love it.
We've got our swimmers in our events here coming to the end. We've also got another interview, Raff Agostino. They just can't help but come over to the commentary booth here and have a chat with Raff. Who wouldn't want to chat with Raff? That's the question I ask you.
The next interview is a pretty chatty girl, so Mudgy is there with Raff now. You'll definitely get a few words out of her, I'm sure.
Let's go poolside with Raff Agostino.
Okay, my name's Raff Agostino and I'm here with
Courtney.
Courtney. Now, Courtney was just telling me off camera, she's made a state school championship every year since year 7 and she's year 11. Fantastic, mate.
Thank you.
What do you attribute your success to?
Probably just constant training, mainly, and my love of swimming.
What do you kind of eat in a typical week? What's your fuel for you?
Well, because I swim on a wedding, I have a nutritionist, so basically she just gives me a bunch of carbs and everything that I need to tick off throughout my week. So the general pastas, everything, lots of carbs, lots of protein, just to keep me going.
Fantastic. Having a nutritionist is pretty good. Now, what school are you at?
East Doncaster.
East Doncaster. We get a lot of swimmers for East Doncaster.
Yeah.
They really support you in sport, right?
Yeah, they love it.
All right, we're going to cross back to this race here for the next race. Good luck, Courtney, in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you, Raff, as Carly is just trying to get the attention of Courtney, saying, hey, good racing, Courtney.
I'm very disappointed she didn't shout out her old coach.
Get her back on.
Yeah, bring her back. Great kid, Courtney Mudge. Coached her for 2 years out of Doncaster. A lot of our athletes over that way actually do go to East Doncaster, so great school, really supportive of sport, which is really awesome and fantastic for our athletes, particularly our swimmers who are doing so many training sessions. They've got long hours at the pool. I know there's a few schools that really do try and help them out, allowing with some little allowances here and there for events like this and nationals and opportunities that they might have throughout their schooling. So shout out to those guys.
And a good question that Raff asked about what the swimmers eat. I'm glad Raff didn't ask me that. Let's head down poolside. Raff's got another interview with one of our students.
We're still here at the State Swimming Championships. We'll be here for a bit. What's your name, mate?
Jet.
Jet. And where are you from?
Marist College, Bendigo.
Bendigo. Fantastic. We love the country swimmers. What's your favourite part about swimming?
Probably day out of the classroom is always good fun.
Thanks for your honesty, mate. That's fantastic. Now, what else do you love about swimming besides taking a day off school?
Probably just seeing all the mates from the other schools and different towns coming all together.
Now, what grade you in?
Year 12.
Year 12. So this is your last year?
Yeah, it is, yep.
How many state school championships have you made?
Probably since year 6, year 7.
That's fantastic, mate. Consistent. What do you bring your consistency to? Like, what would you attribute your consistency to?
Just consistent training, just trying to get in the pool as much as possible and keep training.
Fantastic. We're going to go back to this race here. Congratulations, Jet, and I'm sure we'll see you again, but not in a school state championship, but a state championship of the sort.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, mate.
Thank you, Raff, and thank you, Jet. That's my favourite interview of the day, I think. Laid-back customer, honest, loves swimming almost as much as he loves getting a day off school.
Almost. No, big thank you to all of our swimmers and students today for coming over for these interviews. It's a bit of a scary thing getting on the mic in front of the camera, so good on you guys.
But I'm sure Raff is telling them that we've got 400,000 people watching.
400, I thought it was 5.
Oh, he might just bring that number down so he doesn't scare the students.
Yeah, of course. His next interview that looks like we have lined up shouldn't be too worried about it. He's one of our swimmers who we did get to interview via Swimming Victoria at our national championships. So he has had a little bit of a practice on the mic.
And I bet Raff, standing next to this fellow, has small man syndrome because he is towering over
it is
little Raff Agostino.
One of the hardest parts about being an interviewer of athletes. As we row to Raff now, he's down on deck.
Okay, we're here at the State Swimming Championships, and I'm here with
Henry Allen from Girton Grammar, Bendigo.
Girton Grammar, Bendigo. Now tell me, what do you love about swimming, Henry?
Oh, probably just the community, how your mates can come down and watch. Yeah.
Is it a benefit being so tall as a swimmer, or is or is it a bit of a hindrance?
Oh, I don't know.
Do you play basketball as well?
I used to, not anymore.
So 6'5", pretty tall, as you can see, people. Tell me, what's the best part that you love about being at a state championship?
I just love seeing all the schools together competing to see who's the best.
And the big crowds as well, which is fantastic. How many state championships have you made for school?
Not many, only like 2 or 3.
Okay, well that's good, mate. Where do you hope to take your swimming in the future?
Oh, I've already got like 4 national gold medals, so I just hope to make World Junior Games.
Brilliant, mate. And maybe even Olympics one day.
Yeah, that's what I hope.
Congratulations, mate. That's fantastic. We hope to see you a bit more. And Girton's a little bit down the track, but I'm sure we'll see you at some state championship somewhere.
Thank you.
All right, congratulations. All right, back to this race here and back to the commentary team.
Thank you, Raff. And thank you, Henry. 2 students in a row there from Bendigo that Raff's having a chat with. Big Henry Allen from Girton Grammar.
Bendigo represent.
And did you say, while we were listening to that interview, how many gold medals did you say Henry had won?
So he's got 3 individual gold medals from nationals, just from this year. So the 50, the 100 and the 200 metre backstroke. And he absolutely blitzed them. I mean, there was absolutely no doubt that he was winning those races from about 25 metres into them. Very, very impressive young athlete from Girton. So Girton boy there. He also picked up a bronze in the 50 freestyle. And that was a really exciting race actually to watch because he was swimming out of about lane 8, I believe.
Right.
So he snuck his way into that final. Changed his tactics a little bit. I don't know if his coach was too happy about that, but but it worked and it paid off. And Henry Allen is just such a great kid. Very funny, very entertaining.
So year 12, so it'd be 17, 18, 6'5".
He's tall.
Rav, so he's not going to get any taller, surely.
I think Henry is only 15. So Jet was our year 12
Oh, Jet
student.
was the year 12, sorry.
Yeah.
So he will get taller.
15 years old for Henry.
6'5" already, goodness me.
Going off my memory here.
Raff should have been asking Henry what he's been eating. All right, we've got another young lady down poolside with Raff Agostino. Let's head down there now.
We're here at the State Swimming Championships and I'm here with
Darcy.
Darcy's from St. Helena Secondary College. We love St. Helena Secondary College. What's your favourite part of St. Helena Secondary College?
I like seeing my friends and stuff. I like the teachers, most of them.
Brilliant. All right, tell me, what's your favourite part about being at a state championship?
It's nice to just get out and swim. It's not too serious of a competition, so it's nice to, have fun and see people from your school.
I'm sensing by your answer that you actually swim in a club sense and you do have serious competitions.
Yeah, we had nationals like a week ago.
Age nationals. Yeah, how'd you go?
Okay, thanks. I did a little PB in my 100 breast and a bit of an ad in my 200.
Good job. What's your favourite event in swimming?
Probably 200 I am.
Okay, which is coming up.
Yeah.
And you're going to be in it, which is great. So tell me, what does a typical week look like for you? Because if any viewers are watching now and wondering what it's like to be a swimmer, tell us roughly a typical week what it looks like for you.
Training once or twice a day usually, and then just school. So then Sunday's our day off, and try to relax on the weekends and stuff.
Now Darcy's playing it down there a bit. I don't know if you heard that or not. Training once or twice a day, which means she probably starts at about 6 a.m, then goes to training, goes to school, then goes and trains sometimes after school as well. Would that be accurate?
Yeah.
So it's a big day of training and you take it pretty seriously. Where do you want to take your swimming one day?
I don't know. Kind of just enjoying racing and stuff. Yeah, I don't know.
I reckon that's great. Having the pressure off, having to compete and having to, challenge yourself, but enjoyment. How does one enjoy sport?
Just don't take it too seriously, I think, because then it gets too stressful and you get a lot of pressure on yourself. So, just having fun with it.
Brilliant. You heard that advice from Darcy from St. Helena Secondary College. Don't take it too seriously and enjoy your swimming. We're going to go back to this race that we've got set up now. And thank you, Darcy, for joining us.
Thank you.
So that was another former pupil of Kalia Marsh, Darcy from St. Helen.
We love Darcy. She's a great athlete, great girl. I think that's what I love most about coaching is people in swimming as a sport. They're just good people. These kids are super dedicated to what they're doing. They're training morning and night often. They're putting in the hard work, and they get everything that they've sort of earned. It doesn't just come easily. They've really got to work for it. So I've got a lot of respect for athletes in that regard. And yeah, they're always just great humans overall.
So Darcy has her blazer on. I assume it's her nickname on the bottom of the blazer, or maybe she's stolen somebody else's, but it's got Doug written on the bottom. I wonder what the story is there. But that was a wonderful interview, very well spoken, Darcy.
Yeah, and I think it's a really great insight into what these kids are doing. So not only are they going through their massive long school days, and particularly as they're getting up to those year 11 and year 12 years where everything's getting pretty serious and we're looking at ATARs and what unis to go to, but they start their morning at about 5 a.m. most of these kids. So they're up probably before that or around 5. They're training till around 7:30, getting ready, heading off to school.
Hectic.
Have their whole school day, then they're back at 4, back in the pool till 6. Then they'll have gym as well till 7. It's a whole day out, and they're doing that day in, day out. Probably 4 out of the 5 days of the week, most of these guys. You might have an easier day in the middle or a bit of a rest day. And a rest day for them is 1 session instead of 2.
Yeah, so much for a rest day.
It definitely travels through into your later years in life, though. I know a lot of people, after they stop swimming, continue those hard work ethics. And, I mean, I've been one to be like, oh, I'm so excited, I've got a weekend off. And everyone's like, oh, amazing. And I'm like, yeah, I'm just working Saturday morning and then Sunday afternoon. Apparently that's not a weekend off, but it feels like one.
I was going to say, I'd imagine there'd be a lot of people who aren't in that sort of environment that don't yeah, would you say you have your weekend off? You have your weekend off, you go away. So we're gearing up for event number 57 here. We're back to the freestyle. 100 metres this time, so up and back. You're watching the 2024, almost said 2023 then, 2024 School Sport Victoria State Swimming Championships. Brent Sternberg, that's me. The previous picture you saw was the lovely Kalia Marsh, who has taught every swimmer here today. Doesn't matter where they're from.
I know them all. Haven't taught them all, definitely not. There's some incredible coaches around Victoria. Yep. There's also some amazing teachers who go into coaching or coach their school teams who do such a fantastic job as well. So definitely can attribute a lot of these outcomes to those guys. Super, super impressive. As we move on, it is the 100 meter freestyle. So it's kind of like what we call one of our gold medal events in Australia. We've had such success.
We love this, don't we? Yeah.
At the moment, just a bit of a fun fact, our top 8 athletes in the women's 100 freestyle in the country, we could submit 2 relays into the Olympics and they could nearly both medal. That's how impressive our top 8 is. It is cutthroat, such incredible talent. So we dive in now. It's the 12 to 15-year-old girls. So Lucy Doyle here, our long distance champ. She's got 3 bronze medals at nationals, the 200 freestyle, the 800 freestyle and the 1500 freestyle. Coming down into this sprint race, it's actually a lot harder for distance swimmers to do sprint events like 100 freestyle because it's a pure power swim.
Yep.
As they turn here, Alyssa Meddings in lane 6 was out quick on. They had 2 under that 30-second mark, so they've set themselves up nicely for a quick swim here. You want to be coming back within 2 seconds of your going out time. That's the goal. That's a solid 100-meter swim. You can do that. But there it is, that endurance background. Lucy Doyle surges through the field under the flags. Looks like Alyssa will hold on for second. Lucy 101.68. Alyssa Meddings second, 102.68. And then in third, we had Allegra Di Domenico in a time of 103.11.
Okay, so waiting for the next race. Let's go poolside. Raff Agostino's got another interview for us.
All right, we're just interrupting this race here to interview this young man. What's your name?
Alan.
Alan, and where you from, mate?
Bourne High.
Bourne High School. Now, he's just told me off camera he's been at every state swimming championship since grade 4 and he's in year 12 now. 8 years running, man.
Yeah.
Besides COVID. 8 years running,
Yeah.
fantastic. What do you attribute your success to, right? Being consistently winning?
Consistency, I would say just, I think for a lot of people who they hit a period where they train a lot and they have big goals, they might burn out. But with school swimming, it's a yearly thing. It happens at the start of the year. So taking breaks, especially since this event, it's like right after the age nationals, which happens in the Gold Coast. So usually people take a break around this time after this period. So yeah.
Brilliant stuff, mate. That's great advice from you. Good luck in the future, and I'm sure we'll be seeing you, maybe not a school event because it's last year, but we'll see you at another event.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Appreciate it.
No worries. Take care.
And we've just seen an awesome swim there from Harrison Main. He was 0.1 over that record, so close. 54.73 was the record.
That was a record that has stood since 2018, so one of the, I mean, that doesn't feel like that long ago, 2018, but it's one of the older records that's here.
If you're saying that's a long time ago, I'm very concerned about the year I graduated. So we move on now to the women's 16 to 20 years 100 metre freestyle. Girls are out very quickly there. So keep an eye on, remember I said Alicia Clark earlier, she went a 56. She went a 56. Our record here is a 58.53, held by one of those swimmers from East Doncaster, so Evelyn Bolt. Now then a 28.35. Come back.
She's every chance here.
56, 57, it might be just under. She's grabbed it. Well done there, Clarkie. Lane 5, 58.45. Another record falls today.
We'll call that record number 6.
Kayla Pratt in second and Eve Anderson in third.
I'm going to say it again, 8 records last year, 6 this year. Raff Agostino with another poolside interview.
All right, we're here at the State Swimming Championships, and I'm here with Gemma. Where are you from, Gemma? What school?
Mary McKillop.
Mary McKillop. Do you like Mary McKillop School?
Yes.
They support you in sport?
Yeah.
Now, how many state championships have you been to?
2.
2 for swimming?
Yeah.
What do you enjoy about swimming, Gemma?
Probably just doing swimming and enjoying it.
Just being in the pool and being with your friends, which is fantastic. And taking a day off school, that's pretty cool too, right? You don't like saying that, but it's a nice thing to take a day off school and get away from the books. Where do you hope to take your swimming one day?
To the Paralympics.
Paralympics, which are coming up July, August 5 or something, the Paralympics coming up. Who's your favourite Paralympic swimmer?
Tiffany Thomas Kane.
Ah, very good. What about Ellie Cole? She's pretty cool too. Excellent. Thanks for coming today. And what grade you in?
Year 7.
Year 7. So you've got a few more years left, which is fantastic. And I think we're going to be seeing you a little bit more, Gemma. Congratulations, and we hope to see you in the future.
Thank you.
Okay, see ya. Back to the commentary team.
Thank you, Raff, and thank you, Gemma. I know Gemma said this was her second year. I reckon we spoke with Gemma last year. I remember Gemma. Wants to be at the Paralympics.
It's a great goal. Had some incredible Paralympians from Victoria. I know Raff did mention Ali Cole. She was part of Team Vic swimming for multiple years. I was on a few teams with Ali. We went to Ballarat for our day trip to Sovereign Hill when we had the 2005 Pan-Pacific School Championships in Melbourne.
Now,
And
that
she
was a while ago.
stole my raspberry drops, Ali Cole. So, Ali, I want those back. Thank you. You can buy me a new lot.
That's one of the main reasons why people go to Sovereign Hill, I think, isn't it? To get the raspberry drops. That seems to be the main attraction.
Which is a big, big draw card.
Well,
especially for swimmers, when we get a chance to have a day off, we do enjoy some sweet treats. I know at the end of championships and days like this, a lot of us also enjoy some fast food as well. So
yeah. I feel like whenever I go swimming as well, I always get out and just crave potato cakes or something. Maybe not raspberry drops, but something fried. We're back to our primary school girls here, so 50-metre freestyle.
10-year-olds in the water. Splash and dash 50 freestyle. It's all over in almost 30 seconds, so not a lot of time in the pool for the race, but a lot of time in the pool for training. Very close here. Looks like Georgie Kennett in lane 6 having a brilliant swim just ahead of Sadia Zeo in 4. Georgie gets the win there, 32.56, so that's a massive drop from her in her entry time, her seed time.
Carly, I've got to say it.
She's from Ballarat.
Ballarat and Clarendon. I couldn't let that one go past.
I did notice.
It sounded like she had a few friends that might have skipped school and come down with her. Did you hear the crowd above us?
I did hear
cheering them all
big
home.
Roar. It's very close on the wall there for some of those minor placings too, so we love a close race.
Well, we've seen plenty of them today, haven't we?
We have. It's been some fiery swimming this morning. Very fast, very close. It's just showing the depth that we have across these schools in our athletes, which is awesome. It's going to be a brilliant team to be part of. Team Vic, get your nominations in by midnight tonight. Let's move on to the boys 9-10-year-olds 50 freestyle. We're seeing that nice inverted V shape pretty early on, which is what we expect based off our seed times or our entry times. Middle lanes are where your fastest entries go, and then it peters out to your outside lanes. Andy Zhu in 4 there. It's going to take us through onto the wall in first. It's time of 33.30. Josiah Barron in second. And Luigi Damares Padavani in third.
Luigi in third. There hasn't come far today. South Yarra Primary School, one of the lovely schools in the city.
The road.
Yeah. Hop on one of those scooters that I see infiltrating the CBD. I've never ridden on one of those, Carly. I'm too scared.
Oh, see, my first ride on one of those scooters was at Nationals in Adelaide 2 years ago. I still made it to coaching the next day, so no injuries occurred on those scooters yet. There's still time.
11-year-old girls are in the pool.
Raff is getting ready for an interview there with Eli Kerr. It's another one of our incredible multi-class athletes.
He's got his medal already.
Not surprised to see a medal around Eli's neck after his impressive efforts at national championships. Come home with some national medals. As the girls and the 11-year-olds finish up. Mariella Simmons in first, 30.59 for her.
Not far off, another record there. We're readying ourselves for Raff Agostino. He is ready. Let's go down poolside.
And we're here at the State Swimming Championships, and I'm here with Eli. Eli, what school are you from?
Tim Boone P12.
Tim Boone P12. He was just describing where Tim Boone is. It's down near the 12 Apostles, which is like, how many hours is that?
It's about 3.
3 hours. Now, how many State Swimming Championships have you been to?
This is my 4th.
4th. Brilliant work. Tell me, how does one stay consistent and keep coming back to state championships?
There's a lot of training involved and a lot of early mornings.
How many days a week would you train?
Train about 4.
4 days a week, fantastic. Where do you hope to take your swimming one day?
I hope to take it to the Paralympics.
Paralympics, which are coming up sometime at the start of August, which is so good, and we hope to see your name up in lights at the Paralympics one day. Congratulations, mate.
Thank you.
Let's take care. We're going to go back to the commentary team, where they're going to talk about this race.
Thank you, Raff. Just seen our 11-year-old boys 50-metre freestyle.
Flying swim there from lane 6, Callum Wilson.
From St. Joseph's Primary School in Malvern.
Beautiful work, boys. Going to the girls, 12:13, 53.
What I liked about our interview just there is he sounded like a young man who has the appetite for training.
Yeah, Eli is a great kid, super motivated. Picked up a couple of fourths at Nationals as well, but a few medals too. So I think fourth is probably the least favourite position to ever end up in, and that definitely creates that drive and that strive to get up there on the podium and work a bit harder. And Eli, definitely one of those athletes doing that.
Still with the splash and dash, is that what you called it earlier, Kalia? I want to use the right terminology.
The splash and dash.
So I seem like I know what I'm talking about.
Absolutely.
I want to sound like you, Kalia. A splash and dash.
That's a first. Yes, splash and dash. Dive in and go. We are, as coaches, one of my favourite sayings about 50 freestyle is grip, don't slip. It's all about speed, but hold on the water. Close finish here. Kira Delaney just hangs on there, 29.86. Alice Mick in second there. She did everything she could to try and swim over her on the last 5 metres, just missed out.
Very good swim from Kiara. So we turn our attention to the 12 and 13-year-old boys. We should give a shout out as well to all of our camera crew bringing you all of these wonderful visions around the pool today. I just caught the shot on the other side of the pool to which the commentary booth is of the students climbing out of the pool. Some breathing, panting a bit heavier than others.
Yeah, there's also a bit of games in that too. Sometimes I like to, at the finish of a race, pretend you're not puffed, and that just scares people even more.
The psych out.
Absolutely. They come down here. It looks like lane 4, Lincoln Hole, is just ahead of lane 3, Jack Hayes. They'll get the touch, 29.39 for Lincoln. Jack in second, 29.53. Now it's just 3 100s separating third and fourth there. Another very close, tight finish on the wall.
Here we go again with those lovely shots. You can see them all bobbing under the ropes, heading for the exit.
Just had a bit of movement on the start there, I think. A bit of noise, so we'll start the girls again.
I have a quick question, Kalia. I don't know if this is a silly question or not, but can you be disqualified from a race after the race if you exit the pool illegally?
So yeah, so we do have some rules on exiting the pool. If you start to climb out and you haven't been asked to exit, it's called interfering with the race. So if other people are still swimming into the wall and haven't finished, if you start to climb out, you can be disqualified for that. But you will hear at the conclusion of the race, our technical officials will blow their whistle. And a little double whistle means exit the pool. So we come down, Jemana Farmi there, 28.15, grabs that gold. Audriana David in second, 29.37, and Astrid Buchanan there in third.
We've seen Jemana a few times now, haven't we, from Baldwin High School. Very capable swimmer.
Broke the record in that 50 butterfly there. She's not too far off this one. A little bit more work to do on the freestyle. Great butterfly swim earlier. A very famous disqualification for exiting the pool or interfering with the race came at the Olympics with the Australian women's 4x100 team. They won the race, and to celebrate, they jumped into the pool, but there was a few athletes who hadn't quite finished. So that was a pretty controversial, pretty big moment. I think that was a learning curve for a lot of people. Stay in the water until you've been told to get out. It's just all about the race being fair to every single team or every person in it. The boys, 12, 13-year-olds are up and racing here. It was a quick start from Daniel Collins in lane 3. But charging down this last 10 metres is lane 5, Ishak Haydn Isma. He's had a great morning here.
Oh.
Another powerful swim. 27.78. He'll get on the wall first there.
That was an exceptional second half to that race, wasn't it?
Absolutely. You can make up a little bit of ground. It is very difficult in a 50 if you're behind off the start to kind of come through like that. So just timed his move at the right time.
So sticking with our splash and dash, 50-metre freestyle, we're up to our 14-year-old women now. In they go.
Could be a really exciting race. A lot of big names in this pool right now. National finalists, national medalists. Girls come down. It does look like Asia Fong Sutton in 4. The girl from Girton out in the lead.
Getting a challenge from lane 3.
Lane 3 and lane 5, Arika Adenko.
Oh.
Nice swims there, girls. Asia in first, 28.14. Arika second, 28.34. And Karma in third, 28.62.
Was that your favourite name for today? Was that Karma Farmer? Was
I
that
do love Karma Farmi. It's a great name to say. So far, so far.
That cheering that you can hear going on in the background is for our students that are on the podium.
Girls over there getting their medal. Big smiles on their faces at this School Sport Victoria Swimming Championships.
You can just imagine those pictures are going to be all over, not just the SSV socials, but schools as well. They'll be resharing them.
100%. And parents.
Yeah. Well, they'll be on the fridge, won't they? They'll be on Nana's fridge.
Being passed around the nursing home, I'm sure. Very, very cool that we do have our live stream going today for all those people that can't make it down to MSAC to watch. You guys have the ability to tune in and see all of your family members and swimmers compete and race. Do an absolutely incredible job here.
Yeah, sorry.
All right.
Talia, watch.ssvtv.live, or you can go to the School Sport Victoria website. Just type in School Sport Victoria into Google. It'll be up the top there. Click on the website and go to the state swimming page, and our video will be right there for you to watch.
Boys dive in for the 14 years 50-metre freestyle. Starting to see that white water absolutely flying down the pool is Fraser Nagel in lane 4 in that green cap there. A bit of a challenge from the outside lane here in 7. Might get himself up into a medal position. Will be Fraser in first there, 26.97. Zachary Chan second and Tommy Hun in third. Don't forget, if you do have a proud sporting moment you want to share, log in and send it through to us at www.ssv.photos. If you are watching from your school or from home, wherever it might be, send those pictures through. We want to see you guys.
Don't forget, you can send them through whenever we bringing to you our School Sport Victoria events, not just swimming, but athletics, basketball, all sorts of weird and wonderful sports.
The girls now in the water for the 15-year-olds 50-metre freestyle. Zara Reynolds in 4. Off to a flying start. Doing really well over in lane 2 is Claudia Croato. Just coming through, timed it well, will be lane 5. So Zara Reynolds finishes in first, 28.37. Jeong Min Won in second there, 28.76.
I remember you saying that your favourite events were the butterfly.
Yes, I do love butterfly. I also love medleys.
Oh, yeah, stole my thunder. I was going to say my favourite events, not for actually swimming, but watching, especially being a part of this the last couple of years, is, yeah, the medleys and also the team relays at the end.
Relays are so much fun, and school relays even more so, because you get all athletes from different clubs all together getting the opportunity to race together. Now, Bart Aporowicz in lane 5 absolutely shone off that start. Harrison Main is trying to work his way back into this race, but Bart, we saw him pull out of a couple of events earlier. Maybe he was saving himself for this one. 25.52, he'll take the win there. Harrison Main in second. That 200 freestyle record this morning. Just missed the 100, and he's gone 25.7 in this one to take second.
We did speak about that earlier, that some students might pull out of some particular events. They may not be here, they may get here late. Illness, of course, but there also might be some, like, I suppose, Bart, either he got here late or decided to just take himself out of some of the earlier events to have a crack at the later ones.
Yeah, we also might see a few of our older athletes. It is a Friday, and if you're in year 11 or 12, we do have SACs and things going on at school. Sometimes they'll try and get in, do an early morning test or whatever, and then get to the swimming in time for a few of their later events. So it's just going to depend on what's kind of going on in your life at that time. Girls have just been called off the blocks. They are making an announcement over the loudspeaker, so just to make sure they can hear the start correctly, I'll get them back up again.
This is our women's 16-year-olds 50-metre freestyle, getting faster and faster.
Jess Whiting, the winner of the 50 fly, who we interviewed earlier, she's in this race. Alicia Clark, that 100 freestyle world record, School Sport Victoria record. I'm a bit excited here. Maybe in the future, Clarkie. So it looks like it will be Alicia Clark. She's got that nice easy stroke. She's got so much strength there, 27.47. Eve Anderson in second, 28.07, and Jess Whiting in third, 28.46.
I wonder if Jess is going to get out of the pool and say that she swam that in 28 seconds-ish. Remember she said it took her 2 hours-ish?
No, I wouldn't be surprised if that's exactly the attitude about all of her times. Very relaxed, very calm, and that's what we want to see from these guys. You don't want to see people getting too stressed out about the swimming. You want to be having a good time, keeping it chill.
I have to say, it did amuse me a little bit when swimmers, especially at the elite level, so pedantic about their time and tenths of seconds matter, and then just says, 2 hours-ish.
We go now into the men's 16 years of 50-metre freestyle. Yuan Lockma in lane 3, looking great. Henry Allen also looking pretty good. Henry, we know he can come home very well, so we'll see if he can get his hand on the wall first. Does have those beautiful long 6'5" height arms. 25.23 for Henry. Yuan in second, 25.34.
Well, that's the thing about being tall. I mean, generally, if you're tall, you've got that long wingspan. You'd imagine that would translate to being able to get to the wall, quicker than maybe some of your shorter rivals.
It definitely can be a bit of an advantage. The thing that some of our smaller athletes have going for them, particularly in the sprint, is their ability to get their stroke rate up so they can rate higher, get more catch that way. So 2 different kind of strategies, depending on, once again, that physiology of the individual athletes. I think this next race is a good example of it. If you look at the swimmers in those golden lanes in 4 and 5, very different in stature, but very similar on entry time. You can also notice that in that reaction time, so your taller athletes are a little bit slower off the blocks. And Our short athletes with that faster reaction time. Mudgee there with the fastest reaction in the pool. Probably the shortest, although she'll continue to tell me that she's tall. The girls come down here. Tani Cronin in lane 3 having a great swim as well, but it will be Kayla Pratt, I think, onto the wall first. 27.93. Tani will take second, 28.20, and Court's in third, 28.65.
Courtney, who I think, did we have a chat with Courtney as well?
We did. She got on the interview there with Raff before. You would have seen her, a swimmer from East Doncaster. Kayla Pratt from Catholic College Sales, another one of those Gippsland swimmers down here for the day. Boys 17 years in the pool, and look at those stroke rates we're seeing, particularly from the lane 5 there, Jake Ridley. Getting those rotations going over quickly. Dimitri in 6, a little bit of a last minute go at getting up into these medal places. Looks to be Jake who'll get his hand on first, 24.94. Ryan Thack in second, 25.07. And Dimitri in third, 25.44.
There was quite a difference in the white water in that one, wasn't there?
Yes, as they do start to get up to these older boys in particular, those kicks, that speed. White water out the back, so important. What we're looking for in our kick is those feet coming up just to the very surface of the water. We don't really want to see them coming out of the water, because then you're going to be kicking more air than water.
Yep.
And that's not going to get you very far in the pool. We come down, Steffi Moran in 5. Looks to be out in the lead. Lane 3, Talani Bibby doing everything she can to try and hang on, but it will be Steph who gets the win there, 28.52. Talani Bibby in second, 28.77. And third place, Nicolette White, lane 6. Steffi from Notre Dame.
I got yelled at when I went to say that school a few times last year.
Notre Dame?
Yeah. Is that a tomato, or is there a right way to say that?
I think it's Notre Dame, but I'm a big fan of Disney and
yeah, Notre Dame.
Notre Dame comes to mind, so I'll probably get in trouble from Raff, but that's all right.
They're probably watching.
They are. They're
they're
probably
yelling at
sending
us.
in their complaints right now. My apologies, Notre Dame.
No, they'll be too busy celebrating Steph's win, I'm sure.
So we move on now to the 18 to 20-year-olds 50-metre freestyle. Just looks like we're missing the one athlete from this race. So no lane 5. That opens up the medals a little bit. So you can see we might get some speedy swimmers from the outside lanes. Jet Bird, one of the boys in year 12 who we interviewed earlier, out in lane 7. Alan Liang, he's had a few wins already today in lane 4. Going stroke for stroke with him early on was Heath Corrie in 3, but here comes Alan Liang. He's motoring down this last 10 metres. Look at that head down. He's barely taken a breath the whole lap, 23.67, and that's another record.
Hey.
Another one falls. Alan Liang, a name to look out for.
So it took us a little while to get from our 6th to our 7th, but that's 7 now.
We went close a few times, but
yeah,
we've got the next one. So one more and we're even with last year.
I should have had a look to see what the total record of records broken in one particular championship was.
Oh, we could go for that record too. We're a winning team, so...
I still say it's the Kalia effect. I mean, you coached all these swimmers, so that makes sense. So we're back into our multi-class events now.
So as we did before, I'm going to say we'll probably be combining a few of these races.
And this is why I think sorry, Kalia, this is why sometimes it can take a little bit longer in between events just to sort out who's going to go in the pool.
Yeah, particularly with these multi-class races where we are trying to work out those point scores for our medalists too. It does take a little bit of extra time here. But we will try and update you as much as possible about which races are currently in the water. unless Raff has managed to con some more kids into jumping in front of the camera. It's always exciting to think that some of these athletes might go on to make the Olympics or the Paralympics, and their first ever on-deck interview was here at School Sport Victoria State Championships.
And you reckon Raff is going to, he'll be stopping people in the street to tell them that when these swimmers are at the Olympics, or our athletics people are winning championships, or the basketball that we do when they get drafted into the NBA.
I do wonder if he's also getting their autographs afterwards. It'd be a
I think that's what he was. Is that what he was doing with Gemma?
Well, I have
earlier,
to wonder, yeah.
No, he loves it, Raff, and he does a great job. He's the man who has put together our broadcasting crew, which is doing a pretty good job. Everyone except Harvey. Everybody else is doing a pretty solid effort.
Poor producer Harves. Stuck with us too all day.
Don't forget, gang, watch.ssvtv.live. That's where you will be watching us. If anybody is frantically messaging you, asking you where they can watch, that's where. Watch.ssvtv.live. Or go to the SSV website, School Sport Victoria. Click on the State Swimming page. We're there as well.
And if you are here and posting anything on your socials, don't forget to tag School Sport Victoria on Facebook and School Sport Vic on Instagram. We want to see everything you've got.
Come down to the commentary booth as well and get Carlia's signature. Rising swimming commentator.
Come have a chat. I'm always up for a chat. I love all the inside scoops and information. I want to know it all. As we do begin our multi-class events here, so we're going to begin with event 79, and I believe we've combined this one with 80, so it'll be the girls 9-10-year-olds and the girls 11-year-olds 50-meter freestyle multi-class. You will notice that they have separated them onto each side of the pool. That's so we can segregate which event is which. So on the far side, you'll have, I believe that's our 9-year-old and 10-year-old category. And then on the nearer side of the pool to our commentary box, which is those higher lane numbers, that'll be the 11-year-old girls.
So these are still the 50-metre freestyle, so just up to the other end. And I want to say as well, schools get a lot of points for these multi-class events. So we know that the schools take the, I don't know, what do you want to call it, the bragging rights of winning very seriously. So we can get some students into these particular events.
Honour and prestige, I think is, nobody does brag. We don't brag. We're humble. We're humble in our wins.
Not sure if I believe that's...
And modest.
A humble brag, a friendly.
Always. So we have managed to get our scoreboard correct now for these races, which is awesome. Not one of these swimmers is in the same category, so we will have to fully wait until the race is over to see and work out those point scores to determine our medalists. But it's just such an impressive effort for these athletes to be coming along and swimming here today. And so important in primary school. I'm not sure if anyone has tuned in to watch Ali Cole on I'm a Celebrity, but she was talking a lot about during her younger years how it was really difficult for her to feel part of the swimming community because Paralympics and multi-class wasn't really part of it. And it's so nice now that we make it such a big part of our swim sports, and it's so inclusive, and it's everyone gets the opportunity to race. And I think Ali would really be appreciative of that now. So we're going to move along now to the 12-13-year girls. So we've got 3 athletes in this heat who are the same classification. Lane 3, 4 and 5, those S19s, that's that newer classification that we've added in the last couple of years. So out of those 3 girls, whichever touches the wall first is the winner between them. But we also have lane 6, who's an S9, so that point score will come into consideration as well and could bump any of those girls.
So lane 4 is Adele York, St. Laborious Primary School, Eaglehawk. Over in lane 3, Aria Osman from Eltham North. 5 is Mackenzie Gibbs from Cower Primary School, and 5 is Sophia Ertone, Surfside Primary School.
Surfside. That's a cool sounding primary school.
You're going to make me check where that is, aren't you? Or do you know?
I don't know.
No?
I mean, if I was going to guess.
Brent goes back to good. It does sound like a Queensland school, doesn't it?
I was thinking like Geelong, like coastal.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Again,
they're I'm going to make you check.
They're probably yelling at us. Yeah, Ocean Grove. Well done.
I'm onto it.
Good call, Kalia.
Yep. Ocean Grove, lovely part of the world, Chandler.
And on a more serious note, a couple of those young ladies swam that very well.
Super fast. Almost all of them have gone under their entry time today. So Adele York came in with a 40 point. She's gone 37. That's a big drop. That's very exciting.
This is Sophia coming in now from Surfside. Sophia Surfside Ertone.
Well done, Sophia. Great swim.
Have we got the boys now?
We do. They've just been whistled onto the blocks. Now, with these multi-class events, there's a few different ways athletes can start depending on their impairments. So some you'll see have chosen to start in the water. Others will have that guide or care person there to help them with their balance on the block. Now, it's really important that that care person doesn't provide them any aid or advantage at the beginning. So what you'll see them do is they'll hold onto them to keep their balance, and at the beginning of the race, they just remove their arms, and so they can begin normally.
Henry Raidmaker in lane 2 from St. Paul's Primary School, Monbulk. In 3, it's Josh Scott from Brighton Beach. 4 is Phoenix Zhang from Mount View Primary School. 5 is Blake Warren from St. Michael's Primary School, Traralgon. 6, Oliver Wedding from Clifton Springs, and 7, I should say, Hamish Bell from Fairfield. Gliding through the water in that bright blue cap.
Yeah, it definitely stands out, nice and easy to see. If his family are watching, that would have been a pretty simple race to watch, and he's absolutely smashed it. It was a great time, awesome swim. Oh, he's having a bit of a wave up. I think maybe the parents up in the viewing area.
It must be such a thrill for all of the students to be able to swim in a pool like this, and you've got obviously us broadcasters, which must be a thrill for them, but also you're right underneath the big hulking grandstand. That when I got here about an hour before we started, it was full of family members.
So
that's
great.
why I couldn't find a park.
It is hard on a Friday. But no, I think we get a little bit complacent sometimes. I'm here quite often, and you sort of forget the grandeur of the centre, and then you see it from the perspective of these 9, 10-year-olds coming in here for the first time, their first ever races, and they walk through the door and they see that massive, massive stand, and it's full of screaming people. It's pretty daunting, but very, very exciting. You can imagine the adrenaline levels are extremely high for these kids.
I can imagine it would be the sort of situation where they'd be sitting on their seats behind the blocks, and then on the blocks themselves, quite nervous and anxious. And I reckon it'd be like going on a roller coaster. You'd be very nervous before you go on, and then when you do it, when you finish the lap, you just want to get in and do it again. You can't believe it's over.
100%. I think that is definitely how most swimming competitions occur or play out. We often see, even if it isn't here at MSAC, at other pools and stuff, when your junior athletes come in for their first one, they're terrified. And we do everything we can to keep those nerves down. But as soon as the race is over, the most common thing I hear was, oh, that wasn't so bad.
As a coach, Kalia, do you tell your swimmers not... I know I hear in a lot of team sports, coaches will tell the players not to play the match in their mind. Do you tell the swimmers not to run the race in your mind?
Probably actually the opposite of that. So in swimming, and I think particularly with individual sports, when we set goals for times or results, most will be times based, but we actually do a lot of sort of visualization work with our athletes, particularly as they get older. It's fun to do with the juniors, but one of the most common things leading into like a major comp is a few weeks out we start actually getting them to close their eyes and visualize their race, and we time it on a stopwatch, and they pop their hand up when they finish the race, and we compare that time to their goal time.
Yep.
And the better they get at visualizing it, because they know how many dolphin kicks they do underwater, they know how many strokes they're going to take on the first lap, they know when they're going to breathe, they can feel how quickly it's feeling. They'll actually play out the race, and sometimes I've had athletes get so good they'll be within 0.100ths of a second of that goal time. So visualization in individual sports I think is a really huge benefit to swimmers. What you don't want to occur is people to start speaking negatively before their race and going, I can't do it, I'm not going to win, I'm not going to do this, I can't hold my breath that long. If it starts turning that direction, we're definitely going to veer away from it, but it's always positive. Pretty much if you say it, it'll happen, and visualization is a really big thing for us.
It's very fascinating that they can play the race out in their mind, and when you stop the stopwatch, they're within that shorter time. That is super impressive.
When you start, it's definitely not that impressive. I've had kids break world records by 10 seconds. But no, the more and more you do it, and the older and better they get at knowing the way they race and how they swim, we can get it really close.
Going up by
All right, it looks like we are ready to get started on the boys 12, 13-year-olds 50 freestyle multi-class.
I might be wrong here, but I think we might have had an issue with our beatbox, did we?
So our starting system, when we do swap ends sometimes, we can have little problems. Also, if they have any athletes who need the light, sometimes we take a little bit longer to get ready.
Yes, yep.
There's a few different things or reasons that it could be occurring. We also have combined a couple of races, so that might be taking a while to get through the system, so the timing system, to make sure everyone gets their correct times. We don't want to make any mistakes. We'd rather just take a little bit longer and make sure that everything goes to plan.
We don't want to make any mistakes. There's a lot on the line, Carly. Bragging rights.
Prestige. That's a very, very fast start from lane 4 there. Troy T. is off quickly, 0.66 reaction, straight in the pool and racing. That kick as well, what a great little swimmer. He's from Mount View Primary School. Seeing some fast racing here. Lots of different categories across this particular heat. We've got S9 all the way through to S15 represented.
Terrific swim there from Troy. Just having a look around as he's hanging off the wall, admiring his work. Just under 41 seconds to swim 50 metres. That's no mean feat. Had to take me a day and a half to swim that pool.
Only a day and a half, you reckon?
That's on a good day.
That's a good day.
A good day and a half.
With some training, yeah.
Yeah, from Kalia Marsh. Yeah.
Of course.
Maybe you could get me down to 23 hours.
I reckon I could. Maybe we'll get you to jump in a bit later on.
That is a bad idea.
Awesome job, boys. Next up behind the blocks, we've got the women's 12 to 14 years, 50 freestyle multiclass. Pretty full heat in this one. See a few S14s and a few S19s. There's a couple who on my program are still awaiting classification. So we do have one of our super multiclass coaches and teachers, Karen Garrard, who's been part of School Sport Victoria for many, many years, since back when I was swimming, which is 100 million years ago. She's been doing a lot of our classifications earlier today. She was up on the Gold Coast doing classifications on a national level over the last week. So very, very talented.
So we've got a full house here, do we? All 8 lanes?
I believe so.
Great to see.
Great turnout. Fast swimming there. Alison Freely in lane 4, motoring up the pool. Very close between Jackenzie Sharp and Lara Pearson. Now, I do have to make note once again, it isn't the first person necessarily who touches the wall in these multi-class events who is our winner. All our results and times are compared to the world record for each classification. There is a FINA point score that is determined between how close you get to that world record, and the highest point scores are our winners.
As you can see on the screen there, this is event number 85. We're in the thick of our freestyle multi-class events. What has been a pretty smooth morning and now early afternoon.
Yeah, we're cruising along very, very nicely here. Pretty much running to our timetable, running to schedule. Some more of our girls multi-class up next, the women's 15 to 16-year-olds. 6 swimmers in this event. Swimmer in lane 4, Lisa Bale of St Mary MacKillop College, Swan Hill, my old high school. Was just up at Nationals last week competing in the multi-class categories there, so really great multi-class athlete from Northern Victoria.
We've also got Claire Thompson-Baines. She's from Swan Hill Senior School. Is that a big rival?
No.
Okay.
I actually think Claire might be Swan Hill's specialist school. No, I think the good thing about those smaller towns is people are more supportive of those results, especially these days. A lot of inclusion going on in our regional centres. And they just want to see everyone do well. Put the town on the map.
Yes.
Lisa Bale hits there 33.87. That's a nice speedy swim from her out of lane 4. Other girls in this race looking to get some personal best times this morning. Should say this afternoon now.
Should mention as well, you can go to myssv.info/swimming to check out all of the results for our events this morning / this afternoon. See how your friends went.
Very full field here in the women's 17 to 20 years 50 metre freestyle multiclass. We're utilising all 10 lanes. Looks like we just had one person missing, so 9 girls here racing down the pool. You can see a lot of S14s in this event, so whoever finishes first out of the S14 category will get the highest point score for those girls. We've got a couple of S10s and an S18 as well. Kayla Wilson in lane 5 there. She's going to hit the wall first, 37.45. First to touch, not necessarily your winner, so we'll await those point scores.
That's one of the things, if we've learnt nothing else today, it is that you have to touch the wall.
Definitely touch that wall. Very, very hard. On behalf of all coaches to all athletes,
yes.
Do not glide into your finishes.
And it'd be such a shame to bring a great swim undone that way.
You'd be surprised how often it happens and at very big, important moments.
Yep.
In this next race, Eli Kerr swimming out of lane 5, one of our multiclass athletes that we spoke to on interview, or Raff spoke to on interview, I should say. Ming-Zi Pang in lane 4 was up and racing very, very quickly. Got that awesome kick out behind him, spurring him along down this 50.
Good swim there from Ming-Zi Peng in the blue helmet, and Eli, who we saw earlier, like you said, Carlia. You can't miss him in that bright yellow cap.
Definitely not swimming from Tim Boone, Peter 12 School.
I assume it was only a third.
A handful of more multi-class events. And then we're going to my favourite stroke. I'm just saying that because you had your favourite.
I've got it.
Well, backstroke it is.
That's my least favourite.
Oh, that's because I just like floating on my back. That's probably what I'm best at.
I'm just very mad at whoever decided going backwards on your back was a good idea.
Well, going backwards certainly sounds like me in my life, so that's probably...
That makes sense.
Yeah, makes sense that it's my favourite stroke.
Alrighty, the boys are underway now in the men's 15 to 16 years 50 freestyle multi-class. We are missing lane 4, Hamish Keenan. He has been performing up on the Gold Coast. He was telling me that he's looking forward to Paralympic trials. Hamish actually has a very good shot of making that Paralympic team. If not this Olympics, definitely working towards the next run as he's only 16 years of age, but unfortunately not racing today. In the water, who we do have is Michael Vogt out in lane 3, doing an awesome job here. Not too far behind is Lachlan McConnell. Those boys come down onto the wall there. 37.5, 38.6. Fast swimming from the boys.
We had them come from all over the place in that particular race. Swan Hill again, Seymour, Sale and District Special School, Wangaratta.
Lots of athletes making that long trip down today to be part of our School Sport Victoria State Championships.
wondering once we get into the backstroke if Raff Agostino can do his best terrier work and get a couple more of our multi-class.
I'm wondering if that's what he might be up to at the moment.
Haven't seen him for a while.
Herding kittens.
Look at Harvey's just shaking his head. I don't know where he is. Off the smoko.
Men's 17 to 20 years, 50-metre freestyle. Oh, here he comes, actually.
Oh.
Speak of.
he can't hear us, can he? Oh, thank God for that. He's going to get his toolbox.
Alrighty, flying down in lane 4, Dominic Hoggard. Awesome swim.
Yeah.
31.19 first hand on the wall there. Darryl Michaels will touch in second, but didn't quite set that touchpad off, so that'll get sorted out. Once again, those touchpads got to hit the wall hard. This is the last of our multi-class freestyle events. Boys finish up there. Going to move on to those backstroke races.
But great swimming from all of our multi-class students.
Just great swimming across the board today. It has been a little bit cooler outside, so it's going to be a bit more difficult for these athletes to stay warm before their races. So I make sure that if you do have swimmers here, that they are staying nice and rugged up, because under these shade sails, you don't get a lot of that sun that comes in. It always feels colder.
Yeah, 17 degrees, my School Sport Victoria thermometer tells us. But yeah, it'll feel a bit cooler out there.
Particularly if you've had a few races beforehand and you're still a little bit damp, it's really important. Dry off, rug up, and get ready to race again. Just getting set up for these backstroke events, making sure all our timekeepers are ready to go. We've fed, watered. Got to take care of our volunteers like plants, really.
What about the commentators? I've got a lovely banana bread in here. I haven't had a chance to sink
Now, I
my
just
teeth
thought
in
you
it.
were only eating apples today.
Well, I did. I don't think I've actually got an apple, but that's a... Oh, yeah, no, I do, actually. My mistake. But regardless, I'm not going to have a chance to... You can take it from here, Carly.
Well, I won't be taking the apple, but I can do some of the commentary. I'll step up.
Carly has had some dental work, so she's staying away from the apples. If you'd had that apple, maybe it would have kept... Oh, no, that's keeping the doctors away, not necessarily dentists.
No.
Yeah.
No, but I might not be as smart as I was 2 days ago. Lost a wisdom tooth.
I can't wait to hear Carlia tell us all about the intricacies and the ins and outs of the backstroke. Well, she's already made her intentions clear. She doesn't like it. Did you ever swim it, Carlia?
I swam. So as a junior swimmer, I did a lot of butterfly, and then I went into medley swimming. And one of the more important legs of the medley is the backstroke, those two middle legs. So when we get to the IMs towards the end, I'll explain that a little bit more. But when you're training for an IM, obviously you've got to train every stroke. So did a little bit of backstroke through that point. I much prefer backstroke in a short course pool, which is a 25-metre pool. Today we're in the long course 50-metre pool, because you can go underwater to 15 metres, and I much prefer to be under the water doing dolphin kick than on top of it swimming backstroke.
Well, what do you reckon, Carlia, while we're waiting for the backstroke events to get sorted, we might step out for a moment. I'll have a bit of my banana bread. We'll only be out for a couple of minutes, and then when we come back, we'll be with you for our backstroke events in the School Sport Victoria State Swimming Championships 2024. Brent Sternberg and Carlia Marsh here with you. We'll step out and we'll be with you again in a moment when we are ready for our backstroke events.
See you shortly. Alrighty guys, we are back up and racing. Event 91 in the water now. The 12 to 20 years 100 meter backstroke event. So 100 backstroke. Sprinty 2 laps here. You get one opportunity to do a tumble turn. In backstroke we have a 15 meter rule, which means you are able to go underwater at the beginning and off the turn all the way to where that 15 meter rope is. You'll see a lot of our older athletes or higher level athletes will try and utilize as much of that underwater as they possibly can. It's a bit of an advantage, gets to save your arms a little bit. So they're going to be hurting as you come down with 10 meters left to swim. And the turn there, Sienna Barkai over in lane 3, just leading us through in a 34.30, not too far behind out on this side of the pool is Eloise Ravensdale. Came out in 34.3, but very close across the board there on the first lap. We just see Sienna starting to really work her way through now. Pull ahead. Looks like she's going to lead us onto the wall. 109.66. Eloise in second, 111.29. It was very tight for third there with Jade King just getting the better of the touches, 112.93.
It certainly mixes things up when you have lanes 4 and 5 not start, the golden lanes.
Yeah, very interesting. I know Jessie Steinman raced yesterday, or was meant to be racing yesterday at the Australian Open Championships. So saw her compete on 17th up on the Gold Coast. I'm not sure if she's just got back or she might be a bit tired from that one.
Right.
A little bit of an interesting thing to note here at our School Sport Victoria State Championships. We currently have something utilised in backstroke now called a backstroke ledge that's a little bit of an aid on the start. So we aren't using those here, so it can make it a little bit different for some of those athletes who are used to utilising that, not having one of those. So keep an eye on Blake Hughes out in lane 0 here. It's a great little backstroke swimmer. Had a little bit to do with Blake over the last couple of years. Turned in a 29.38, so a bit of an outside smoker. We'll see if we can hold on. It's from Maribyrnong. Those boys in the centre starting to push their way through. Henry Allen, who we know is a brilliant backstroker. He's going to have a little bit to say. It looks like he's just shifted himself into that first position, but it's very tight. Blake Hughes in 0 might still get it. He does. 1:00.33 ahead of Henry Allen over in lane 6, 1:00.51. And third goes to Alan Liang there, 1:01.41. So Blake, a little bit fresh. I think that's the first time we've seen him race today. Henry, he's had a couple of other races, some random butterflies and 50 freestyles. Might be a little bit more tired. When you're coming down to tenths of a second, the difference, that bit of fatigue does make all the difference in the end.
Lane 0, represent.
I love an outside smoker. Blake, you'll be pretty happy to go back and listen to my commentary. Give him a shout out. He's still waiting for an interview, so if Raff's floating around, Blake loves to chat.
We've still got the mic set up here. There's a sign that we have on the microphone. What does that say? Please queue here to speak with Raff. Line up here for autographs.
I was going to say, it says put your autograph before you speak.
Autographs with Raff.
I love it.
All right, let's have a look at our primary school girls now. So we turn our attention to
the Pocket Rockets, the girls 9-10-year-olds 50-metre backstroke. Good underwater there from Stadia Zao in lane 4. She really utilised about 10 metres under. Great from these junior swimmers. A lot of our coaches will be really looking for skills in this age group. It's so awesome if they can perform and do awesome times, but if we're starting to see those skills on showcase, they're the athletes that you're going to want to work with. And Stadia here just putting on an absolute performance. Whole body length ahead of Mieta Zao as well there, so 38.33. Gets second, 41.14, and Letitia Campos in third.
It is amazing to see, even at that young age, and you know this this particular stroke, a swimmer be able to put that much distance between themselves and competitors their age in just 50 metres.
Absolutely, these races, they're going on under 40 seconds right now, and to be over a body length ahead, very, very impressive. Definitely kids to watch.
So this is our 9 and 10-year-old boys now. They're in the water. No 9-year-olds in this race, all 10.
And once again, watch those centre lanes, look at those underwaters. The coach part of me gets very excited seeing things like that.
You got the trained eye for that sort of stuff, Carlia.
Now, by the end of today, I expect that you'll have this all under control. Next year, you'll be able to do it without me. You know all of the skills to look for.
I have been taking notes.
So what we're looking for in backstroke, particularly in the 50s, you want a nice high stroke rate, but still holding water, so that distance per stroke. You also want to see those heads very, very still. You don't want to see them bobbing up and down too much. The more still your head is, the better. And back. So we don't want, like our freestyle butterfly and breaststroke, where we have our chin tucked in, our backstroke, we're looking for the opposite. So our head really leaning back and pressing back on those shoulders. Anyone looking for some helpful handy hints at home? That is what your coaches will be after.
11-year-old girls now.
Girls going pretty much stroke for stroke early on here. Lane 4 just starting to shift gears a little bit, come through that field. That's where that strength just comes into play. You can see she's got a really great still head there, so that's what I was talking about before, not too much movement. Keeping those arms rotating around quickly. 36.1. Had a few kids walk past the mic, chime in.
Some special comments.
Absolutely.
Raff will sort them out.
Expert opinions.
Super swim there from Victoria Dang, Our Lady of Good Counsel.
Boys' turn now for the 11-year-olds. Up and racing quickly was lane 3 there. William Zhang got the better of the starts. Just got to be careful. You're sitting very close to that lane rope. That's going to slow you down a little bit. You want to swim right up the center of that lane. It'll also be a challenge if two athletes veer towards the same lane rope. They kind of pull themselves into a little bit of a hole. But timing it well. Looks to be lane 5. He might get his hand on the wall first here. Very, very close. It is Yi Yang in lane 4, 38.16, just ahead of Miles Cerny in lane 5, 38.24. Bailey Stone finishes 3rd there.
That was a decade-long record, that one, for the boys' 11-year-old 50-metre backstroke, so that one's going to stand for another year.
One of the longer ones as well. I think I've seen a couple from 2010. There's not too many floating around before then, actually. There's one here in the 200 IM from 2005. But beyond that, most after 2010.
Boom!
I wonder if these kids know that they're actually coming through on the live stream. They're having a good time here at the School Sport Victoria State Championships at Melbourne Sports and Aquatics Centre. We are having a great time down here in commentary, watching some incredible races. Now, at my last count, what are we up to? 7 records have gone already today. So we come down, Zoe Clemenson in lane 4, powering through this backstroke race. Not too far behind is Amelia Luo. 33.18 is the time. Amelia will finish in 2nd. And Miley Bird in 3rd.
And they do more, and they're independent, and they grow up to be good young ones who are capable. So, all right, back I go. You can consider your options, but I've told you your options. And there's like another one later in the year when they do some trial, but all the information on the SSV website, and it goes straight through.
Alrighty, it's the boys 12, 13-year-olds, 50 backstroke in the water here. Some good underwaters from those golden lanes, Harry Kalergis and Archie Smythe. Both of them staying under quite a long time, and it's proved beneficial. Archie is looking wonderful. Rating just up a little bit higher than Harry in 4, and that's just pulling him slightly ahead. Motoring down this 55 metres to go, and it looks like Archie will get his hand on the wall first. 32.09 is the time. Harry in 2nd, and Fraser Blair coming 3rd there.
I reckon the backstroke looks very graceful. I know you didn't have too many kind words to say about it, Kalia. just because you can't get over the fact that you're going backwards. But I reckon it's one of the more graceful strokes.
I think definitely if athletes can do it well, it's you want it to look smooth. You want it to look easy.
Yep.
The easier it looks and you're going fast, the better technically it is. So if there's too much thrashing about and you're fighting the water, you're probably not going to get as far off each stroke. It's not going to be as quick. Whereas if you can keep it that smooth head back position still and rotate through that thoracic spine, you're going to get really, really good length per stroke. You're going to be a lot faster, and it should look easy and smooth. So we come down under the flags there, looking very easy and smooth, was Tiffany Miette in lane 4 from University High School. Jemana Farmi out in lane 8, sneaky second there, just.
Versatile swimmer, Jemana. We've seen, I think I mentioned her name a little bit earlier today. We've seen her swimming and performing well in a lot of the different events.
Yeah, she's been fabulous today. Some great swims for her on this program.
Event number 100. We reached the ton. 12 and 13-year-old boys.
What we're really looking for here is those kids in these younger age groups coming back year after year and progressing. So it'd be great to see kids like Jemana here and see what they can do over the next 5 or 6 years of their schooling. Ishak, lane 4. He's just come out of nowhere this whole day. Just absolutely smashing it. 32.62. Another win. Is that 3 gold for Ishak?
He's going to be walking into school, I was about to say tomorrow, on Monday with a slouch. He's going to have all those medals around his neck.
He's not going to be able to walk.
He's been killing it though. Another one of our... Have we had a lot of students from East Doncaster, or is it just because the Shark has been swimming that well?
We
feel like it.
We've definitely had a few. If I look on my records page, there's a couple of records from East Doncaster.
I wonder if they call Ishak the Shark. I wonder.
Oh,
They
well,
will
now
now.
you've got me curious. Maybe we can get Raff to interview Ishak, the Shark, from East Doncaster. As we move on now to the girls' 14-year-olds 50-metre backstroke. Middle lane there, Madeline Harvey it is. She's got those beautiful, long, smooth arms. She was up well off the start. Girls in 5 and 6 just starting to push through now, but Madeline looks like she's going to get the win here. It's going to be pretty hard for Azia Fong Sutton to touch in front of her. So Maddie Harvey, 32.27. Now, Maddie, I do love watching her. She's one of those kids that's just always smiling. It doesn't matter what. I feel like every time I see her, big, big cheesy grin on her face. So great job there, Maddie.
Well, that was a rather elegant style, wasn't it? You could almost every time she's bringing the arms up, she's almost waving to people. That's what it sort of looked like.
The ballerina backstroke is what I call it.
Right. We've got the 14-year-old boys in the pool now. Still in the midst of our backstroke. Full field by the looks of it.
There we go, lane 3 with the longest of underwaters,
Yeah.
right through to that 15-metre rope there. Benjamin Van Dyke swimming from Altham High School. That very, very speedy swim from Alfred Hahn. That stroke rate just proving superior here. Through with him is Fraser Nagel, so Alfred Hahn will get the first, 30.49. Fraser in second, 31.72. And Joaquin Leo Kaiser in third, 32.22.
What did you make of how long Ben was under the surface there?
I think it's definitely something to be worked on. If you've got a kid that has that lung capacity to go that far underwater, and he did it quite well as well until the transition. He did pop up quite steeply, I noticed, which sort of slowed him down between the underwater and the stroke. So that's just something him and his coach will be able to work on. And once he smooths that out, that's going to be a massive benefit for him, because already just the underwater part was super speedy. So.
Yep. Fifteen-year-old women now.
Keen to watch this one. Zara Reynolds in this backstroke race at Nationals come fourth. So just narrowly missed a national medal in the 50 backstroke. And look at her go.
Yeah.
There it is. About a body length over 50 metres. That's an impressive swim. From Catherine Macaulay College. 32.16. It's the boys' turn, 15-year-olds 50-metre backstroke. Bart's back in action in lane 4. Harrison Main, he's in again. Terrence Tang, he did a good swim earlier as well. So a few of these names really backing it up, particularly those centre lanes. Bart got the best of the starts in that first 15 metres. Harrison's starting to push through now, trying to close that gap. So come down under the flag. Still about half a body length between them. It will be Bart. I thought it was. I'm wondering if that touchpad hasn't gone off.
On the scoreboard they're saying Harrison, but I'm with you. I thought that was Bart all the way, Kalia. We'll have it checked.
Our opinions are all that matters, obviously.
Have commentator reviews. I hope not. But Bart looks like a good swimmer, doesn't he? We saw him not compete in some of the earlier...
There we go. It just got fixed, so it just
Was
did
it Bart?
flash on the board. It was Bart by 0.1. There you go. So we are right. We're doing a good job here.
I just go along with you, Kalia. You're the coach. 16-year-old girls now.
So as we said, though, we do have those backup timing systems in place. So when things like this occur, we can fix them up straight away. No one's going to miss out on anything that they've deserved here today.
That's right. So no lane 1 here by the looks of it.
We're just sort of, I'm not really sure what's going on at the start there. We're just waiting for something. I think it's the screen getting set up correctly. So it looks like we're good to go now. Girls 16 years. Look at the strength in lane 4 there to lift herself right out of the water there. Eloise Pride. So on that start, that upper body strength, super imperative. You want to get your whole body lifted out so that when you do that backwards dive, that your whole body comes out of the water and you actually do sort of dive in upside down to the water. Kira Shaw in lane 6, though, having the best of the swims here. 32.48 for Kira. Eloise will take second, 33.72. And Claire Matheson will touch in third, 33.82.
Another win for Notre Dame.
Notre Dame. If we both say it in our unique and individual ways.
Rolling through our backstroke events here. We'll tick off a few more and then we'll be back into our multi-class events.
All right. right, bit of a challenge here. We've got Henry Allen and Blake Hughes side by side now. They went 1-2 in the 100 with Blake out touching Henry. Now, I don't think Henry would have liked that too much. I think he'll be trying to reclaim his title in this 50-metre race. Off quickly, that rate is super, super high from both of those boys in 4 and 5. Also doing really well, Jude De Silva Smith out in 3. This is what we mean by you can throw your washing in, look at the white water, look at the splash, but Henry Allen just too good over the 50. 27.87, that's a new record there. Ooh. Another one falls, so we are 8 records.
Record from 2019 there, falls.
Or 8-ish, if we're asking to.
17-year-old ladies now.
That 16 record by Johan. I'm good friends with him. I'll have to let him know that he's been outdone.
Word will get back, I'm sure.
It will.
So again, no lane 4 here.
Missing Olivia. Looks like Mudgie's leading us at the moment. Sienna Barkai over in lane 3, not too far behind, but I think it will be Courtney Mudge onto the wall. Time that finish. She gets on 32.87. Sienna 33.19, and Amelia Atkin in third, 33.64. Yeah, very quickly running out of events here. This has absolutely flown through today. Some great swims.
Well, for those that might have watched our state champs last year, you might remember we had a couple of issues with the boom box. What's it actually called?
The starter.
The thing that goes beep.
The start gun.
Yes, the start gun. Well, we had issues with that last year, and it held us up. It held us up a little bit. And for 2 commentators that have to be out of here to tight deadlines, we're happy that there's been no such issues.
Absolutely.
Of course, the worst thing is that our swimmers have to wait around while issues like that get sorted, which I was told last year do happen often. So thankfully, it's been a pretty smooth day today.
It's not a swimming event without a few mistakes or problems. Even at that national level, we see that, as we are absolutely seeing Oscar Campbell flying down this pool right now. It is all power from Oscar. Nicholas Highland in 5. Looks like he's in second, not too far behind, very close to third, but I reckon it'll be Sam Wells onto the wall. It is Oscar Campbell, 28.84. Nicholas Highland, 29.58, and Sam Wells, 29.98.
Just seen a couple of swimmers in these backstroke events flirting a little bit with the ropes. Is there something that they can use on the roof or something to tell where they are?
So this pool is a little bit more challenging. A lot of athletes who train indoors, there'll actually be metal beams that hold up the roof along the centre. And they use those to sight, and you'll be able to just kind of easily cruise along in a very straight line, looking up and following a straight line on the roof. Here at MSAC, we do have the massive shade sail. There's not really many straight lines to kind of follow on it. It's more like swimming in an outdoor pool, so that does add an extra layer of difficulty. It is a bit of a benefit for some of, you might notice, like our regional athletes do really well in the backstroke events. A lot of them do train outdoors all the time, so they're used to being able to feel their way through the water and keep their stroke balanced and even to stay centered, rather than being kind of reliant on that line. But you definitely notice when we don't have a roof like today, or like a shade sail in a proper outdoor pool, there's a lot more lane rope hits.
Right.
Some people try and end up in the other lane. But it can be difficult with the sun and clouds that are moving. You might try and accidentally look at one of those and then realize that you're swimming completely sideways. The girls 18 to 20-year-olds come down under the flags. It is Nicolette White who's leading us. Georgia Butler in second. And Molly Griffiths finishes in third there.
Those that are watching on our stream at home, they might have noticed today as the boys and girls are going up and down, we've got the officials that are following them. What are they looking for?
Our technical officials, they are awesome. We need those to make sure that this is an official event. They're looking for, well, in backstroke in particular.
Yep.
So what we're going to be starting off with is no movement on the start. That's across all of our events. Then when they begin the race, you've got that 15-metre underwater. So you'll see the officials will stop at that 15-metre rope till every person has come up and surfaced and made sure they're past that rope. And then, so in this race, we didn't have anyone go too far underwater, which is fine, but they'll make sure that no one's cheating and going too far. In backstroke, there's not too many technical things that we're looking for to disqualify athletes. They obviously need to stay on their back, make sure they don't touch anyone in the other lanes, and don't grab and pull on the lane ropes like some of them decide to do at training, as Alan Liang 28.60 takes out that 18 to 20 years age group. Also on the wall, we're just making sure that everyone still stays on their back for that finish. So you must be on your back at the conclusion or the completion of the race. That's pretty much the backstroke. There's not too many rules. It's not like breaststroke where it's a lot more intricate. Even butterfly has a few more rules to look out for. Freestyle, that's the easy one. Barely any rules. Anything kind of goes. Don't touch the bottom and swim.
Hence free.
Freestyle, absolutely. In freestyle races, you can actually swim other strokes.
Yeah.
Yep, completely legal. I've actually seen it happen a few times in really junior races. Quite often, some kids are actually faster at a different stroke than freestyle.
Right.
I recently had one of my swimmers at all junior trials. Her butterfly was faster than her freestyle.
Wow.
So if she was to do a freestyle swim maybe in a relay, she might choose to do butterfly because she knows she's going to be quicker. It just means we need to work her freestyle.
Yeah, I'm thinking that. Yeah.
But it does happen quite often with junior athletes.
Okay, so we're going to have a moment or two here while we combine some of our multi-class events. In fact, I think they've already done that. A few students going in here.
They are all over it now. We took the last event to get warmed up and ready to go, and we are away here. We've got our 9, 10-year-olds. So that is Charlotte Johnson of Yarrambat Primary School. She's in with our 11-year-olds. So Paige Harris of Warragul North, Michaela Soko of Golden Square, and Summer Sharp of Terang. Terang is where most people thought I grew up, but it was actually Kerang.
What about Golden Square? Is that up near Bendigo as well?
That is in Bendigo.
Yeah, I was going to say, I know I've seen that football club in my footy research quite a lot, Golden Square,
Golden Square.
Which again, staying on the theme of confusion, I played for a team in Ballarat called Golden Point. So you can imagine, little Bendigo in Ballarat, Golden Point, Golden Square.
Is that Ballarat just copies Bendigo in everything.
That's what I'm trying to say. You guys had the gold rush first, and then we copied you.
Yeah. Last athlete left in the water here, Paige Harris, one of our S14 swimmers.
Great sportsmanship or sportswomanship by the other swimmers to just chill out while the last competitor makes their way in.
Yep, so they'll wait till the final athlete's finished, then the officials will blow the whistle to say they can get out of the water. There it is, that double whistle. 2 fast whistles means you can exit the pool. So all the whistles kind of have different meanings.
Yep.
Before the start of an event, they'll whistle it a few times to get everyone ready, saying we're starting. before a race, you hear a long whistle. That long whistle is to get up on the blocks. When you're doing a backstroke event, you'll have one long whistle to get into the water and then another long whistle to get yourself ready. So yeah, those officials, they blow those whistles, they get us all organised. And those swimmers and these athletes will know what all of those whistles mean.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe not some of the younger ones, they're still in that learning phase, but definitely as we're getting up to our senior school athletes, they'll be fully aware of what all those whistles mean. Just getting ready now for our 12-13 girls 50 backstroke multi-class.
Should we send out a cheerio to all of our students watching on? We're getting into the mid-afternoon. This was around about the time I started to keep one eye on the clock at school. 1:30 it is.
I think at this point I was probably still eating my lunch.
Well, that tells you I was normally sick of school by lunchtime. The lunch was my favourite subject.
I imagine for a lot of our swimmers here today, it's probably their favourite subject too. This sport is so grueling. You are hungry all the time. My friends always used to be very impressed by how much lunch I could consume. 2 Subway foot-long sandwiches.
Crikey. Well, who were we talking to that said she eats all was it Jess who was saying she was eating the pasta? Eating all of the... Courtney it was.
She's just moved to Nunawading Swimming Club. I'm not meant to mention that, but they do have a nutritionist there, which is what I was leading towards. So she's got a nutritionist that helps her make sure that she fuels correctly for the hard training that they're doing.
And pasta's the big one, is it?
Pasta is massive, but it's mostly just, I think, the issue that a lot of our junior swimmers and our teenage swimmers actually have is they're not consuming enough food.
Yeah.
There's a lot of pressure in society and things that contribute that way, but we really need to make sure that they're just getting enough food in to support all of this physical activity that they're doing.
I don't know if I'd be able to make it as a swimmer with my heavy diet of Uber Eats. Schnitz.
It depends what you're getting from Uber Eats now, doesn't it?
Schnitz.
One of our major sponsors up at Nationals was Guzman y Gomez, so GYG sponsoring all the athletes.
Well, the issue there is I don't have any. I don't have any GYG that is like within delivering range to me, so I have to miss out.
Hashtag not sponsored, but happily waiting.
Yeah.
All right, the girls are in the water and ready to go for the 12-13-year-olds 50 backstroke multi-class. So once we finish this medal presentation, they will be getting started.
So in this particular event, we've got in lane 2, Giselle Castaneda Moreno from Mount View Primary School. Lane 3 is Olivia Chan. She's from Livingstone Primary School. Adele York, who we've already seen in lane 4. She's from St. Laborious Primary School. Lane 5 is Sarah Newen from Brighton Primary School. And 5 is another one that we've already been familiar with, Sophia Yurtone from Surfside, which was Ocean Grove, did we say?
Ocean Grove.
Up the horse.
That's Adele cruising on in.
Good work, Adele. just got one swimmer left in the water here. Sophia.
Sophia Surfside. I'm giving out nicknames.
I do it
this
all
afternoon.
the time. I think it's un-Australian not to. And Sophia comes under the flags now. Kicking hard onto that wall. I haven't seen any yet, but part of our multi-class division, we do often have blind athletes racing. And one of the things that I think is very, very cool and interesting is how they know where the wall is. So our blind athletes actually have a care person stand up the surf, like on the blocks basically, with a pole that has a bit of foam on the end. And that person just gets to hit them in the head with the piece of foam when they're one stroke away from the wall. And it's my favourite thing ever because I really wish that I could coach someone to be able to hit them in the head. No, I'm just joking.
Oh, I was wondering where that was
joking.
going. No,
it is
nice
really
and
cool
gently,
the way that they adapt to
Yeah.
all of these different classifications.
Just trying to cast my mind back to last year if we had any students like that in these races. I can't remember. It was only 12 months ago. You reckon
It's a long time ago. As we have in the water now, our boys, 9, 10-year-olds, 50-metre backstroke. And I believe we also have the 11-year-olds in here as well. So a few lane changes to combine this event. So we've got Hanshul Puri in not swimming. And then we have, now I am definitely going to stuff this up, so I apologise straight off the bat, but Hassas Abaganawadana. Do you want to have a crack at that one?
Not.
Sorry, Hassas.
Abaganawadana.
I think you did it beautifully. From Eastwood. And then from our 9, 10-year-olds, we have Henry Rademacher, we have Oliver Wedding, Phoenix Zhang, Blake Warren, and Hamish Bell in this particular race.
I know, but I actually got fast. Because I got to open the step.
It's all here. I think we've got 2 over there. This is better.
Yeah.
So we hog it. Someone come over.
So some interesting footage at the moment. So we take our eyes down to that city end of the pool again. The next race on the program will be our boys 12, 13-year-olds 50-metre backstroke multi-class.
Can you ask him, does she have any wipes? It's dirty, it's got dirt there. What is She doesn't have any wipes?
Alrighty, looks like we are all in the water, ready to go.
Got all 12-year-olds in this one. Lane 2 we have, let's introduce them. Lane 2, Mason Beattie from Seymour College. In 3 we have Daniel Spence from Stratford Primary School. Xavier Wells is in lane 4 from Beaumaris North. Rocky Lever is in lane 5 from St Joseph's Primary School, Sorrento. I'm sure he does a lot of open water swimming out in Sorrento. And in 6 is Ethan Splatt from Williamstown Primary School, who probably does the same, to be fair. Nice beach down there.
a lovely beach
Port
down in
Jalabrean of Williamstown.
So until last year, our state swimming open water championships were actually held down in Williamstown. And then they've just moved down to Geelong.
Definitely should be enough. Where's Casey? Two there? There's two up there as well.
Now, while you're being paid per pun you make, I think I'm being paid by how many times I let people know to please, please, please get your nominations in for Team Vic. Nominations close at midnight tonight. The swim team, it will be such an absolute blast. It is so much fun. The coaches and teachers on that team are awesome. A lot of them have been doing it for years. They are seasoned professionals. You'll have a great time. It's one of the events each year that really kept me swimming. It's an opportunity to meet athletes from all over the country, be part of a super supportive team, have so much fun, race, and of course make friends for life. So get your nominations in for Team Vic before midnight tonight, everyone.
Well, I have to say, Carlia, that's a lot more important than my puns. It's deadline rapidly approaching. Rapidly approaching here. There's Mason Beattie. Well swum, boys.
Great job from those 12, 13-year-old boys. We're going to move along to the 12 to 14-year-old girls now. 50-metre backstroke event. Just wait for that board to be correct, and then we'll get underway.
These are the moments where I'd be a bit nervous and anxious. Carlia, just standing there waiting, you're about to go in. The moment of realisation hits you. Not that these events are races as such. I'll be pretty keen to get in and go.
Yes, 100%. The longer they make you wait, the more nerves start to flow, and those butterflies just up their wings a little bit harder.
And you just know when you're standing there and you're waiting, and if you've got parents and grandparents here, you can just feel their eyes from the grandstand just burning holes in you.
It's an interesting one because I know we sort of have athletes who are definite performers, and they need to know that there are those people there watching them.
Yeah.
I know I myself always performed a lot better under the lights and, you know, in the spotlight, really when people were there to watch. And if it wasn't, it was kind of a bit flatlined. But then again, you know, not everyone's a crazy person like me, so it can be nerve-wracking. It's a big thing.
Let's meet the swimmers in our event number 117. So 12 to 14 girls 50-metre breaststroke multi-class event lane 2. I believe we've got correct on the sheet here. Bonnie McCarroll, another one from Williamstown actually, Williamstown High School. Lane 3 is Gemma Cook, as they're often racing, from Mary McKillop Leongatha. Lane 4, Alison Feely from Maribyrnong College. Lane 5 is Jackenzie Sharp from Terang. And lane 6, Lillian West from Ashwood School. And I remember from last year, we often see a lot of students from Ashwood School in these multi-class events.
I was actually just looking at Jackenzie. That's a cool name.
Yeah.
I do like people with different kinds of names.
Well, I must say, it's the first time I've seen that one.
I think it's the same, yeah. I don't have the most regular of names myself, so.
This is Mackenzie coming on home here in the, what colour swimming cap is that? It's almost like a, is that dark red or
looks like red.
like a maroon? The caps that they are wearing today, Carly, would they be from their local teams or would their schools
So
have specific caps?
looking across, I think sort of about 50-50. So
Yep.
some of them are wearing their club caps. So that's the team that they train with throughout the week outside of school. And then there are definitely some in school caps as well. So I think it's a bit of a mix across the board. Not sure if all schools might have caps.
Yep.
Especially if you're from a smaller school, sometimes it's less likely that you're going to have a school team cap if you've only got a couple of athletes who have qualified to be at these state championships.
Is this mic live? This mic's actually live.
Yes, it is.
Okay. The mic is live. Live.
The mic is live, absolutely.
And we are as well on watch.ssvtv.live. Brent Sternberg and Carly Marsh and friends. High in the grandstand. It seems to be like a people magnet microphones, regardless of whether they're live or
We
not.
can barely get the kids on the mic to talk, but the ones that aren't, they're happy to have a chit chat. Lisa Bale there with a really good underwater off the start. She stayed under about 10 metres, that was a good run.
So another student from Ashwood here in lane 2, Matuki Gabadej. Emily Harding in lane 3 from Heatherwood School. 4 is Victoria Waddle Lang from Wangaratta District Special School. Lisa Bale rather in lane 5 from St Mary MacKillop, Swan Hill. Madison Kane lane 6 from Rosebud. And in lane 7, here she comes now in front of us, Claire Thompson-Baines from Swan Hill. Did you tell me that was Swan Hill Special School, SS? Is that what that is?
I believe so.
Yeah.
I believe so. Swan Hill has MacKillop College, and then they have Swan Hill Secondary College.
Right,
So
yep.
Swan Hill College, not Swan Hill SS.
I need to do my school. I need to do my homework. I need to do my homework and get better with the school names.
All right, we're all learning.
If they're from Ballarat, I'm okay.
included. That was the girls 15-16 years 50 backstroke multi-class. We now move on to our next event on the program, which is our women's 17 to 20-year-olds 50 backstroke multi-class. 9 swimmers contesting this race. A long hold on the start there for the girls, so that can have a bit of an impact on the race as well. As they get underway here, Kayla Wilson in lane 5. She got her hand on the wall first in the last event. Let's see if she can repeat that effort. Going along quickly to begin with though is Lily Fisher over in lane 3. A little bit of a 3-horse race in lanes 3, 4 and 5, but also Sandra Maletta over in lane 8. She was off quickly and absolutely powering down the pool. If you have just tuned in, our multi-class events are determined not necessarily by the first person to put their hand on the wall, but by the FINA points system, depending on each individual's classification. Kayla Wilson will get her hand on the wall first though. A time of 49.26.
Once again, a couple of our students from Ashwood in that race. Like you mentioned, Sandra Maletta.
Did see some of those.
She was cutting her way through the water. Carla Ma as well, her schoolmates.
What an awesome opportunity to have 3 girls from that same age group in the same events here at these state championships. That's pretty awesome. Pretty exciting to be able to come and race with your friends and people that you know.
You'd feel pretty good, wouldn't you, starting on the blocks, knowing that you've got friends, you know, you're sort of competing against them, but not really, you know, and having that moral support at least.
Absolutely. I think it's always friends before the race, not during the race, and then friends again after the race.
Sure, you can put friendships aside for a minute.
I think that's how the best friendships are made, often in sport. It's the biggest rivals often become really close. And the more of these athletes we can see performing well, the more it's going to make everyone else strive to improve. Come down, and it will be Eli Kerr who touches onto that wall first there, 41.48. Minzy Pang in the second, 43.13.
Do you want to get to Mommy and Jessie and all? They're there.
Mike in the stands proving to be very popular today.
I think we're picking up on some people's lunch orders. There is a nice kiosk just inside. I've been looking up, you won't be able to see it on our pictures, but from our commentary booth we can see, I reckon, the perfect vantage point on the second level there, behind the glass.
It is a great spot to watch the races. It's a very different perspective looking down the pool. I think sometimes it's a bit harder to actually see the finish because you're sort of looking across all the lanes and you kind of have to dart your eyes side to side. We've got a pretty good spot on the finish line.
Oh, the commentators
here.
have the best spot,
We
as
have
always.
to
As
see.
always.
I mean, and we pulled up a few of those mistakes from the touchpads earlier. So. But yeah, it just depends. I think if you're looking from a technical point of view, that vantage point over the pool is a really nice one for that over-the-top perspective. But if you're sort of wanting to watch the race, it can be a little bit easier to be sort of in line and see across the whole line of the pool.
Abby as well. Abby.
Looks like we're getting ready for
Yes,
some relays coming up.
This is our penultimate backstroke multi-class event. And then we'll be into the medleys.
Michael Vogt getting his hand on the wall first there, 46.82. A nice drop in time from his entry time of a 51, so 5 seconds quicker than he
I think
went
stay
at
there,
the last
stay there.
stage. That's pretty cool. So we move along now. It is the men's 17 to 20-year-olds. It could be in a backstroke for multi-class.
Hi, did you say 7 for you? You're 4? Yeah, there's enough.
And our
Darren's
last
got 4 next to
backstroke
him.
race getting started now.
And there's 2 here.
A lot of these boys
4,
just
right? You've
up
got
and
Darren.
racing quickly. They're not mucking
Darren's
around with
got
those
5,
underwaters.
6, 7.
Dominic Hoggard in lane 4, pushing his way through.
I have to say, Carlia, Henry Brown here, Woodman's Hill. Guess where that is?
Is it Ballarat?
That's the high school I went to. It's changed names since I was there, but yeah, Woodman's Hill.
There you go. Bit of representation.
Good on you, Henry. The Rat represent.
The Rat. You really do just...
Well, I haven't seen too many for a little while. And I reckon that's the first time I've ever seen Woodman's Hill, so... Oh, that'll be a long trip back.
Will it be about 2 hours-ish or?
Yeah. It'll feel a bit quicker. There might be a stop off at McDonald's or something along the way,
I think
I'd
that's
imagine.
a pretty common occurrence after these comps.
Well, if you're going to go to the, I think it's the McDonald's on the highway going back. Is it Rockbank, I think, or Deer Park, somewhere there? So if
I don't go to Ballarat very often.
if you're having if you're in at that McDonald's in a couple of hours, you may be inundated by a few people wearing their swimming caps and bathers.
And don't forget to send us your photos of your victory McDonald's with all your medals.
Yeah, your Happy Meal.
Upload them to www.ssv.photos. Send them through. If you're watching at home, send us some images.
You know what I want to see? I want to see some pictures of our winners. The cheeseburger in one hand and then the medal in this hand, but they're biting the medal, and not the burger. That's what I want to see.
It's a classic. All right, now speaking of exciting things coming up, we are now going to get started on our medley relays. So event 123, this is the 9 to 13-year-olds. Now, medley relay works a little bit different to an individual medley. We do start with the backstroke. And the reason we do this is because a backstroke start can't really jump over a person swimming in the water. It's a question I actually get asked a lot, but it does make a lot of sense why we start with backstroke first. Your next swimmer will be your breaststroker, then we'll move on to the butterflyer, followed by the freestyler. If you can't remember how a medley relay order goes, it's alphabetical order. So backstroke, breaststroke, butterfly, freestyle.
So quickly run through the schools. Lane 1, we have Grey Street Primary School, Traralgon. 2 is Ballarat and Clarendon, the mighty. They're always good in these medleys. 3 is Penley and Essendon Moonee Ponds. 4 is Methodist Ladies College. 5 is St Catherine's School, Toorak. 6 is that's Girton Grammar School.
Yes.
7 is Fairfield Primary School, and 8 is St Mary's College, Seymour.
It's a great race going on between MLC and St Catherine's School. They are your leaders through this breaststroke leg. Now, the thing about medley relays is anything can happen. Changes occur all the time, depending on where your strengths lie within your team. The most challenging part is actually getting 4 athletes all at that elite level.
Yep.
So some awesome jobs here from these teams. Our board's got a few problems going on with it at the moment, so I'm not entirely sure who touched it third, because it's saying MLC, but they are definitely out in front. They're going to lead us through this butterfly leg. So come down. 50 metres left to swim. That's our problem. Lane 5's touchpad is going off. It will be MLC in the lead, trying to chase them down at St Catherine's. And third to me looks like lane 2. So that is the Ballarat and Clarendon College. So you're right, they do put together good relays. Oh, look at this St Catherine's.
That is phenomenal.
She has charged down the straight. She's going to get her hand on the wall first. That'll take the gold. As we said, anything can happen in these relays. 2:18.06 for St Catherine's School, Toorak. Second will go to Methodist Ladies College, and third to Ballarat and Clarendon College. Well done, girls. What a great swim.
Well, just as you said that things can change quickly, I mean, you have 4 different swimmers, 4 laps, and yet the decisive moment was maybe that last 20 metres.
Probably, yeah. I think she really started to work her in the second 25 and come up alongside just before the last 5 metres.
That was a seriously fast lap from that swimmer. Boy.
So good, so good. And the other cool thing is all of those teams have gone faster than their entry times there. So someone or everyone in those teams has dropped a little bit of time, lifted to the occasion. And we see that a lot in these, like in all athletes. The times that they perform in relays are often quicker than their own individual events. And that's because no one wants to let the team down. There's all that excitement and adrenaline going on for these races. Now, something that you're about to see doesn't occur very often. But in our next race, it is the boys 9 to 13-year-olds 200 metre medley relay. You'll notice there's a girl swimming. Now, you can do this in teams where you might have not enough swimmers competing. We are allowed to swim female athletes in male events, but you have to have a majority of males in the race. So you can't have 3 girls and 1 boy. You can have 1 girl and 3 boys. So for those smaller schools and smaller teams, it's often a good way of getting a team together to be able to have them race.
So lane 1 here is St Francis of Assisi. Lane 2, St Mary's Primary School, Bairnsdale. So those students have come from a little ways away today. 3 is Trinity Grammar School. 4 is Wheelers Hill Primary. I drive past that school almost every day, just quietly. 5 is Bel Air Primary School. 6 is Ivanhoe Grammar School, Buckley House. Ballarat and Clarendon are again in this race in lane 7, and in lane 8 at St Laborious Primary School, Eagle Hawk. I don't mind these moving shots that we have going along the side.
Full on action here. Giving you a bit of an idea of how quick these breaststrokers are actually moving. Still out in the lead is Ivanhoe Grammar School, Buckley House. But starting to push up through, that's the team in lane 4, Wheelers Hill Primary School. They might have just taken over that lead with about 10 metres left to swim in the breaststroke leg. Watch out for these butterflies. It's the power stroke. You can make up a lot of ground here. The most challenging of strokes I find is for junior athletes. So often we can see a lot of movement. Most schools will try and put their best swimmer in the butterfly leg here.
It's the boys from Wheelers Hill looking solid. Can we see a close finish like we saw in the first medley?
Well, this is going to be a hard one to catch up to, but we've now just seen the team over in lane 3 move up into 2nd place. So Trinity Grammar School shifting themselves into medal contention with their butterfly leg. There's a quick changeover from them as well, so they've really pulled ahead now of Bel Air Primary School, who are sitting in 3rd. But this is a dominant performance from Wheelers Hill. So don't mind the board. It was Wheelers Hill who won that event. 2nd, Trinity Grammar School, and 3rd, Bel Air Primary School.
As we ready ourselves for our next medley, Raff Agostino. Haven't had an interview for a while.
He's ready to go though.
It's going to be a family affair here. It's going to be student and mum. A dual gold medal winner by the looks of it from earlier today. We're going to go to Raff Agostino poolside. We're just going to hold off on that for now.
Looks like we're just going to wait for this next race to begin, and then during the race we're going to cross over. So next race up on the program, event 125, this is the women's 12 to 14 years 200 metre medley relay. So in lane 0 we've got Maribyrnong College, in lane 1 Cathedral College Wangaratta, lane 2 Mary MacKillop Leongatha, lane 3 Catherine Macaulay College, lane 4 Baldwin High School, lane 5 Parkdale Secondary College, lane 6 Melbourne, not sure what that one is, Girls College, is it? Lane 7 Strathmore Secondary College, and lane 8 Emmanuel College.
That's where we need to do our homework. But I think you might be right. Girls College would make sense.
Just going to use logic here and do my best.
Well, the lowercase c is thrown
that
us
was,
off.
that was what threw me. And Maddie Harvey in lane 5 got out to a ripper start there. She's got half a body length on the field. She's swimming in lane 5 for Markdale. Also doing well is the team over in 0, Maribyrnong. Their backstroker flying down this first leg. So Parkdale go in first, Maribyrnong in second. And then Baldwin High School sitting in third early on. See what these breaststrokers do. Team in 4 starting to switch it up a bit here. Lane 3 also turning on the gas.
Just watching our butterflies.
Getting ready.
Some of them are pretty amped up and ready to go.
I was going to say, you'll notice a few different types of relay changeovers as well throughout these events. So the relay changeover, you're actually allowed to start moving on that block before your swimmer touches the wall, as long as your toes are still in contact with the block when they hit. You get 0.03 leeway there as well. Still Parkdale versus Maribyrnong. I wonder if they can see each other being that far apart, but watch out for Baldwin High. Their swimmer in lane 4 is really storming down the straight.
Oh.
They are making quick work of the
got him.
Parkdale team. It's going to be close. Parkdale just trying to hold on. It looks like the momentum's coming from 4. And they get there. Baldwin High School to 13.80 takes the win. Parkdale Secondary College in second there to 13.90. Only 0.1 between them. And third from over in lane 0, Maribyrnong College to 16.83. And I think we are ready to cross to Raff.
All right, we're just about to get into the relays here at the State Swimming Championships, and I'm here with Hassas and his mum, and Hassas is from Eastwood Primary School. Tell me, how many state championships have you been to?
I got 3 gold medals in Canberra. Last year, I was the champion of under 19 state swimming. Yes.
So 3 golds at nationals, under 9-10 state championship, and this is his second state championship swimming, which is fantastic. Tell me, what do you love about swimming? What do you love about it?
I like to win medals.
I like to win medals. Well, you're doing that today. Fantastic, mate. And what's the best thing about being at a state championship?
Okay, champion. Then you will be famous.
Yeah, very good. Yes, that's true. You'll be famous, and you get a day off school as well. Congratulations, Hassas. We look forward to seeing you more and more as the state championships keep coming.
Up the rose.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. All right, going to go back to the commentators for this race here. Thank you.
Thank you, Raff. Thank you, Hassas.
Hassas, we like seeing you win medals as well. So awesome. Another one of our deaf athletes. You can see him using sign there.
That was a lovely interview by Raff. Well done.
As our men's 12 to 14 years 4x50 metre medley relay is underway. Just quickly, we have in this event Frankston High School, Springside West Secondary College, Lavala Catholic College, East Doncaster Secondary College, Northcote, St Joseph's College, Mildura, Emmanuel College and Mansfield Secondary College. But it's a pretty dominant performance here by East Doncaster. Their team has about 20 metres lead. Now that is a dominant performance.
It looks like a school and a team that has found some 4 quality swimmers in all 4 strokes. They've been just about the school of the day, I reckon, East Doncaster.
Definitely very noticeable. Some of those country schools, regional schools have done really well too. Coming in here is the team from Illawarra down in Traralgon. So they'll take second. And looks like Springside West in third there, 223.70.
So we're moving up the age groups here, still with the Medleys. This is our women's 15 to 16-year-olds. Everybody is in. Lane 1, we have Mac Robertson High School. In 2, it's Catholic College Wodonga. 3, Leongatha Senior College. 4, Baldwin High School. 5 is Catherine Macaulay College. 6 is Coburg High School. 7 is Williamstown High School. And in 8 is Emmanuel College.
Just really loving seeing the range of schools represented through these relay teams. All over Melbourne, all over Victoria. Like there's a few doubling up, but there's a lot of different ones in every event, which is really, really cool.
It's wonderful to see the sun back out as well and shining across the pool as they head towards the city end. Very solid start. Was that lane 5 there, Catherine Macaulay?
Was.
As Carly's fan club walks past.
Got to give my little thumbs up. Good luck to all my kids. Which is everyone, apparently.
Yeah. So 3, 4, and 5. Leongatha in 3, Baldwin High School 4, Catherine Macaulay 5.
Really moving into this contention.
All coming to the wall together.
Move themselves up into second there. So race of 3 as we go into the butterfly. Very even on the changeover. No team got a lot of advantage off that underwater. So the race is on. Leongatha just making a bit of a shift up here. This is Baldwin High. They've kind of separated themselves a little bit from Catherine Macaulay. About 2 seconds lead there, but still very close between first and second. Both in the yellow caps just to make themselves a bit harder to differentiate
Trickier
there.
for the commentators.
But here comes Catherine Macaulay. 2 seconds. And it's looking like absolutely nothing to make up here as she's just flying past the other girls. See you later. What a great swim. They're going to get the win here from lane 5.
That's amazing.
2:16.69. Baldwin in second. And Leongatha in third.
Well, you can imagine how confident that school would feel having their
That anchor
freestyle.
leg?
yeah. Man.
It's our secret weapon. And it's worked for them. Well
Made the
done.
other 2 look like they were just floating.
I'm just enjoying watching these boys getting amped up for their 50 backstroke leg of the next relay.
Hello.
A lot of jumping around, get those fast twitch fibers absolutely firing.
Our 15 to 16-year-old boys in go our backstrokers. Lane 1 is Emmanuel College, University High School in lane 2, which is an interesting name for a school. Lane 3, Melbourne High School, Maribyrnong College in 4, Baldwin High School again in 5, seeing them a bit in the medleys. Girton Grammar School in 6, Cathedral College, Wangaratta in 7, and Leongatha Senior College in 8.
Yes, definitely seen Baldwin High showing their faces a lot in these medley relays, but it is the 2 boys from Maribyrnong and Girton out quickly. So Blake Hughes and Henry Allen. Stroke for stroke. Blake 28.07 for Maribyrnong. He'll touch in first. Girton in second. And third right now after that backstroke leg is Emmanuel over on the other side of the pool. So keep an eye on them.
I have to say, I'm feeling quite left out. With all of our swimming friends coming past, getting thumbs up from Carlia. None looking at me. I'm just the other guy.
That was the girls from East Doncaster. So I did used to coach at Doncaster Swimming Club. So that's why a lot of those athletes, I do have a bit of knowledge about those East Doncaster kids. I'm also very fortunate I get to do a lot of the social media for Swimming Victoria, so most of these athletes get the chance to come and chat to me on pool deck, and yeah, I get to watch them race a lot, so it's important to build those relationships with all these awesome future superstars so that I can be the first one to get their autograph.
That might be strange for some of them to get interviewed by Raff rather than you.
I think it's lovely. It's a great experience. As we come down to the finish there, Maribyrnong, they've led start to end. Lane 4, 153.60. In second was Melbourne High School. They had a great second half there. And in third, Girton. A quick swim. I believe that was a record. 153.60. Record was 155, so I think they've taken off about 1.5 seconds on that record.
So we'll call that number 9.
9.
So we had 8 last year. We've been mentioning that throughout the day. 8 new records set in 2023.
The Carlia effect is in full swing. The girls jump into the pool now for the women's 17 to 20-year-olds 4x50 metre medley relay. In lane 1, we have Catholic College Wodonga. Lane 2, Preston. Lane 3, Beaumaris Secondary College. Lane 4, East Doncaster Secondary College. Lane 5, Emmanuel College. Lane 6, Lavalla Catholic College. Lane 7, East Loddon Peter 12 College. And lane 8, Maribyrnong College. It's a quick start by Catholic College Wodonga over in lane 1. They are leading us through at about 40 metres here. Not too far behind lane 5. Team from Emmanuel.
Oh, your two boys. Two boys. Oh, they won? That's good. So good.
Here come those centre lanes now, those breaststrokers getting up and moving. East Doncaster shifting themselves into second, not far off first. I think by the time this lap finishes, they might have the lead again.
I don't know if it's just me, but it feels like this has been the leg of the medley in the past few where things have changed a bit.
Breaststroke,
changed
same
a lot
with an
here.
individual medley. You'll notice that breaststroke leg can make a massive, massive difference. I think breaststrokers, you're either good at it or you're not. And that's the challenge. We come down East Doncaster now leading. Mudgee flying her way through this lap. Making a bit of a move is Emmanuel College in lane 5. Trying to shift gears and come up. But alongside them, Lavalla also having a nice butterfly leg here. Our lead team dives in for the freestyle leg. Got a nice lead now. The depth across the school there at East Doncaster. Lots of swimming and sporting athletes in the pool.
Just about all alone in the picture.
Second will be Emmanuel. I don't think anyone's going to catch up to those guys in lane 5. Still a little race for third, but looks like Lavalla will get on the wall there. So they will be your top 3 for the girls 17 to 20-year-olds.
This mic is live.
to event number 130 now. Still in the medleys. This is our 17 to 20 boys.
Last of the medley relays, the big boys.
In lane 1, Cathedral College, Wangaratta. Holy Trinity Lutheran College in lane 2, Viewbank College in 3. Baldwin High School we see again in 4, Melbourne High School in 5, Strathmore Secondary College in 6, Druin Secondary College in 7, and Swan Hill in 8.
So it doesn't look like Swan Hill are racing. I think that's an empty lane.
Right.
7 and 8. But pushing us out here is Melbourne High School. Team in lane 5. Took out that backstroke leg, very strong coming through. In lane 3, Viewbank College. And a nice swim from Baldwin High School in 4. Another team from Baldwin High here, so they have stacked these medley races.
This is going to be a tight final turn here. That's a good swim on this leg from Baldwin.
Looks like Baldwin's going to be about a stroke ahead onto the wall. That timing of those changeovers is really important because look at the distance gained off that changeover leg. When you go from butterfly to freestyle, that distance always increases a little bit. So it was about a body length here. Baldwin High School charging up the last 50. Melbourne High will take second. And I don't think anyone's going to catch Viewbank. They'll get third. All right, the next event up on our program. 400 freestyle, how are you feeling about this one?
The Iron Women.
A lot of respect for people that do these 400 freestyle swims.
You can have a look at some of these seating times if they're anything to go by. Like 5 minutes probably on average. It's a long time to be out there on your own.
5-minute barrier, always something really big to break and go under. I know a lot of athletes, that's one of their goals if they're starting out swimming these 400-meter freestyles.
Record here in this particular event is 4 minutes 26 seconds, 0.16, 2017. That's a damn good time.
Sophie Caldwell, I used to race her a little bit. Ringwood Secondary College. She actually now does ultra marathon running. So the
she's
distance
crazy.
of 400 meters probably sounds like a sprint to her now. I myself am not doing ultra marathon running, and 400 meters is still a very long way.
So we're readying ourselves for the 400 metres. We're going to start with women's 12 to 20-year-olds. So that's quite a wide gap in terms of ages. We're going to have Raff poolside. And he looks like he's got an entire class here with him. He's readying himself with the microphone. Poolside with Raff
I'm
Agostino.
here with a bunch of young people here who have come in from what school?
Wheelers Hill Primary School.
Wheelers Hill Primary School in Stereo. Fantastic. Now, you've just competed in a relay, which was a boys' relay, but had 2 girls in it. Is that right? How did you guys go?
Very good.
Tell me more about more than very good.
I don't know.
I don't know. What about you?
I'm really proud of the team for working together and coming home with the gold medal.
Good job. Proud of the team, working together, coming home with the gold medal, which is fantastic. Now tell me, what do you guys love about swimming? We're going to go one by one.
I love it's fun, and I love the teamwork, and I think it's a really competitive sport.
Right.
Everything.
You like everything.
I really like the opportunity to be able to compete in swimming competitions. Everything.
And just everything as well. Where do you hope to take your swimming one day in the future? If we fast forward 10 years from now, where are we going to see your name up in lights?
Right now I'm hoping to get to nationals, and in 10 years I want to get into the Olympics.
Good job, and don't be shy about saying that. That's fantastic. But if you don't make the Olympics, that's good too. What about you?
I don't know. Probably the Olympics or like a swimming coach or something. Hockey.
Now tell me, you two, what's the best thing about being at a state championship?
It's just really fun and seeing the supportive environment.
What about you?
Making new friends.
Making new friends, seeing the supportive environment. What about the crowd? Is it nice seeing such a big crowd of people cheering you on?
Yeah.
And your relay was one of the other relays as well. It was very loud as well. It's always good when relay o'clock comes around. Congratulations, guys. We look forward to seeing more of you, but we're going to go back to the commentary team now, who will go back to this race. Well done.
Thank you, Raff, and thank you, our students at Wheelers Hill. That was the primary school that I mentioned earlier, out in the eastern suburbs, not far from where I live. I see that uniform actually walking past my place, going to the bus stop.
It's been very well represented today. We get underway with our 400-metre freestyle. You will notice there is someone swimming backstroke in lane 9. That's one of our boys' medley relay teams that unfortunately missed their event, I believe. They've been allowed to swim for a time in this race, so you will notice them doing probably some different strokes, backstroke, breaststroke, butterfly, freestyle, while our girls are swimming their 400-metre freestyle event. 400 freestyle, 8 laps of this 50-metre pool. You don't get lap counters for a 400. You have to count all those laps yourselves. I've just seen as well, we've got another team over in lane 0 also doing the same thing with their relay. They must have missed. We did say there were 2 teams missing from that last race, so I assume that was those guys.
The girls that are competing in this particular race, we mentioned that it's quite a large age group, this one, so 12 to 20. So we've got 3 15-year-olds, a 16-year-old, 2 17-year-olds, and a couple of 18. So quite a wide age range there. But is it as simple to say that, you know, the older girls would be the stronger performers at this distance, or not necessarily?
You know, it's really dependent on a lot of things. We do see athletes at that higher level, and those older athletes, some of them might not even be competing today just due to their studies. It also depends on when girls grow and mature. Sometimes their fastest times can be swum when they are around that 16-year age group, so it's very individual. The advantage that these older swimmers will have in this race is they've probably competed in it more often, so they've had that race practice. With a 400, there's a fair bit of strategy that goes into it, depending on your training background, whether you're more of a sort of 200-metre swimmer pushing up into the 400, or you're an 800 swimmer coming down, or a 400-metre specialist. That's all going to make a difference on how you swim the race. But yeah, at the moment we've got 2 girls sort of side by side here, going up very similarly, Alicia Clark and Steffi Moran. Over in lane 2, Steffi looks to be just ahead. I did notice Alicia just racing in training bay this year, so she's taken off the suit. Sometimes those suits can really pull down on your shoulders, and over a 400-metre event, you're not going to want that pressure. So it might be a little bit of a tactic there.
You know what would bring me undone in this discipline?
What would that be?
Counting to 8. I'd lose count.
We do actually see that happen. It does happen.
Well, that makes me feel a little bit better.
More than I think some of our higher level athletes would like to tell you that it does. But that's why we try and break it down when we set up race plans. So when coaches talk to their athletes, most people stick to a simple 4 100s. Your first 100, we sort of look at it almost like quarters in a football match. So first one, easy speed. You sort of want to get out to a good start, but you don't need to be 20 goals ahead because you've still got 3 quarters left to play. The middle parts, the next 2, they're all about building. You want to start to gain some momentum. That third quarter, premiership quarter, that's kind of make or break. You really need to be able to lift there because that's where the other swimmers are starting to come and make their way through, especially those back end specialists. And then the last 100, it's give everything you've got left to get that win.
Super impressive that they can swim at this distance regardless, but then, you know, the tactics that you were mentioning that come into it, how to use that energy, how to spend it, or how to spread it across the 8 laps.
So our girls here, our leaders, are just turning onto their final lap. You'll see those big 6-beat kicks come into play here that we're going to utilise whatever they have left. I know Alicia Clark breathing towards Steffi Moran. And it looks like she's just trying to put her foot down and secure the win in this event. She's just narrowly ahead and starting to move forward and away from Steffi there. So it will be Alicia Clark in a time of 4:45.86. Steffi Moran 4:46.76.
You can see that's such a solid swim from those two. Distant third. This will be Kiara Mooney from Beaumaris coming in.
So it's Ada Marr actually. Kiara's not here.
Oh, they changed it on me, did they?
They have.
Oh, of course, yes. So Ada for the bronze medal. We are preparing ourselves to go down and have a chat with Raff. He's got the girl gang from Coburg High School out there. Just waiting for this race to have all combatants finish. I saw the young ladies out there queuing up in front of the monitor for Raff, and they were all worried about their hair. I think they know they're going to be on the live stream.
I feel like that's probably the one downside to being a female athlete in swimming. So all the other sports, when you get your medals presented, you get to look nice, and we just look wet.
That's funny that you say that, because I will watch those medal ceremonies, and I always think that the female swimmers look tough as heck.
Oh, they are tough as heck, 100%. Definitely tough, but
I certainly don't think, oh, they're very wet. Oh, look at their hair.
I know they're thinking it.
Yeah.
The quick styling between race and presentation.
We are underway here for the boys 12 to 20. We might interrupt this race for Raff Agostino's chat with the Coburg High School girl gang. Can we go down there now, Harv? Let's go down to Raff poolside.
Okay, we're here at the State Swimming Championships, and I'm here with 4 lovely relay girls. First time State Championships for you girls, but just introduce you. What's your name?
My name's Lula Blackburn.
My name's Lara Sibley. Lucinda Parsky. Annika Coxon. Ready?
And you're all from Coburg High School, which is right next to School Sport Victoria, we just found out. Now tell me, what do you love about a state championship?
Oh, it's just so, there's so many people and there's, so many people swimming. I just love swimming, so it just makes me happy to be here.
What's your favourite about swimming altogether?
Just, in general, just swimming. I meeting new people.
What about you?
I like the social side of it and swimming with my friends.
And I'll come across to you. What about you?
Making new friends, getting fit, and, just enjoying the sport.
Fantastic. Now, swimming takes up a lot of time in terms of training. How many hours training do you think you do in a typical week of swimming?
6, 7.
6 or 7 hours? What about you?
I think I do
7.5.
7.5. You just wanted to be better than her, right? By half. Fantastic. What does a typical week look like for you in terms of what you eat nutrition-wise?
Just healthy stuff.
All healthy?
Sometimes unhealthy, but
And what about you? If we look forward 10 years from now, where are we going to see your name up in lights?
Ooh, I don't know. I don't. Oh, maybe hopefully in butterfly. That's my best stroke. I'd like to compete and do further races in butterfly.
Fantastic. What about you? You know.
Butterfly as well, but she's half second off nationals, so she'll be national next year, hopefully.
What a great teammate to be saying that. You're all pretty good, but this is your first state championship. I don't reckon it's going to be your last. We look forward to seeing you in the future. So thank you.
Thank you.
Back to the commentary team for this race here. Thanks, girls.
Thanks, Raff, for that one. Great job, girls, on the mic there.
One of those girls was a bit too modest, I think.
I loved it. As we cross now, we are in the 400-metre freestyle for men's 12 to 20. Leading us through at that 200 point, the halfway mark, is Connor Hayes. He's from Eltham High School, swimming out of lane 4. Trying to challenge him, Oscar Campbell over in lane 2 from Sandringham Secondary College, and Taru Pereira in lane 5 from Glen Waverley. Now, what I'm enjoying about this race is Taru and Oscar are actually training partners, but they obviously go to different schools, so they get to be full-on competitors today, which is really exciting.
When you say training partners, what would that actually look like at training? Do they race one another in training? Do they?
Yeah, so they're at the same swimming club outside of school. So these guys probably doing about 8 sessions a week, I think the boys are. So they train under Kelly Stubbins, who's got them both doing that bit of distance work over there. So this 400 metre, a great event for them. Connor Hayes, he's at Eltham. He is one of their competitors. Really well known for his open water prowess. He's really, really great the longer the distance goes. But Oscar Campbell in this 400, definitely challenging. It's super close between the two of them. About 0.71 separating them on that last turn. Connor's breathing to the right, so he can't really see where Oscar is, so he's just got to give everything he can down this final straight. Oscar has the advantage of breathing towards Connor, but I don't know if he's going to have been able to do enough to get in front of him as Connor hits the wall. His touch pad hasn't gone off, but I do believe Connor Hayes got the win in that one, followed by Oscar Campbell, and it will be Taru in third.
Good win there by Connor, one of the names that I'm sure we're going to see go on to bigger and better things. One of the names that I recall seeing the past couple of years, seen him win a lot of races. We're going to head into a bunch of our multi-class events now. The breaststroke this time.
Ethan. Yeah, we should get ready.
We'll take a couple of photos.
Yeah, go and get those.
If you are taking photos, don't forget to upload them to www.ssv.photos. We are looking for all of your behind-the-scenes pictures, your medal photos. Don't forget to send in if you are watching from home.
That was the segue of the day.
This is why I get paid the big bucks.
Why are you winning though? What happened?
Can you make sure he goes to his toilet?
Sure. Yeah.
As our final
Yeah, I'm only going to the toilet as
comes
well.
into that
Take some photos.
Is this a live,
Great work there,
Mike?
Marcus Kingston.
That is actually live. Can they hear me? Hello?
Want to take a couple of
Hello?
photos.
We're being challenged.
Photos after.
Is this
Our vocals are being challenged.
live?
Do they think
Yeah,
that
so it's gonna
they'll
help.
hear us if we respond?
Wait, is this live?
They'll hear Raff.
Is this
The Raff of Raff.
Yeah.
Alrighty, so as we said before, the multi-class 50-metre breaststroke events In the pool now we have the girls 11-year-olds, and I believe they've put those girls with the girls 12, 13-year-olds as well. So names aren't up on the board, but I believe in lane 7 that could be Michaela Soko, and in lanes 3, 4 and 5 we have Aria Osman, Mackenzie Gibbs and Sarah Nguyen. Michaela there, finishing in a 52.77. It's just over her personal best, so right on time. She's had a heap of events today, so that's a great effort towards the end of the day to still put on such a good performance there.
So we've got the boys jumping in this time. Once again, it looks like we might have combined a couple of age groups here. Swimmers in 2 and 3 and 5 and 6.
Just a little bit delayed, so
yeah, it's not doing us any favours.
It's not really trying to help much, is it? I'm going to say that swimming out of lane 6 is Blake Warren. Just a guess here, based upon cap. So I would assume lane 5 is Phoenix Zhang. And on the other side of the pool, I think we have into Panchal Puri from Mount View, who's swam earlier. And then Hassas, who we just saw interviewed. He's in our blue cap. Brings us along now to event 138, the boys 12-13 years 50 metre breaststroke multi-class. So just the one event in this race, no combinations here. See so many of these younger boys in the multi-class events. This whole heat is actually 12-year-olds, interestingly enough. So they'll get the chance to come back and race in this exact event next year. Hopefully we see them all back again for that.
Lane 1, Henry O'Brien from St. Robert's Primary School, Newtown. Elijah Aegis. Lane 2 from St. Mary of the Cross Point. Lane 3, Sam Phillips from Rosanna Golf Links Primary School. 4 is Troy T, who we've already seen today, Mount View Primary School. Xavier Wells in lane 5 from Beaumaris North Primary School. Daniel Spence in 6 from Stratford. And Ethan Splatt from Williamstown in lane 7.
First hands on the wall there was Troy T in lane 4. Great swim from him, led from start to finish. Challenging over from lane 1 though, Henry O'Brien had a really great swim there as well. He might have got his hands on second, but do remember that in our multi-class events, it all comes down to that point score. I probably sound a little bit like a broken record, but
That's okay.
anyone joining us for individual races is not necessarily the first person to get their hands on the wall who is our winner.
It is worth repeating. We also accumulate big points as well in the multi-class events, which go to the overall school totals.
Sorry, thank you.
And again, just a mighty effort to be able to swim full length. What's that term you use? You professional swimmers? Long course?
Long course.
Long course
yes.
swimming pool. A mighty effort.
You're going to have all the lingo. And so is everyone at home watching. Professional commentators. Just like when the Olympics comes on and I watch gymnastics.
Well, I've got 12 months to refer to my notes before I'm back here again next year.
I
There'll be no
expect
excuse.
you to know all of the schools and all of the lingo.
Oh, the schools as well, yeah.
Yep. Lots to learn. Lots to do. Oh, now this is what I was explaining before. So one of our blind athletes just there, you'll see that pole with the little piece on the end, and they're one stroke away. I'll just give him a little tap on the head, and then he knows to take one final stroke and he's at the wall. And then you'll just see those carers helping everyone get out of the pool safely. They do such an awesome job. These kids are great. As we move on now, this is a combined event, 139 and 140. So across in lane 2, we have Gemma Cook, lane 3, Alison Freely, and lane 4, Lillian West. And then on the near side of the pool, we have in lane 7, Lisa Bale, and lane 8, Emily Harding. All of the Mary McKillops in the water at the moment. Gemma Cook from Mary McKillop, Leanne Gutter, and Lisa Bale from St Mary McKillop in Swan Hill.
Waiting for our final couple of swimmers to get to the wall. Activity at both ends as the girls that were just in the pool scramble to get out. And our next group ready themselves up the other end. I wonder what the temperature is now out there, because it looks like it's starting to get a bit cool. It'd be warmer in the pool, wouldn't it, if you could just get in there and stay in there?
Yeah, so on average, our competition pools are nearly always set to around 26.5 degrees, so that's race temperature. You'll find that most training pools are a little bit warmer than that, generally sit around 27 to 28 for a 50-metre long course pool. And then if you're training in a short course 25-metre pool that's used for learn to swim, the minimum temperature it can be for learn to swim is like 29 degrees. Yep. So most of them sit between 29 and 31.
This is another one of our multi-class events, women 17 to 20, breaststroke. Phoebe Edwards in lane 2 from Heatherwood School, Sandra Milletta in lane 3, another one from Ashwood. Kayla Wilson in lane 4 from Murbu North Secondary College. 5 is Emily Shield from Heatherwood. And 6 is Isla Ma from Ashwood School also. couple more multi-class events coming up, and then we'll be into the individual medleys. Here comes Alamar. Emily Shield in lane 5. Sandra Muletta, the final swimmer to finish in that particular event. Back to the boys now. 12 to 14-year-old. Lane 3, it's Lachlan Crimes from Williamstown High School. Lane 4, it's Ming Zhipang from Bulleen Heights. Eli Kerr, who we've seen racing a bit today in lane 5 from Timboon P12 School, and Max Chandler in lane 6 from Cathedral College, Wangaratta.
A lot of these boys really backing up race after race. It's a big day of competitive swimming.
They're going to need that happy meal.
Well deserved. Come down onto the wall, Ming Zhipang. 44 flat.
Just inside his seed time that we've got here.
Also a nice personal best. It's just always that little bit of when you just get so close to breaking a cycle or a second like that. But awesome nonetheless, obviously.
Okay, Mama's calling. Sophie, Mama call you.
Okay, looking like we've got the three swimmers here for our 15 and 16-year-old breaststroke multi-class boys. Looks like this is our second to last multi-class event of the day.
Men's 15, 16 years, 50-metre breaststroke.
So Lachlan Sefton in lane 3 from Heritage College, Knox. Hamish Keenan in lane 4 from Strathmore Secondary College. Max Bassett in lane 5 from Sale and District Specialist School.
Interested. We do have 3 swimmers in this race, but Hamish Keenan is not one of them. So we've got an extra swimmer in lane 2.
I wonder where he's come from. They certainly don't have that up on the board.
Boys come down to touch there, and it will be Max Bassett with his heads on the wall first. 59.83. Good to see always when you go under that 1 minute barrier for 50 breaststroke.
So this upcoming event, barring a horrible oversight by me, will be our final multi-class of the day.
I believe you're correct.
Well, will I be correct in terms of who's actually swimming?
Well, look, there's 3 on my list and there's 3 behind the blocks, and I know Dominic in lane 4 and he's in lane 4. So look, I think we're on here. Final multi-class 50-meter breaststroke of the day. Men's 17 to 20 years.
Lane 3, it's Thorn Wager Singh from Ashwood School. 2 of the 3 are from Ashwood School. 4 is Dominic Hoggard from Bainbridge College, and Jaden Katz in lane 5 from Ashwood. And this is going to bring to a close what has been another wonderful day for our multi-class swimmers. So many of them, as we mentioned a few moments ago, have swum most of the events.
A big day, an impressive day, lots of personal bests. A great day out, really. The sun's back shining on us.
I mentioned it a couple of hours ago, that's the end that you want to start from. Get the sun on your shoulders before you jump in.
Be really great for our next relays coming up for our final athletes in each of those teams. That 4th swimmer will have the sun shining on their back, ready to go and storm home for their team. Now, the next event on the program, this is one that's always really great to watch, the individual medleys. And I want to ask, what's it like watching an IM from a non-swimming perspective?
I want to say tiring, but I reckon that's probably from a swimming perspective as well as a non-swimming. No, I mean, it's super impressive to see, you know, the one swimmer be able to perform all 4 strokes at an adequate level from someone who can barely even do freestyle. Super impressive.
First up on the blocks are our women's 12 to 15 years 200-meter individual medley. They are trying to do some announcements, so we're not going to start the race while the announcements are going on. You're wondering what that delay is, but 12 to 15 years girls, this is one of our oldest records on the books. 2005, Samantha Hamill, 2:23.72. Now, that is a very, very fast time for swimmers this age. The fastest entry we have here is Lucy Doyle in lane 4 at a 2:30. So Sam Hamill was absolutely moving. What differs in our individual medley to our medley relay is the order of strokes. So we're looking for butterfly, backstroke, breaststroke, then freestyle. The way most of our swimmers will set it up is you don't necessarily have to be the fastest butterfly in this race. There's no point in expending all your energy on lap 1 because you still have 3 laps to go. So that fly is all about easy speed, getting plenty of oxygen. You want to do it rhythmically so you're not over-consuming energy in your upper body or lower body. Then in our backstroke, what we tend to try and work on is those arm rotations. So getting that stroke rate up, sitting up a bit higher. You want to stay lighter on those legs. And the reason being is the next lap is breaststroke, and that is where you will definitely feel those shins burning.
Yep.
If you're not burning in the shins, you're not doing it correctly. But breaststroke, as we spoke about earlier, can be the make or break leg in these IMs. So if you are not a strong breaststroker, you want as much of an advantage coming into this breaststroke leg as you can possibly get. And then freestyle, that's where that endurance comes into play. So just whatever you've got left. Most people can do a pretty solid freestyle lap. You don't want to be waiting for that freestyle leg to make your move. You want to be making it a little bit sooner. So that's why we see it in the breaststroke. still leading us through here. Maddie Harvey in lane 5 from Parkdale Secondary College. The two girls in 3 and 4 trying to make a little bit of a move up in this breaststroke leg. Close that gap that Maddie has over them. It's about 2 seconds. Lucy Doyle, we know, super strong distance freestyler. She should have a little bit left in the tank. Mia Roberts, she had a great breaststroke leg. We'll see if that's eaten into her fitness at all. Need to push so hard in that 3rd lap. But here comes Lucy Doyle. She's mowing down Maddie. Maddie's going to have to kick up a notch, get a wiggle on.
Maddie, could you hold on?
I reckon she can. It's going to be close, but I think Maddie Harvey's done just enough there. 2:33.33 to take the win over Lucy Doyle, 2:33.56. And then Mia Roberts in 3rd.
Getting appreciation for how fast that record is. That's 10.
Yes.
10 seconds faster.
Yeah, there's a reason it's stood since 2005. That is for sure.
Well, it makes you sort of think, you know, if someone at this event is going to come along and break that, we're probably looking at a generational swimmer.
Absolutely. As our boys get underway here for the men's 12 to 15 years 200 metre medley.
I want to ask, Carlia, the students that the schools submit into this particular event, would they be there or thereabouts the school's best swimmer overall, or just most versatile?
Well, that's a really good question, and I think it's going to depend on what school you're at. Some people, or some schools with more swimming athletes, are going to have specialists in the medley events.
Yep.
And they're also going to have swimmers who specialise in one particular stroke. So if you're really good at, say, freestyle, you might be the best swimmer in the school because you can win the 50, the 100, the 200 and the 400. But it's not going to make you the person they put necessarily in the IM, because you might not have that ability to perform all of the strokes.
Yep.
I think it's definitely going to be the best all-rounder. So if you've got an athlete who's performing across the 50 fly, back, breast and free, you're probably going to throw them into this event. Even if they might not necessarily do it all the time, you're going to give them a real good crack. Another really important part in the IM are those changeovers or the transitions between strokes. So the turns for them are a little bit different to what we see in our normal events. You fly to back turn, obviously you go in on your front, come out on your back. The main point of difference is that backstroke to breaststroke turn. So there's 3 different styles that we actually teach for that turn. All of them are legal, all of them you can be used in a race. So you've got your standard open turn, which is probably the easiest one to learn. You just touch on your back and swivel around. Then you've got your backstroke, we call it a bucket turn, where you actually do a full backflip over. It can be a very quick one. A lot of athletes that have learned that can do it very fast. The thing that you sort of risk with that one is lacking oxygen, because as you backflip, you lose a lot of air. And the most recent one we've brought in is the crossover turn, which is where you go in and you land on your side and you do a flip turn. And the difficult part of a crossover turn, as Harrison Main just finishes there, just outside that record, 2:19.66. Ashley Lansbury in 2nd and Josh Fitzgerald in 3rd. That crossover turn, you have to still be on your back when you touch the wall. Now you take the risk that as you lean into it, you want to be starting to transition over towards your front. So that's why we call it that crossover, because you start crossing over earlier. It's timing it, that fine line between still being on your back when you hit the wall and being too far over. And we have seen a lot of people come unstuck there and become disqualified because of transferring onto their front too early.
So this is the women's 16 to 20, 200 metre individual medley. It sounds like the swimmers that swim in this particular event are incredibly nuanced and skilled swimmers.
They're very versatile and adaptable athletes. I think that's the important part. And you have to also adapt to what's going on in the race. You don't want to be left behind too much as well. because that can just be disheartening. So yeah, there's a lot to think about in these IM swims.
I mean, even when we saw the 200-metre freestyle, and I'm sort of thinking, from a layman's point of view, pacing yourself in a race like that, it becomes all the more harder when you've got to pace yourself, but you're doing 4 different strokes, and you're only doing them, for 50 metres at a time. Got to be switched on.
100%. One of the main things coaches are trying to teach athletes are these race tactics and strategies from when they're younger. So obviously you're going to give someone who's 12 or 13 a little bit of a different race plan to the likes of the girls in this event who are 17, 18, but it's a basic version of it, so that as they progress through their swimming, they're not learning something completely new, they're just layering it and adding to it. You'll actually find a lot of these athletes who are in the older levels and higher levels of school will be doing really well at school as well, because they've had those moments of training their brain. They show a lot of discipline in what they do with their sport. They become very disciplined in schooling as well.
Right.
And quite often we see one of the girls I coached just ducked her high school last year. So it isn't uncommon to be at a high level of sport and a high level at your schooling. They kind of go side by side.
We've got a battle in the golden lanes here. Darcy Lou Kercheval, who we've seen from St Helena a bit today, and Seonjin Huang, who's been terrific right from the get-go from John Monash Science School. Looks like it's Seonjin who's pulling clear.
Yeah, Seonjin actually races 400-metre individual medley quite often, made top 10 in Australia last week, so could expect to see her strong in this second half like she's just shown. Darcy, great breaststroker, so we know her IM's going to be strong in that leg. And then Annabelle Jorgensen, 200 butterfly, so she's also got a little bit of a distance background there too, coming home strong for third.
In there for Seonjin Huang, led really from start to finish. Up next we're going to have event number 148. We're meandering our way towards the end.
This will be our last individual race, I believe, of the day before we crack on to some relays.
Yeah, our final event is event number 166, and this is number 148. So heading into the mid-afternoon. Sunshine has disappeared again, coming and going, but we're staying, aren't we?
Well, not for long. Go. Underway here, men's 16 to 20 200-metre individual medley. It is our last individual swim before we begin our relays, our freestyle relays. I can see the girls walking out now for their 4x50 freestyle relay. Smiles on their faces. That's what we love to see from all of our athletes. I'm pretty sure the boys in the pool probably don't have smiling faces right now. They've just completed the butterfly leg of the IM. Leading us around, Jake Ridley over in lane 3 from Morty Alec College. He's opting not to swim this one. He's had a great day so far, grabbing the win from lane 0 in that 100 backstroke. Probably has another relay coming up, so might be just saving a bit of the legs for the boys in his team as Jake turns in first there, 102.43. Ethan Ravensdale in lane 5 from Upway High School in second. Shift gears in the breaststroke, close that gap a little bit. Doesn't look like anyone's going to be able to do it though. Jake Ridley looking very, very strong. Yeah, it was the breaststroke leg in his IM at Nationals where he said that he wasn't too happy with it. So curious to see the splits there, 40.94. I think that's very similar to what he split last week.
Well, let's see if his feelings towards it change at all.
I have a chat to him afterwards.
Would you say that they're perfectionists?
A lot, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Definitely. And I think the more mature athletes get, when you come back and speak to them after the races, they already know what they need to fix or where they need to change.
Yep.
It's having that self-awareness that's super important in the sport. So they'll be the first ones to come up and be like, okay, I did this well, but then this part I come unstuck. And that's what you'll go back and work on from then. So Jake there, 2:14.11, takes the win over Ethan Ravensdale. We get into our relays.
Getting some good support. We did flag this with you earlier that these are the events that get
lots of
the
cheers
loudest
there for
correspondence
PLC,
from the crowd.
Presbyterian Ladies College out of lane 4 here.
So this is our primary school girls, 9 and 10. Leon Gaffer in lane 1. Ivanhoe East in 2. Lowther Hall in 3. Presbyterian Ladies in 4. Loretto Mandeville Hall in 5. Cathedral College Wangaratta in 6. Ballarat and Clarendon in 7. Please don't tell me they're not there. Have we got a full?
Nope, they are there. You're all good.
Thank you. And East
They are
Loddon.
on.
East Loddon in 8.
Girls, 9, 10-year-olds. Absolutely smashing their way down this first 50, though, is lane 5, the team from Loretto. 37 was the first split. Leon Gatha over in lane 1 in second.
I'm not in the way of people behind me.
I think we're looking at the golden lanes here, and in particular Loretto Mandeville Hall in 5. Just out in front, Presbyterian. I'm not convinced I'm saying that correct. Presbyterian Ladies College.
Sounds fine to me.
Put that in the homework, Brent.
PLC for short.
Oh, that's what the PLC was,
That's
right?
PLC. But it does look like Loretto. It's going to take a massive swim from lane 4 to catch the team from Loretto in 5. But never say it's out of the question, because I've seen some pretty incredible last legs in these relays. We've seen some pretty incredible legs
already
in these
today,
relays just today. So.
Well, what about this particular race, Kalia? Where do you put your strongest, fastest, sprintiest?
So this is an age-old question of what order do you swim your team in now. Most teams at this age are probably going to swim slowest to fastest, I think, in junior swimming. Quite often you might have your fastest last and your second fastest first, so you can get out to a really good start. They have closed the gap. It's very, very close. 2/100ths of a second separating Loretto and PLC. I told you it could have happened. It hasn't quite, but gosh, they did everything but swim over the team in lane 5 there. Loretto Mandeville Hall hangs on for the win. 2:36.18, and PLC in second, 2:36.20. And with that swim, I'm actually going to have to sign off now.
Oh, okay. I'm on my own.
You are. You will be for the rest of these relays. Thanks, Brent, so much for having me.
I'll let the crowd do your job.
You've learnt plenty, and I look forward to working with you again. Thanks so much for everyone who's tuned in and listened to me so far today. Don't forget to get your Team Vic nominations in by midnight tonight. Thanks so much, guys.
That's your final warning from Kalia Marsh as she departs. I want to say you're left in the capable hands of Brent. I'm not sure that's the right thing to say. But as I was just mentioning, if that first freestyle relay is anything to go by, this is going to be a cracking set of races. It's the boys' turn now. As the opening swimmers are on the blocks and ready to rock. In they go. Girton Grammar School in lane 1. Ballarat and Clarendon in 2. Penley and Essendon Moonee Ponds in 3. Yarra Valley Grammar School in 4. Lloyd Street Primary School East Malvern in 5. Rosanna Golf Links Primary School in 6. Gippsland Grammar School Sale in 7. And Cathedral College Wangaratta in 8. Looks like it's going to be our swimmer from Yarra Valley, the first one to get to the wall. And the first one to get their second swimmer in. Closely followed by Lloyd Street Primary School East Malvern. It's a bit of a tongue twister, that school. We have had our eyes on lane 4 as per usual most of the day. Penley and Essendon Moonee Ponds in a close battle for second. They're in 3. Lane 3, that is. Once again, it looks like Yarra Valley.
Yes. Okay, he's done well. He's done well to hold on. Go! Go, something!
So they're going to take some catching now. The boys in lane 4. Lloyd Street Primary School in East Malvern have pulled away in second. Penley and Essendon a little further back in third. Tell you what, they're closing some significant space here. Is the third swimmer for Lloyd Street Primary. In comes the final swimmer for Yarra Valley. Swimmer number 4 for Lloyd Street Primary School East Malvern with a bit of work to do, but this is a solid last leg for the Yarra Valley Grammar School student. It's going to be a relatively comfortable victory for the boys from Yarra Valley Grammar School. They'll be on the top step of the podium. Lloyd Street Primary School East Malvern into second. Well, we've got a good battle going on for the bronze. Looks like it might be looking up either ends of the pool here. In the end, it was lane 2, Ballarat and Clarendon College coming in for bronze. That's if we're to believe the scoreboard here at MSAC, which has told us some fibs today. But the gold medal goes to the boys from Yarra Valley Grammar School.
I think that's definitely that's the fastest I've ever swam. The previous fastest was 2:48. They swam 11 seconds faster. Yeah. That is a massive increase. I think I'm proud.
Yeah, you did very well. 237.
I almost used it. So I knew that we had to be in the league to have a chance. We think that that much faster.
Okie dokie, we've had an upgrade in the co-commentary chair. Carlia Marsh is out. Chloe Dew is in. How are you, Chloe? Just say something to us so we can see if your mics are right. We've got Raff Agostino buzzing around.
Yeah, just checking the mics and making sure they're all good. Been switched into a new role here, so been working with the multi-class swimmers today across the events, which has been fantastic.
Well, Carlia and I have been mightily impressed with our multi-class students. We've been watching them in the pool, putting their best foot forward, and then obviously up on the podiums as well, accepting their medallions. I'm not sure which one they would actually enjoy more, swimming or getting their 5 seconds of fame on the podium.
There was certainly a lot of enjoyment over at that podium, so I'm not too sure the answer to that one either.
So we're currently in the midst here of our girls 11-year-olds 200-metre freestyle relay. They're coming into the third leg.
There's not much splitting them at the moment. They're quite close for first and second on that change.
Well, we've had a few close run things today. I've not been a big swimming person myself. I've been taught about the golden lanes.
Yes.
So that's where my focus has gone all day, Chloe.
Absolutely. Well, I'm just watching our swimmers at the moment making the advantage of breathing to the side that their opponent's on, just to keep an eye on them, just to make sure that they are knowing where that other person is, pushing as much as they can to hit that wall first.
Tintern Grammar, it will be hitting the wall. They're closely followed by St Catherine's School Toorak. So it looks like once again we're going to get a showdown in those middle two lanes. Although our final swimmer here from Tintern Grammar has rifled into the pool.
That leg rating is phenomenal. She's absolutely tearing it up as she moves her way down the pool there. Fantastic effort.
We've been getting a good coaching clinic from our commentator who has now left us, Talia Marsh. She was telling us all about how you don't want your back feet to come too far out of the water.
Correct. No, it's not
you
very
agree
efficient.
With that?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll tell you what, if there had been 10 more metres in that pool there, I think that might have just been a shift in placings there. Gee, that was quite a comeback from that last swimmer. Fantastic effort.
Yeah, 2:17.06 to 2:17.90. So a close run thing once again. Tintern Grammar just sneaking home. But if this was a 60-metre pool and not 50, that might have been a different result.
Absolutely.
So that was event number 151. Chloe, I want to ask you, I have seen you running around the pool. You said you've been doing some great stuff with the multi-class students. Is that all you've been doing? You've been doing far too much running to just be doing that.
Oh, look, I've been moving around a fair bit. I've done lots of little bits and pieces. I took on the role of check start earlier today, making sure students were in the right lane for their races. I've also been in marshalling and helping there. I did a little bit of timekeeping. And I might steal a moment here to spruik that I'm also the general manager of the Team Vic swimming team this year. So if we wanted to promote that briefly, and I know Carly has been doing it and yourself have been doing a great job of that today, but I am hoping that a lot of these swimmers here today do put in their applications to help us field a team for the 2024 Australian Swimming Championships for School Sport Australia. So it's a pretty exciting opportunity.
Is that deadline tonight? Is that what
It
Carly
is,
has been spruiking?
So midnight tonight is your final opportunity. I'm hoping people aren't waiting until 11:50 to put their applications in, but they are obviously closing off at the end of today. So get those applications in. Even if you're not 100% sure, if you want to, it's better to get those applications in and then consider it if you are offered a place, whether you'd like to take that place or not. It's better to be in it, then you've got the chance.
And if you don't get your registration in before midnight, at midnight you'll turn into a pumpkin.
I think that's correct, yes. I don't know that there's any golden slipper, though, or anything that'll save you. So
looks like we've got lane 6 here, Cathedral College Wangaratta, who have their, they did have their noses in front, but getting a mighty challenge here from Brighton in lane 4.
Yes, and lane 5 sneaking in there as well. So we've got Trinity Grammar as well. Sort of looks like the lead shifted now already, and it'll be interesting to see what happens when this 4th swimmer for each team hits the water. I'll see if the lead shifts again.
So this will be the final turn. By the way, this is the boys' 11-year-olds. Into the water go the final swimmers.
And Cathedral have ended up in 4th place after that one. Let's see if they can push it back up into the placings there. But
it's amazing how much and how quickly as well things can change.
Absolutely. This is a lovely swim from the swimmer in lane 4 from Brighton Grammar School, bringing it in.
Trying to close the gap for second in 5 there is the Trinity Grammar School swimmer, but they're going to have to settle for silver. There's a good battle going on for bronze as well.
Yeah, there is a little bit. I can see Cathedral are really trying to push that last little bit back in, but I think they might. Oh, look at that. They did. They've hit the wall. Oh, in 3rd place.
Now, I should say we have had some times come up on that board today that have needed a bit of an inquest, only because
I believe that might need to happen here because I can see that lane 3 are already in and their time hasn't gone. So we might just wait and see what happens there with that scoreboard, because Not quite sure what that finish looked like.
So we think it might have been Cardinia International School coming in for bronze.
Yes.
If there's two things that we have emphasised today, Chloe, it's been getting your registrations in by midnight and touch the wall.
Oh my goodness.
Bang the wall if you have to.
As a swimming coach, I can't tell you how often I tell my swimmers to hit that wall hard enough to make that time stop.
Well, I'm sure if Carly is listening in the car on the way home, she'll be nodding her head saying
Absolutely.
yes, yes. I think Carlia was saying that she tells her students, pretend that you can swim through the wall.
Oh, yeah.
Do that.
And they're nice and soft, the walls these days, with those lovely touch pads. You don't hurt yourself hitting them hard.
We only have 3. That's a problem.
So here we go for we're going back with the girls now, 12 and 13-year-old freestyle relay. Breaststroke Primary School, Traralgon in 1, Fairfield in 2. Ballarat and Clarendon. By the way, I'm from Ballarat, Chloe.
So am I. There you go.
Oh, that's too much Ballarat in the commentary box. Ballarat, Clarendon in 3. Methodist Ladies in 4. Lauriston Girls School in 5. Pentley and Essendon Moonee Ponds in 6. St Mary's College Seymour in 7. And Kerrang District in 8. As we get to our first changeover.
Well, there's some pretty sharp times there for the 12-13 age group. It went out in 30.14 for MLC. Well done for Methodist Ladies College.
Yeah, they're the ones who have a small lead. Closing quickly, though, in 5 is Lauriston Girls School. Not going to be too much in this by the time they come to the second
Absolutely. I think
change.
It's pretty much there, neck and neck, if not shifted the other way around, I believe. I think lane 5 is going to hit that changeover wall first. Oh, there's not much in it. It's
Great
very
battle.
close, and 33.53 from that swimmer. That was a really great time. But again, the lead has already shifted, so we've swapped back the other way. It's a neck and neck race between these two schools.
Flipping and flopping. They're called the golden lanes for a reason. Not just because they're golden, the ropes, but great battle as well. This will be the final changeover. Just stretching out ahead is the swimmer for Methodist Ladies College. Has actually built up a pretty good gap by the end of that particular leg.
Absolutely, 32.50 for that split as compared to a 36.72. So she did gain quite a distance there, and she's given her team a very handy lead. And our fourth swimmer there is blistering her way down the pool, so it's looking like a strong swim from the Methodist Ladies College.
It's going to be, by the looks of it, Ballarat and Clarendon in for third, but it's a distant third at the moment. So gold for...
Oh, what a fantastic
Methodist.
time, 2:05.01. That's a 28.55, phenomenal. What a great swim from that swimmer in fourth place there.
The problem Lloyd Street has never
Not all that far
had this
from
experience.
the record.
No one's
4
been there, so
seconds
we
or
don't
so.
really know.
Less. Here comes...
No, we're the first
third.
team to get past
Quite a
divisions.
spread out field in this event, but
Yeah.
there's still a bit of
Regions
neck
has
and
not
neck
had
going
a
on in some of these
relay teams
last
for
few
more than 100
placings.
years.
6, 7 and 8 all coming in. So that was our 12 and 13-year-old girls. We've got a few of our individual, or school I should say, freestyle relays to come. Working our way all the way up through the age groups I was mentioning earlier, Chloe. It's quite interesting, and I'm sure a lot of the parents and guardians that are in the grandstand above us would notice as we move through the age groups, and you can just see the speed getting quicker and quicker as we're dealing with students that are obviously older but a bit stronger, a bit faster all the time.
Absolutely, it's a great thing. It's quite nice when you do attend a swim meet and they do sort of go up in age groups, and you do get to watch that. It's almost like watching swimmers develop as you go through the age groups, and there'll be a lot of splashing, I'd imagine, by the time we get to our 18 boys as we watch the wake that follows them as they make their way down the pool. So yeah, you're right, it's really great to watch that progression.
Who were we talking with earlier? Raff was interviewing, I think it was Henry Allen.
Henry, yes.
6'5", I think
oh,
he said.
yes, yep.
15-year-old, 6'5". He's going to be a very tall fella.
And coming off a week ago, he was at the Australian National Swimming Championships, the age championships. So he's been a very busy boy on the swimming scene lately. He did a really great job up there, and certainly the height obviously helps him.
Yeah, Kalia was mentioning that he's been swimming all around the place.
Absolutely.
Brighton Grammar School in 4 here, closely followed by Trinity in 5. So a lot of the same schools that we're seeing. In 3rd, I think we're looking at Penley and Essendon here, closely followed by Westgarth in 6th. As they head through the sunshine into the final turn. The sunshine that's been coming and going today, typical Melbourne day. Well, I was mentioning earlier, Chloe, I was here last year for SSV and it was a terrible day compared to today.
Goodness. Yep.
I think we got rain, hail and sunshine, literally all 3 last year.
Well, it's Victoria. I think you get all seasons in a day around here, so it's an interesting time of the year.
Here comes a late fight back from Trinity in 5.
Oh, has he got enough? I think he might have enough here. I think he's going to take that lead. He absolutely is. He's
over the top.
All the way in.
Well, that's a terrific swim.
Fantastic.
Oh.
And in the end, he actually put quite a decent gap in there, nearly a full second after that little comeback there. Fantastic effort.
So gold again for Trinity. Silver for Brighton. And in the end, it might have been bronze for Penley and Essendon Moonee Ponds. How do you go with your school knowledge, Chloe? Because Carlia was getting stuck into me a little bit, being from Ballarat originally. There's a lot of these schools I'm not all that familiar with, I must admit.
Yeah, I must admit I'm probably in the same boat as yourself. I'm having a quick scan of them thinking I'm just making sure I'm saying that one correctly. I can tell you all the names of the schools out in the Greater Western region where I'm from, but there's a lot of schools in our state to get your head around.
It's wonderful to see them, though, come from here, there and everywhere. And then we've said that we're from Ballarat. I mean, that's a relatively short trip compared to some of the others that come from all corners of the state.
Absolutely. It's nice to see in this race. It's quite even and level across the board. Some races are lovely to watch like that, where you sort of just see them all. It's anyone's race, so we'll see how that looks at the first changeover, whether we've got a little bit more spread by that point.
Tallangatta in lane 1, Leongatha in 2, Parkdale 3, East Doncaster, who have dominated today. They're in 4, Montmorency 5, Maribyrnong College 6, Catherine Macaulay College in 7, and Emmanuel in 8, as we're still all lined out across those middle lanes.
Absolutely. It's this is a great race. It really could be anyone's from here. There's enough of them still vying for that top position. But our very focused swimmers up on the blocks, ready to make their move into the water.
Montmorency, I think, were the one to get to the wall first there.
There's not much in it at this stage.
Lane 6, Maribyrnong, coming up alongside on one of the outside lanes.
Absolutely.
Coming right up alongside just quietly.
Yeah.
Good territory being gained. It's Montmorency out in front. Good battle going on for 3rd as well. East Doncaster and Parkdale. Here come the ladies in lane 5, Montmorency for the final leg.
I'm keeping an eye on that Catherine Macaulay over in lane 7. They have definitely, they're sneaking over on that side there. If they can hold on here, they may not be able to see her from in lane 5. It's a bit of a shock when you can't spot. She has dropped back a little bit here, but you like to keep an eye on your competitors. Second and third is a bit of a tussle here.
So Montmorency gold. And coming in for bronze was East Doncaster. But a great battle. Parkdale in lane 3 for bronze. One of the better ones we've seen today, just quietly.
Absolutely. It's always nice when there's a little bit of competition. It's nice and close, and it could be anyone's race. It's great for the spectators, although as a swimmer, you do always like to be well out in front and not have to worry too much about that. So I'm sure they're all hoping for a big, large gap between for their lead. But for spectators, we quite like this.
And there's a lot on the line here. I don't know if the students would be, well, maybe they would be upfront about it, but to race for their schools, I think Carlia and I were having a little bit of a debate as to how much bragging rights is on the line. I think Carlia was trying to say, no, swimming's a very, great sportsmanship in our sport, which I'm sure there is, but you want to win for your school. There's points on the line.
Absolutely. There's definitely elements of pride that sit within that, and we're all obviously trying to do our best, but it's always nice when, having been a swimmer growing up myself and also a coach, the opportunities you get where you can really be in a team rather than sort of standing out on your own, they're really great. So you do celebrate that. You work together and try and get that point score up. It's a really nice thing. So it's good to be in a team within your individual sport.
It's great to have a sport like that as well, isn't it? Because there's not too many where, you know, you are an individual, but you can compete in a team. You know, it's generally one or the other.
Yeah, absolutely. It's there's a second and third, and possibly even fourth are all very close in this one here. So we'll see what another 100 metres adds to this. But first place is well clear at the moment. So a great lead.
University High School in first. There's Doncaster again in amongst it in second, and McKinnon in third. This has been a solid third leg as well. This is, in the last few races, generally where teams have put in that winning effort. University High School charging to the finish line here. They get their fourth swimmer in first.
Look, there's often a lot of strategy when putting together a relay team. It's not always the case that you have your fastest swimmer in last position. A lot of teams like to put that fastest swimmer in third place to set up their final swimmer to anchor that team home. So it can be anyone's race, not knowing what order schools have stacked their teams in. So we usually like to get off to a fast start. So usually your second fastest swimmer will go in the water first.
Oh, look at this battle for second here.
So close.
Just pinching it was East Doncaster. They were getting a mighty battle from McKinnon. It's just about as close as you can get.
It's pretty close.
It always fascinates me, even when we had the medley, and you know where you want to put your swimmers in. You know, if you want to
I think they've stepped out as well.
put your stronger swimmers in the butterfly or the breaststroke, or how exactly you want to do that. But sorry, Chloe.
I was just going to say, as a coach, it's the fastest combination. So as a coach, often you'll sit there and you'll crunch the numbers. And I imagine school teachers have been doing this and going, well, if you swim backstroke, this is your time. But if you swim, so we have to sort of get the 4 times of the 4 swimmers and try and figure out what the fastest possible combination is. But also, if a swimmer's technique isn't quite up to scratch, they might be fast, but you may not want to risk putting them in a butterfly event if you think they may have an uneven kick or they may get disqualified. So there's a lot to consider when putting together a medley team, whereas a freestyle relay really just does come down to times and making sure you've got the right combination for your team. So
we're back with our ladies here. Still in the 200-metre freestyle relay. Just out in front in lane 4 is Baldwin High School, and they're being overtaken just as I look down at my sheet by Maribyrnong.
Over in lane 1, they're putting in a bit of a fight as well. I can see that they're trying to, you often don't see those outlier lanes, but they're working hard there. It's
the girls from Sebastopol in Ballarat, Phoenix.
Yes, Phoenix. There's actually a few of my swimmers in that team there, so there's quite a strong cohort of Ballarat swimmers that I can see down both ends. 2 of the local clubs joined together to put in a team for their school, which is fantastic to see.
Once again, we can't separate lanes 5 and 4 here.
Neck and neck.
Right into the final
Is it
turn.
5 or... Oh, it was 4. Gee whiz, that's 0.2 of a second there. Great breakout from lane 4. That was fantastic. The work underwater was terrific, and it really did just give her that extra boost. She's picking up as she goes. I think she's certainly gaining. Although, having said that, there's a bit of pushback coming. I feel like I reckon she can hold on, but that's quite the comeback that we're anchoring there.
Yeah, probably that final turn was what won it in the end there for
just that,
Baldwin.
Absolutely, and look, that's pretty close to that record too, where we're sort of 2 seconds over that record, so pretty close. Yeah, really good effort there.
Parkdale coming in for the bronze medal. I feel like Parkdale over these last few relays have finished in second and third a lot.
It's a really fantastic effort, isn't it? It's great when you hear the same name. I wonder what they're doing that way to get their swimmers swimming so well. Seem to be missing a, oh no, never mind. I thought we were missing a team there, but someone's just approached from behind. Lane 7, Springside West Secondary College. They've just made it in. I think they weren't sure that it was their race.
Well, you got to listen to the marshals.
A good.
That's because you're in here now, Chloe.
Could be it. I'm not out doing check start. We nearly had a miss there. I was going to say there was an absolutely fantastic start from the team in lane 6. So that's Melbourne High School, I believe. Really, really great start.
Yeah, they're going to
See
get
if
to the...
just the work underwater, and I feel like this is sort of pretty decent. I don't know if it'll be sub 30, just over 30 seconds. Pretty close there, though. As I said, a good changeover and a good start can make a big difference to where you're sitting in that lane.
Here comes Baldwin High School again in lane 4, though. And just alongside them, Lavella Catholic in lane 3.
This is quite a, there's been a few shifts already in this race. I wonder if this is a lead that they're building now, or whether we'll see another changeover in the lead. They've got a pretty good start, though. That's a good lead that they've got on that other team.
Super effort.
Lavella College, I think, in second place.
Still going okay, Melbourne High School in 6.
You'd think at this point, like, that's a pretty good lead there. They're certainly giving that last swimmer every opportunity to hit the wall first. So as a swimmer, you'd be thinking at this point, just make sure it's a clean changeover, make sure I do everything properly, because we've got a really good lead. Fantastic start there, and look at that underwater work. Now, I think that with a start like that and that rating that he's come up with, that you'd be pretty comfy. But let's have a look at second and third there. Now, there's a race to see what's going to happen. We've got very, very close. I think that...
Viewbank in 2 and Lavella Catholic College in 3. Looks like they're going to find it out for
the gap's
Silver.
widening.
Well, I think that's a perfect plan that has come together there for Baldwin.
Absolutely. That was a well-executed race, and a 27.34 from that last swimmer. Fantastic. So really, really good effort. And 28.17 from the swimmer from Lavella Catholic College. And again, that's a very good time. So that last swimmer in both those teams worked hard.
Viewbank again coming in for the bronze medal. Continuing to move our way up through, well, our final handful of events here today. I mentioned earlier the final event is event number 166. This event we're about to have is 159, as Raff Agostino is behind us barking instructions. I hope that doesn't concern me.
Lane 4 off the blocks really fast there, and again putting in that work underwater. She's keeping that head down. In a 50-metre race, you'd like to see the swimmers not breathing too many times, just being really efficient on their stroke and making sure that they're putting as much power into that race as they can. As you can see, that's the second breath she's taken, just keeping that head down and pushing hard into the wall. So really well-executed race plan there.
Sacred Heart, that is, in 6. Catherine Macaulay College in 5. Once again, we've got Baldwin in lane 4. Didn't start this race quite as well as the previous 2.
It's a fairly close race again across the board. You can see that there's 5 teams all there sitting quite close to one another. At the moment, sort of, it's quite close to tell there. I couldn't tell by looking, but we'll have to wait and see what the wall shows when they make this turn here.
Catherine Macaulay, I think.
Yeah, they do look like they might have snuck in a little bit of a lead there at this point. And they have hit the wall first there.
Yeah, lanes 2, 3, 5 and 6 battling it out here. Some good distance Catherine Macaulay College have put between themselves and the others. As we go back to the wider view, this is going to be a mighty battle for silver, I think, here.
Absolutely.
Baldwin fighting their way back into this one nicely.
They're digging pretty deep there. It'll all come down to that final swimmer and see what they've got left in the tank to see what can be done here. Great start from both of those teams.
Catherine Macaulay still in the lead as we head for home.
I'll tell you, Baldwin have fought back there because they fell back a few places. I think they were sitting in 5th at the 100-metre change, so they've absolutely dug deep, and I think they might be in second now. I think they've shifted that 100-metre positioning And I think they'll hit the wall in second.
Yes, it's Frankston, I think, in third.
Yeah, fantastic. Wow, that's a 27.94 from that third swimmer from the Frankston team. So really great swimming there from those girls.
A great effort by all three teams on that podium. Catherine
Absolutely.
McCauley to fight off the Hunters. And Baldwin, who, like you said, halfway through that race were nowhere.
Yeah, and they were hungry enough to put in that. Those last two swimmers really they turned that around for their team. So really good to see.
So that was our 15-year-old girls. Now the boys.
We're going to start seeing some pretty quick times
Yeah.
here as we get into these older age groups.
And some white water.
Absolutely.
That's a term I picked up.
Absolutely.
So lane 1's Viewbank College, 2 is Emmanuel, 3 is Cathedral College Wangaratta, 4 Maribyrnong College, 5 is Baldwin, so they go over to lane 5. Melbourne High School in 6 again, Bass Coast in 7 and St Joseph's Echuca in 8. That's assuming that I we're missed anybody. We're all alive.
No. They all look like they're there. Some pretty good reaction times off the blocks there, especially from lane 3. 0.43 is a pretty handy reaction time off that start. Let's see where we're at.
Tricky to work out who was
We've
first
got
to the wall. There was Baldwin.
Baldwin, yeah, 26.60. As I said, those times are getting quicker and quicker, and we'll see a little bit more of that in the older age groups again.
So here we go in lane 2, Emmanuel College. Just separating themselves. Finding a way still in 5 is Baldwin. Coming up on the outside, Melbourne High School. Melbourne High School might be first to the wall here.
We've had 3 teams turn in under 60, or 4 teams, sorry, turned in under 60 seconds, which is very exciting. It's a good race to watch when we're neck and neck, and we all sort of like to look for the underdog, don't we? We want that team that comes back from being in a sort of lower position and fighting their way back into the placings. So we'll see if anything happens in this race, if we can have a team that comes from behind.
Well, we like the inside and outside lanes. We haven't seen too many winners from those lanes today.
Absolutely.
That's where the Smokies come from.
Yeah, and look at this. This is a good example of that race, that style of race. So, whoa, this is going to be a quick time, but there's some fast swimming across the board. So has he got enough to hold on?
Emmanuel in 2, being hunted by Baldwin in 5.
Oh, I think they might be run over here. I think they have been. I think Baldwin might just hit that wall first. If they're lucky, they can hold on to second. Absolutely.
Once again, Baldwin.
Look at that. That's so close. 0.8 of a second between second and third there. So he really didn't have one more stroke. Again, if we made the pool 30 centimetres longer, that might have been a different result. So fantastic effort from Baldwin again. Again, another school that we've heard a lot over the last few races.
And Emmanuel in 2nd, and Melbourne High School taking out bronze there. Here are our 16-year-old ladies. Ballarat High School in lane 1, Springside West in 2, Lavella Catholic in 3, Coonung in 4, Cathedral College Wangaratta 5, McRobertson in 6, Melbourne Girls College 7, and Girton Grammar School 8. Who started well there, Chloe? What caught your eye?
Look, I'm definitely interested in watching Lavella there. I quite like the start. However, we've sort of dropped back a little bit. It was quite a nice start, but it does look like we've got Coonung doing quite well out. Is that lane 4?
4 is Coonung.
Absolutely great start. You can usually spot people that are new to the sport by the type of dive they're doing, and I can see I think this team here are doing a really terrific job to keep that lead out in front. It's fantastic. It's nice to see when those of us that are in the swimming community come to events like this and see people and go, yes, we'd like to invite you into our community, because this girl's doing an absolutely excellent job. Her body position in the water is fantastic. Her leg speed's quite good. She's got a nice length of stroke, really good effort, but in that same time, we've just had lane 7, which is Melbourne Grammar, have taken the lead on that one.
I was just going to say, it's good to see some of those different names as well. Coonung, who started well. And
it was a great start, wasn't it?
Mac Robertson also. Mac Robertson High School. Cathedral College Wangaratta doing well in 5. Still just out in front Because we've actually lost them on the picture out here, but
have.
it is Melbourne.
Yeah, and they're well clear. Would I love to see, I'm going to look out to the pool to see that. That was a good change. Great underwater work, and again, there's that white water we talk about. There, here it comes, and you can see the wake on both of these lead girls as sort of hitting the lane ropes on the side. They're moving quite quickly. In this race, you do, like when you are swimming a 50 sprint, you want to sit out right in front. So the lead might be shifting again here. It's very close, but I do think maybe we are holding on to that. We've got Melbourne Grammar School.
Yes, just.
Yeah, fantastic.
It's Lavella, I think, that's come in to get silver.
And it's interesting because I said Lavella were quite great off the blocks, so they started well and finished strong. That was a really great effort.
Catholic College Wangaratta come in for bronze. They were sort of there or thereabouts. They might be a bit disappointed that they slipped back in the end.
Absolutely.
Good finish there. Good start and a solid finish from Melbourne Grammar.
Yes.
Let's go back to the boys. Still with our 16-year-olds. Leongatha in 1, Girton Grammar School in 2, Balwyn is in 3, Maribyrnong in 4, Melbourne High School 5, Cathedral College Wangaratta 6, Montmorency in 7, and Tim Boone P12 School in lane 8.
And Tim Boone had an absolutely fantastic start off the blocks, and he is sitting quite nicely. I think he might be third over in that lane, but he is definitely up there in the mix. But as I said, really great start from him. Let's see if the team can stay in the mix. Over we go. That was a great changeover at lane 4.
Maribyrnong.
Maribyrnong, fantastic effort. He's got quite a high arm recovery there, but some great speed. Fantastic. It's, again, you're looking at the wake that's coming around him as he swims down the pool. He is moving quite fast.
Gertson, I think, in lane 2.
Girton might have taken the lead there. It's very, it's very close.
Fighting back,
yeah,
Maribyrnong.
Girton have taken the lead there, 24.69. So that was a great comeback from that changeover before. Fantastic time, and the 52 flat for the first 100. Oof, let's see if they can hold on to that over the next 100.
Have a look across the pool and look at that white water going crazy. We're looking in the golden lanes here. Maribyrnong in 4, Melbourne High School in 5 as we head into the final leg.
What we want to see here off these changeovers is just swimmers keeping that head down and just absolutely breaking out with speed. We'd be hoping that most of these swimmers don't breathe until perhaps the halfway mark, and they'll limit their breathing as much as possible, because when you're going this pace, any breathing will actually slow you down slightly, so they'll limit that as much as they can. But look at that finish, my goodness. But solid, second and third, still a little close there.
Yeah, Maribyrnong.
Oh, 142.62, I believe they've just got a new record there. But a 143.51 was the previous record.
Well, that will be our 10th. I don't know if you've been keeping track of this, Chloe, out on the deck. Our 10th record of the day.
They'll be going home very happy with that result.
We had 8 new records set in 2023 as we have projectiles thrown at us from across the way. I think someone's not happy with something that Chloe has said. I have to say, Carlia was here for 4 hours and didn't get anything thrown at her. Chloe stepped in. She's been here for 10 minutes.
Oh, goodness. I think I'm copping a bit of flack. They were, I think, a little bit unimpressed with my excitement over that last record that was just made. I haven't been sitting in the commentary box, so I haven't noticed all these records. When you're in marshalling, you don't often see a lot of races, so it's quite good to be in here and seeing the pool. Uninterrupted view of the swimming events.
It's the best seat in the house here,
absolutely.
Isn't it? That's what we've been trying to tell people.
We've got the screen in front of us if we want to see a close-up, or we can look out at the pool and get the great view.
All set up by the great Raff Agostino and his team.
They do a terrific job, and it's amazing that I know on many occasions as a school teacher, I make the most of these live streams and I'll put them on for my classes that I'm working with. Oh, gee, that's a close one again. Let's see, we've got 4 teams all quite close to each other at this 100-metre change.
East Doncaster, I think it is first to the wall in 4. And then it might have been Bo Morris in second, and Emmanuel in lane 2, getting to the wall third. This is our 17-year-old ladies.
As we know, a lot can change in 100 metres, so whilst we can see our positionings here after that first 100-metre change, let's see where we sit after this second 100. Will the lead shift? You'd think that's a pretty solid lead that they've got, East Doncaster.
Yeah, one of the schools that has impressed us the most to date. Second in might have been Emmanuel College in lane 2.
There might be a rare race for third place here. Let's have a look at how that pans out. Really great effort though, and you would think that East Doncaster with a lead like that are feeling pretty comfortable, and she's just going to enjoy that swim into the wall there. When you know that you can see she's breathed to both sides, and as a swimmer you often do that just to make sure that you have got the lead you think you have. Make sure it's nice and
look at this battle for third, a battle that's come from nowhere.
Oh, there's not much in that.
Lane 1, is it? Yeah. East Loddon?
Yeah.
Where did they come from? Boy. So East Doncaster, clear gold medalist there, Emmanuel College
That is another
second.
record, I believe.
This is the Chloe effect.
Oh, I think so. When I come over here, there's records getting broken everywhere.
So you can make that 11. When Carlia was here, we said it was the Carlia effect. Don't tell her that I've changed it to the Chloe
well, again,
effect.
let's hope she's not listening. I might get in trouble.
All right, so the 17-year-old boys now.
We've got a team missing out of this one by the look of it. There's no one in lane 7, so Catholic College Sale are out of this race. As we know, you've got to be in it to win it, so unfortunately they're not in it for this one. Let's see who hits that wall first on the first 50 of this 17-year-old boys race.
Melbourne High School in lane 5 there. They're going to be the first one to the edge.
25.66 for that opening 50.
Making up terrific ground here in lane 4. Baldwin again, they seem to love that lane.
They do.
Just keeping the distance though, the Melbourne High School swimmer. Lanes 2, 3 and 4 are all fighting for second billing here.
I suspect we might have a clear first and second in this race, just looking at how they're panning out at the moment. I don't think this one will be as close as some of the other races that we've seen today.
Penultimate swimmer heads back towards the city end. Melbourne High School followed by Baldwin. And you've called it beautifully, Chloe. They have distanced themselves. Third place barely in the picture.
Sometimes you can see that nice and early on when you've got a strong team there and they've taken that lead right from that first 50. I'll tell you what though, that lead, first place has got a decent lead, but second, gee whiz, they're coming in. They're trying hard. I think there's just too much distance in there, unfortunately, for this one. You can see that breathing style that the swimmer in lane 5 is using. He was just checking how hard he needed to push to hit that wall. That loppy stroke that he chose to do then was just about keeping an eye on lane 4 to make sure that they could hit the wall before Baldwin got in there. So Melbourne High School absolutely did enough to get that win in. And this one wasn't a record, so I don't know that the Chloe effect came into play there, but it was a very good swim.
In third place was Springside West. And Baldwin, who looked like they were going to be a distant second, but swam a mighty fine final leg.
Absolutely.
Speaking of the final leg, this is our penultimate event of the day, event number 165. Our 18 to 20-year-old women still in the freestyle relay. Monterey College in 1, Maribyrnong in 2. Catherine Macaulay 3, Vermont's in 4, Preston 5, MacRobertson in 6, Catholic College Wodonga 7, and Marist Sion College Warrigal in 8.
I'm glad you said number 8. I was waiting to hear how you said that school's name before I had a go at that one.
Well, is it? Oh, do you know if that's correct?
Oh, I don't know, but you've said it first, so
Oh.
anything I say now, I will blame you for.
Oh, throw me under the bus. I'm pretty sure I've heard people say Sion like that before. Marist Sion College Warrigal. I'm sure they'll hit me up on the socials.
They absolutely will. So we've only had one swimmer go under the 30 seconds there. So they got we've got Catholic College Wodonga 29.59 for that first changeover. But again, it looks like one of those races where we've got a few teams vying for the lead there. So as they come across, there's potentially 4 teams that could be sitting in that spot.
How good are these poolside shots that we're getting from our crew on the deck?
I was say, you can see as they come past us at the window here, there is a little bit more of a gap there, and that has spread out a little bit, but we've got lane 4. So Vermont Secondary College in the lead on that first 100. Again, that
pretty
lead's
close
starting
thereafter.
to, well, I was going to say that lead is starting to widen a little bit now, but I'm keeping my eye on lane 7. There's a lot happening over in lane 7 from the Catholic College Wodonga. They're putting in a great effort.
Vermont looking solid though. They'll be the first one to get their final swimmer into the water.
Absolutely, 29.55, so a second swimmer under the 30-second mark there.
All that fun we had with that school, and they're actually not in the race, Chloe. So I wasted my breath there.
Oh, they aren't either, and I hadn't noticed that until that point either. Maybe they were so offended by our pronunciation they pulled
jumped
out.
straight out.
They may have dived in and then jumped right out. Might owe some apologies. They might have to come and tell us how to say the name properly.
Here comes a gold medal for Vermont.
Yeah, so close to breaking that 2-minute barrier, but a really, really great swim from them in the end there. So well done to Vermont.
Catherine Macaulay and then Preston, a school we haven't seen too much of today.
Absolutely.
The northern suburbs there, they help themselves to a bronze medal in lane 5. All right, here we go. Final event of the day. Some of us have been here since 9:30. Some have just walked on in.
Oh, I know, right? I like to keep busy, but not doing one job all day. Surely not.
18 to 20-year-old men are in the pool for the final event of the day, event number 166.
And I think this is the whitewash we were talking about here. Have a look at that pool. We've got a great lead already starting to happen there. We just need to, yep, that camera angle, I can spot it a little bit better. So lane 7, we've got University High School. They've got, oh, actually, gee whiz, I don't know what I was looking at then, but there was over in lane 1. Hit first in a 25.92.
So at either end of the pool.
Absolutely. Gee, this is a close one. This is an exciting race to finish off with, I think.
Yeah, lane 1 is Marist College Bendigo.
And it, yeah, so they're out with the lead there. And the leads, that gap starting to widen. I wonder if their third swimmer can hold that gap as they hit the water. Still half a body length in front, but there's absolutely some distance being gained there. Gained back, I should say.
Druin as well.
Oh, yes, and you can see the lead has shifted there.
McKinnon in third. Maybe a body length or so, 3/4 in front.
Yeah, it's definitely a nice lead. It should be a good lead for the last swimmer to really bring that home.
Here we go, the final act of the day. Final lap of the pool.
And they've come up. It is a bit of a fight. It will be a tussle. It'll be close. It could be anyone's race here. I think lane 2 might have just edged in front there.
Druin and McKinnon
So
we have.
Druin, I believe Druin, oh, it's really stroke for stroke. I think that lead has shifted back to McKinnon. McKinnon appear to have it at the moment. Have they done enough?
Oh, reach.
Yeah, McKinnon have taken that one out. 25.41, 25.03. So the swimmer from Druin had a quicker time, so that lead did really get them over the line in the end there.
Right, so the final gold medal of the day goes to the lads from McKinnon Secondary College. Druin in lane 2 with the silver. And then the boys from Marist College Bendigo. So all of our action in the top lanes there, lanes 1, 2 and 3, helping themselves to the medals. Raff Agostino's taken all of my paperwork. That must mean that we're done. A late cameo from Chloe Jew. Thank you, Chloe. I don't know.
Thank you.
As for as exciting as those races were, I don't know how exciting I could have made it on my own. So thank you very much for
it's
popping
a
on
pleasure
in.
to come in and have a chat and to have a look at a different role. I know Kalia does a terrific job in this role, so yeah, it's had big shoes to fill there. Hopefully I've waffled well enough to keep people who are watching from home informed on what they were watching in the pool.
Well, I'm sure everybody that watched today on watch.ssvtv.live was certainly educated far more from the two ladies in the booth rather than me. But we had a lot of fun. A long day, but a fun day. Well done to all of the students putting their best foot forward. Thank you to Kalia Marsh and Chloe Jew. Those two have had a lot of folks walk past and give them the high five and the thumbs up, and I've had no one.
Oh dear.
I'm going to go home and stew on that a little while. I've got to make some more friends in the swimming community.
Yeah, perhaps.
Put in a good word for me, Chloe.
Yeah. Could I do a shameless plug before we wrap up? I will once again remind everybody that today is the final day that you can put in an application to be a part of the 2024 Team Vic swimming team. So even if you're just thinking about it, go jump on the website and have a look. Visit the School Sport Victoria website, click on the Team Vic link and navigate your way to the swimming page and have a read. And if you think, or if you've made any of the qualifying times and you're still a little bit reluctant, my advice is put an application in and at least get the ball rolling on that one. So do not miss out. Today is the final day. The applications close at midnight. So shameless plug. Come and join us. We're going to the Gold Coast this year.
Oh, that's it.
Why would you not want to come in July?
Where do I sign? Oh,
come
get away
to the
from
Gold
the Melbourne
Coast in
weather.
July, guys. I'm living in Ballarat. I certainly want to get to the Gold Coast in July. So.
Oh, that'll be a shock to the system, I can imagine. Oh.
Absolutely.
No, thank you, Chloe. Everybody's
My
time. The
pleasure.
clock is ticking. Midnight tonight is the deadline. You want to get up to the Gold Coast in June, did you say?
July.
Right.
Yep.
Oh, yes, please. For me, Brent Sternberg, thanks for tuning in, everybody. Thanks to Raff, Agostino and all of the crew here who put us to air. Absolutely seamless. Brilliant work. Thanks for watching the 2024 School Sport Victoria State Swimming Championships. Until our next event, everybody, stay safe and it's bye for now.
See you later, guys.
always nice to finish today with first place finish. The team from McKinnon Secondary College. And the time of 1:45.76. Congratulations, boys.
So now our final event has been presented and their photos been taken. In second place on 210 floats was Maryland College.